Picture, if you will, the sun setting over the Roman Forum. The shadows grow long, stretching across stones worn smooth by 2,000 years of footsteps. In the quiet, you can almost hear the echoes, the murmurs of senators, the tramp of legionary boots, the whispers of secrets that have endured long after the empire itself crumbled into dust. We think we know the story of Rome. We've seen the movies, read the textbooks about its mighty emperors and epic battles. But what if the greatest story of ancient Rome isn't the one written in marble, but the one hidden just beneath the surface, written in riddles and lost to time? What really happened to the 9th Legion, a force of over 5,000 professional soldiers that marched into the mists of northern Britain and simply vanished without a trace? How did the Romans achieve engineering miracles we would struggle to replicate even today? And what of the curses inscribed on lead tablets meant to summon divine vengeance? Did they actually work? These aren't just footnotes in a history book. They are gaping chasms in our understanding, unanswered questions that challenge everything we assume about this legendary civilization. This video is an expedition into those shadows. We are about to dive deep into the top 50 mysteries of ancient Rome, a countdown that will take us from the sun-scorched deserts of Syria to the rain-drenched forests of Germania. We will investigate bizarre archaeological finds, decipher cryptic inscriptions, and explore tales so strange they seem more like fiction than history. This is not a dry recitation of dates and names. This is a detective story on a colossal scale, a journey to the very edges of what we know. We'll grapple with enigmas of immense power, like the true fate of the Emperor Caligula, and puzzles of breathtaking ingenuity, like the secret recipe for Roman concrete that has allowed their harbors to survive 2 millennia of pounding waves while our modern structures crumble after 50 years. Each mystery is a piece of a grander puzzle, a glimpse into the minds of a people whose ambitions, fears, and genius were as vast as their empire. So, consider this your personal invitation to become an investigator of the past. As we count down these 50 incredible puzzles, you will be left with a sense of awe not just for the answers we might uncover, but for the profound mysteries that remain. This is about more than just solving cold cases from antiquity. It's about connecting with the human drama that played out on this epic stage. It's about the legionary who never came home, the engineer who defied the limits of possibility, and the ordinary citizen who sought to bend the will of the gods. Get ready to question what you thought you knew, because the history of Rome is far from a closed book. It is a living, breathing narrative filled with gaps and shadows, and it is in those shadows that the most fascinating truths are often waiting to be found. And so our journey into the shadows of history begins with one of the most enduring and haunting mysteries of the Roman world, the fate of the 9th Legion. Known formally as Legio Nona Hispana, the 9th Spanish Legion, this was no minor garrison unit. It was a hardened, battle-tested force of over 5,000 men, a full-strength Roman legion that had fought under Julius Caesar in Gaul, stood with Augustus during the civil wars, and played a crucial role in the Claudian invasion of Britain in 43 AD. For nearly a century, the 9th was a cornerstone of Roman power in the province, its emblem likely a bull, a symbol of fearsome authority. And then, sometime after the year 108 AD, it was gone. It simply vanishes from the historical record, leaving behind a void filled with speculation, legend, and a profound question. How does an entire legion, one of the most powerful military machines on Earth, just disappear? The last certain evidence we have places the 9th at its fortress in Eboracum, what we now call York, in northern Britain. The island was a turbulent frontier. The tribes north of the Roman-built Hadrian's Wall, particularly the Caledonians, were fiercely resistant to Roman rule. The prevailing theory for generations was that the 9th was ordered north on a campaign to crush a rebellion, and was ambushed and utterly annihilated in some remote, unrecorded valley. This is the dramatic, tragic narrative that has captured the public imagination, immortalized in books and films. It paints a powerful picture, a disciplined Roman column trapped in unfamiliar terrain, surrounded by a relentless enemy, fighting to the last man until the legion's standards fell and its history was erased in a single bloody day. But history is rarely so simple, and modern archaeology has complicated this compelling story. The discovery of wooden writing tablets at the fort of Vindolanda, just south of Hadrian's Wall, offers a tantalizing glimpse into the period. While they don't mention the Ninth's destruction, they vividly depict a world of intense military activity and escalating tension with northern tribes. More critically, there is fragmentary evidence, including a possible inscription from Nijmegen in the Netherlands, that suggests elements of the Ninth Legion may have been transferred to the continent sometime after 120 AD. This opens up an alternative, less cinematic but equally plausible theory, that the Legion was not wiped out but was simply broken up. After suffering significant losses in a brutal British campaign, it might have been disbanded or merged with other legions to reinforce other troubled frontiers along the Rhine. The disappearance could have been an administrative dissolution, its name retired out of honor after it had been rendered ineffective. Yet, the mystery endures because neither theory is entirely satisfactory. If the Legion was massacred, why is there no clear archaeological evidence, no mass grave, no scattered armor on a battlefield commensurate with the loss of 5,000 men? The Roman historian Tacitus writes of a great military disaster in Britain around 117 AD, but frustratingly, the relevant passages of his work are lost. Conversely, if the Ninth was merely transferred, why is its demise so shrouded in silence? Its absence is conspicuous. The true fate of the Ninth Legion likely lies somewhere in the fog between these two ideas, a catastrophic defeat from which the Legion never recovered, leading to its quiet erasure from the army rolls. It remains the ultimate cold case, a ghost story written not in specters but in the silent gaps of our historical knowledge, a reminder that even the mightiest empires could lose their grip on the very edges of their world. From the ghost of a lost legion in the misty north, we travel back to the very beginning, to the myth that started it all. Every great empire has an origin story, a tale told to explain its right to rule, but for Rome, that story is shrouded in a mystery as profound as any. It centers on the city's legendary founder, a figure whose end is even more enigmatic than his beginning, Romulus. According to tradition, Romulus and his twin brother, Remus, were the sons of the war god Mars, saved from a death decree by their great-uncle, nursed by a she-wolf, and destined to found a city. That city, of course, was Rome, established on the Palatine Hill in the year 753 BC. But the brothers' rivalry turned fatal. Romulus killed Remus over a dispute about the city walls, becoming Rome's first king and ruling for decades. Then, one day, it all ended not with a war or an illness, but with a sudden, supernatural event. The ancient historians paint a startling picture. Romulus was reviewing his troops on the Campus Martius, the field of Mars, when a violent storm erupted. The sky darkened, the wind howled, and a dense cloud enveloped the king. When the storm cleared as suddenly as it had begun, Romulus was gone. The throne was empty. The Roman people were terrified and confused. This is where the mystery truly deepens, because the ancient sources immediately present us with two competing explanations, each revealing a different facet of the Roman psyche. The official, state-sanctioned version was one of divine favor. It was proclaimed that Romulus had not died, but had been lifted up to the heavens by his father, Mars, to become a god, Quirinus, who would watch over Rome as a celestial protector. This was a powerful political tool, legitimizing the state religion and the authority of the kings who followed. But then there is the whisper, the alternative account that hints at a far more sinister truth. Some ancient writers, like Livy, cautiously record a rumor that the senators, the very men who had stood with Romulus on that field, had grown tired of his increasingly tyrannical rule. In the chaos of the storm, the story goes, they surrounded him, murdered him, and then dismembered his body, hiding the pieces under their robes. The tale of the apotheosis, the ascent to godhood, was then nothing more than a clever cover-up, a fabricated story to placate a public that revered their founder. This version transforms the mystery from a theological wonder into a political thriller, suggesting that the seeds of the Senate's eventual power and its long, complicated relationship with sole rulers were sown in this very first regicide. For centuries, this was a matter of legend, but then archaeology offered a stunning possibility. In the late 19th century, and then again with more sophisticated excavations in the 20th, a mysterious underground shrine was discovered on the Palatine Hill, right at the heart of the earliest Roman settlement. It was a small, rock-cut chamber known as the Lapis Niger, or Black Stone, featuring an ancient altar and a pillar bearing one of the oldest known Latin inscriptions. The text is fragmentary and archaic, but it seems to warn of a curse against anyone who desecrates this sacred spot. Some leading archaeologists have proposed a breathtaking theory that this could be the long-lost tomb of Romulus himself. It wasn't a grand mausoleum, but a humble, revered site, exactly the kind of heroine or hero shrine that would be dedicated to a city's founder. While we may never have definitive proof, the existence of this venerated site from the very dawn of Rome gives tangible weight to the legend, suggesting that behind every myth there lies a kernel of historical truth. The fate of Romulus was never just a story. It was the foundational enigma that asked every Roman citizen to decide for themselves whether their leaders were chosen by the gods or by the ruthless ambition of men. Leaving behind the mythical fate of Romulus, we journey from the fog of legend to a moment frozen in time by one of history's most famous disasters. In the ruins of Pompeii, preserved under volcanic ash for nearly 2,000 years, we find a gallery of everyday Roman life. Among the countless frescoes depicting gods, merchants, and family scenes, one image stands out for its strangeness, a figure so unique he has baffled scholars for generations. This is the so-called dancing man from the Villa dei Misteri. He is not dancing in any conventional sense we might recognize. Instead, he is captured in a wild, almost ecstatic pose. He is lean and muscular, bent at the knees with his body arched back, holding a large, bronze ritual instrument called a sistrum in one hand, while the other hand gracefully lifts the edge of a deep blue cloak over his shoulder. His expression is intense, trance-like, as if he is listening to music only he can hear, completely consumed by a powerful spiritual fervor. The debate over who or what this figure represents is a fascinating window into how much of Roman culture remains beyond our grasp. The most prominent theory casts him as a devotee of the god Dionysus, known to the Romans as Bacchus, the deity of wine, ecstasy, and liberation from social norms. The villa itself is famous for its sprawling fresco cycle that many believe depicts the initiation of a young woman into the secretive Bacchic mysteries, a private religious cult. In this context, the dancing man could be a ritual participant, a priest or a fellow initiate caught in the throes of a divine frenzy. His pose isn't one of performance for an audience, but an outward expression of an inward spiritual transformation, a moment of communion with the god. This interpretation suggests a deeply personal, emotional side of Roman religion that contrasts sharply with the formal, state-sponsored ceremonies to Jupiter or Mars that we more commonly associate with the empire. Yet another compelling argument posits that he is not a human at all, but a specific mythological being, a satyr or a Silenus, part of the wild entourage of Dionysus. His features, while humanoid, have a certain rustic, otherworldly quality. If this is true, then the fresco isn't showing us a real ritual, but a scene from myth, a representation of the divine revels that surrounded the god. This shifts the meaning from a documentary snapshot of a secret ceremony to a symbolic illustration of the power of the god, a promise of the ecstatic freedom that awaited those who were initiated into his mysteries. The image becomes less about a specific person and more about an idea, the allure of abandoning the strict order of Roman daily life for the liberating chaos of the divine. Then there is a third, simpler possibility that he is exactly what his name implies, a professional dancer or actor. Rome had a vibrant tradition of performance, and mimes and pantomimes were highly popular, often using exaggerated gestures and masks to tell stories from mythology. The dancing man's dramatic pose could be a frozen moment from a well-known play or a depiction of a celebrated performer known for his energetic style. This interpretation grounds the image in the secular world, reminding us that Roman villas were decorated not just with religious iconography, but also with scenes celebrating art, entertainment, and the skill of individuals. What makes this single image so profoundly mysterious is that each of these interpretations is plausible, and each reveals a different, lost aspect of the Roman world. Is it a window into secret religious rites that were too dangerous to discuss openly? Is it a depiction of the mythical wildness that lurked at the edges of the civilized Roman mind? Or is it simply a tribute to the beauty of human movement and performance? The dancing man refuses to give up his secret, forcing us to acknowledge that even when a civilization is preserved in such incredible detail, its heart and soul can still be as enigmatic as a figure frozen in a silent, eternal dance. Moving from the haunting frescoes of Pompeii to a small, enigmatic object that can literally be held in the palm of your hand, we encounter a mystery not of grand scale but of intricate design. Scattered across the former territories of the Roman Empire, from the wet climates of Britain and Gaul to the Danube frontier, archaeologists have unearthed over 100 of these perplexing artifacts. They are known as Gallo-Roman dodecahedrons, and they are as baffling today as when they were first discovered. Each one is a small, hollow, bronze object, typically ranging from the size of a golf ball to that of a large apple. Their name comes from their distinctive shape, 12 perfectly flat, pentagonal faces, but the real puzzle lies in the details. Each pentagon has a circular hole in its center, and every hole is a different diameter. At each of the 20 points where the faces meet, there is a small knob or ball. They are skillfully crafted, showing no signs of wear from being used as tools, and perhaps most mysteriously of all, not a single written reference, description, or depiction of these objects has ever been found in the entire corpus of Roman literature or art. They are complete outliers, silent relics from the past that refuse to explain themselves. The quest to understand the dodecahedron's purpose has generated a fascinating spectrum of theories, each reflecting a different aspect of Roman life. One of the most common suggestions is that it was a practical, everyday object. Some propose it was a candlestick holder with a candle inserted into holes of varying sizes to regulate the burn rate or drip pattern. Others have imagined it as a decorative finial for a scepter or a piece of furniture. There is a charming, though highly debated, idea that it was a knitting tool for creating fingers on gloves, the different-sized holes used to form consistent stitches. Yet another practical theory casts it as a distance-measuring device for military surveyors, used to calculate ranges on a battlefield by aligning it with a distant object. The problem with most of these functional explanations is that they don't hold up to scrutiny. If it was a candlestick, why are there no traces of wax inside? If it was for knitting, why are there no signs of wear from yarn friction on the bronze knobs? Its delicate nature and the fact that many have been found in coin hoards suggest it was valued, but its precise utility remains elusive. This leads to a second, more complex category of theories, that the dodecahedron was a sophisticated scientific or mathematical instrument. The geometric perfection of the form, echoing the 5 Platonic solids known to the Greeks, has long fascinated scholars. Could it have been an astronomical device for calculating the optimal sowing dates for winter and spring grain? By aligning it with the sun, the different holes might have been used to determine the sun's altitude and thus the time of year. Another intriguing proposal is that it was a range-finding tool for Roman artillery, such as ballistae, used to estimate the size of a distant fortification gate or wall to calibrate the weapon's shot. While these ideas are intellectually satisfying, they too face challenges. The dodecahedrons that have been found are not standardized. Their sizes and hole diameters vary significantly from one to another, which would be problematic for a precise scientific or military tool. Furthermore, if it was such a vital piece of technology, why is it never mentioned in any Roman military or engineering manuals? Perhaps the most compelling theories move away from pure function and into the realm of ceremony and belief. The high quality of the bronze and the absence of utilitarian wear suggest it may have been a ritual object, a symbol of status or spiritual significance. It could have been a device used by a mystery cult, its form representing cosmic harmony or secret knowledge known only to initiates. The different hole sizes might have been used in divination rituals, perhaps by throwing a small stone or rolling a die through them to determine fate. Another captivating idea is that it was a master tool for blacksmiths or masons, a three-dimensional geometric pattern used to create standard-sized calibrations for other projects. The sheer variety of these guesses underscores the depth of the mystery. The Roman dodecahedron stands as a perfect example of how an artifact can be physically present yet historically invisible. It reminds us that for all the roads, aqueducts, and laws the Romans left behind, there are entire chapters of their daily lives, their crafts, and their beliefs that have been completely lost to time. It is a humble, beautiful, and utterly silent puzzle. While the dodecahedron represents a mystery of purpose, our next enigma is one of profound knowledge, a secret locked within the very stones of the empire. Walk through any major Roman city or stand beneath the immense, unsupported dome of the Pantheon in Rome, and you are witnessing an engineering miracle that has defied time itself. These structures are not just old, they are breathtakingly resilient. Consider the contrast. Modern concrete, the material that builds our cities, is often designed to last for about 100 to 120 years before significant deterioration sets in. Yet, Roman concrete harbor walls, submerged in the corrosive Mediterranean Sea for 2,000 years, have not just survived, they have grown stronger. They withstand constant pounding waves in a way that our own modern marine structures cannot. This isn't just a testament to Roman ambition, it's evidence of a lost technology, a sophisticated material science that we are only now beginning to decipher. For centuries, scholars assumed the Romans simply got lucky, that the longevity of their buildings was a happy accident of using certain local materials. But modern scientific analysis has revealed a far more complex and intentional picture. The secret weapon was a specific volcanic ash known as pozzolana, named after the town of Pozzuoli near Naples where it was extensively mined. The Romans didn't just mix this ash with lime and water, they created a sophisticated recipe. When this Roman concrete mix comes into contact with seawater, a remarkable chemical process begins. The water reacts with the lime and the volcanic ash to form rare crystalline minerals like altobermorite and philipsite. These are not inert fillers, they are strong, plate-like crystals that interlock within the concrete matrix, actually filling in microcracks as they form. In essence, Roman concrete doesn't just resist damage, it possesses a kind of self-healing property, instead of water being the agent of its destruction, as it is for modern concrete where water seepage leads to corrosion of steel rebar and eventual collapse. Seawater became the catalyst for the Roman mixtures, increasing strength over centuries. The modern quest to replicate this ancient supermaterial is a race against time, driven by both admiration and necessity. Our contemporary concrete production is a major source of global carbon dioxide emissions, primarily from the heating of limestone to create cement. If we could unlock the full secret of Roman concrete, we could potentially create much more durable, sustainable building materials that would require less energy to produce and last for millennia, reducing the environmental cost of constant reconstruction. Scientists using advanced tools like X-ray microdiffraction and spectroscopy are meticulously analyzing core samples from ancient Roman piers, mapping the complex nanostructure of the Al-Tobermorite crystals. The challenge is immense. It's not just about identifying the ingredients, but understanding the precise ratios, the mixing techniques, and the curing conditions that the Romans employed almost as an art form. They achieved through empirical experimentation over generations what we are trying to reverse engineer with cutting-edge technology. This mystery transcends simple material science and touches on a deeper historical puzzle. How could such a valuable and effective formula have been lost? The knowledge wasn't just misplaced, it vanished with the decline of the Western Roman Empire. The intricate supply chains for pozzolana collapsed, and the master builders who understood the complex mixing protocols faded from history. Later architects, even during the Renaissance, looked upon structures like the Pantheon with awe, but could not reproduce the concrete that made it possible. The loss of Roman concrete is a stark reminder that technological progress is not always a straight, upward line. It can be fragile, dependent on stable societies, organized knowledge transfer, and economic systems that support specialized craftsmanship. The silent, enduring strength of a 2,000-year-old harbor wall is not just a monument to Roman engineering. It is a permanent question mark, challenging our assumptions of modern superiority and hinting at a level of practical wisdom that we are still struggling to regain. Shifting our focus from tangible objects of metal and stone, we now turn to a mystery woven from words and whispers, a collection of prophecies that supposedly held the power to shape the fate of the entire Roman Republic. This is the story of the Sibylline Books, a set of sacred texts as enigmatic as they were influential. According to legend, their origin story begins in the reign of Rome's final king, the tyrannical Tarquinius Superbus, sometime around the 6th century BC. An old, mysterious woman, a prophetess known as the Cumean Sibyl, approached the king and offered to sell him 9 scrolls filled with prophecies about the future of Rome. Tarquinius, believing the price she demanded was exorbitant, arrogantly refused. The Sibyl, without a word, turned and burned 3 of the 9 scrolls in a brazier. She then offered him the remaining 6, asking for the exact same immense sum. The king, now both shocked and intrigued, refused once more. The Sibyl burned another 3 scrolls and again offered the final 3 for the original, unchanged price. At this point, a superstitious dread gripped Tarquinius. Realizing he was dealing with something beyond mere commerce, he consulted his augurs, who chastised him for his foolishness and urged him to pay the price. He finally relented, purchasing the 3 surviving scrolls at the cost of 9. This captivating tale, whether fact or folklore, perfectly captures the aura of sacred power and unfathomable value that surrounded these books for centuries. They were not for public reading or casual consultation. They were considered the most powerful state secret Rome possessed. Housed in a stone chest beneath the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, their care was entrusted to a special priesthood of 2, and later 10 and then 15, patrician men known as the Quindecimviri Sacris Faciundis. The protocols for their use were incredibly strict. The Senate alone could vote to consult the books, and only in moments of existential crisis. A devastating plague, a shocking military defeat, or the appearance of terrifying omens like showers of blood or rains of stones. The priests would then retrieve the scrolls and search for a specific verse or passage that seemed to address the current calamity. The prophecies themselves were not straightforward predictions of future events. They were written in a cryptic, acrostic style of Greek hexameter verse, and their purpose was not to foretell an inevitable future, but to prescribe a specific ritual action. the introduction of a new god to the Roman pantheon, the construction of a new temple, or the performance of an elaborate sacrifice that could appease the gods and avert the disaster. The true mystery lies in the content of those lost prophecies. What did they say about the ultimate destiny of Rome? Did they predict the rise and fall of the Republic, the coming of the emperors, or even the eventual fall of the Western Empire itself? We have tantalizing hints from the historical record. We know, for instance, that the books were consulted after the catastrophic Battle of Cannae in 216 BC, when Hannibal annihilated a vast Roman army. The prescribed remedy was a truly chilling act of religious devotion, the live burial of 2 Gauls and 2 Greeks in the Forum Boarium, a human sacrifice on a scale rarely seen in Roman history. On another occasion, they advised bringing the cult of the healing god Asclepius from Epidaurus to Rome to halt a plague, leading to the introduction of a sacred snake, symbolizing the god, which was said to have chosen the island in the Tiber for its new temple. These instances show the books not as a crystal ball, but as a divine instruction manual for survival. Tragically, the original books were destroyed in a fire that consumed the Temple of Jupiter in 83 BC. The loss was considered a national catastrophe. The Roman Senate, desperate to recover this divine guidance, dispatched envoys across the Mediterranean to collect a new set of oracles from the various Sibyls, most notably the one at Erythri. This new collection, however, was always considered somewhat less authoritative than the original. The mystery, therefore, is twofold. First, what were the precise words of those original 3 scrolls purchased by Tarquinius? Second, and perhaps more intriguingly, how much of the later, reconstituted collection was genuine ancient prophecy, and how much was politically motivated fabrication? It is highly probable that later emperors, particularly Augustus, manipulated the Sibylline verses to legitimize their rule, inserting prophecies that conveniently supported their political agendas. The Sibylline books represent a profound intersection of faith, politics, and power. They were a tool that allowed the Roman state to navigate uncertainty by claiming a direct line to divine will, a mystery whose true power may have lain not in the accuracy of its predictions, but in the unwavering belief it inspired in the senators and citizens who placed their fate in its cryptic pages. But from the sanctioned prophecies of the Sibylline books, we now turn to a much darker and more personal kind of supernatural influence, the whisper of a curse that some believe brought down the mighty Roman Republic itself. This is the tangled tale of Rome's entanglement with the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt, a story that begins with staggering wealth and ends with a series of shocking deaths that seem too coincidental, too dramatically timed to be mere chance. The central figure is, of course, Cleopatra VII, the last active pharaoh of Egypt. Her relationships with 2 of Rome's most powerful men, Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, weren't just romantic scandals. They were high-stakes political alliances that shifted the balance of power in the Mediterranean. When Cleopatra and Antony were decisively defeated by Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus, at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC, Egypt's fate was sealed. Antony and Cleopatra died by their own hands, and in 30 BC, Egypt was annexed, becoming a personal possession of the Roman emperor rather than a standard province. The wealth that flowed into Rome was unimaginable, the storied treasures of the Ptolemaic dynasty, enough to pay off all of Rome's debts and make Octavian the richest man in the world. But along with the gold and grain did something else, something more sinister, also make the journey from Alexandria to Rome. The notion of a curse of the pharaohs is a modern invention, popularized after the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb. The ancient Egyptians, however, absolutely believed in the power of curses to protect sacred spaces and tombs from desecration. Tombs and temples were inscribed with warnings meant to invoke the wrath of the gods against anyone who disturbed them. While we have no specific historical record of a curse placed upon the Romans by Cleopatra or her priests, the concept would not have been foreign to a Roman mind. The Romans were a deeply superstitious people, and the idea that violating a sacred space could bring divine retribution was a core part of their own belief system. So, when a remarkable string of tragedies befell the very individuals connected to Egypt's annexation, it was almost inevitable that people would start to connect the dots and see the hand of vengeful Egyptian gods at work. Consider the fate of the Julio-Claudian family, the direct descendants of Julius Caesar and the family of Augustus. It's a history littered with premature and often bizarre deaths. Caesarion, Cleopatra's son and Caesar's only biological child, was executed on Octavian's orders, eliminating a direct rival. Then look at Augustus's own heirs. His grandsons and designated successors, Gaius and Lucius Caesar, both died young in suspicious circumstances, one from a sudden illness and the other from a mysterious wound. His stepson, Drusus, died after a fall from his horse. His daughter, Julia, and granddaughter, also named Julia, were both exiled for scandal and treason. His final successor, Tiberius, was a reluctant and gloomy ruler whose reign ended in isolation. This pattern of tragedy continued with the infamous Emperor Caligula, who was assassinated, and Claudius, who was likely poisoned. And then there was Nero, the last of the line, who died a fugitive. To a superstitious Roman looking back, it might have seemed as if a dark cloud hung over the entire dynasty that had profited from the conquest of Egypt. But to view this simply as supernatural vengeance is to ignore the brutal political reality of the time. The period following Actium was the final, violent convulsion of the Roman Republic's death throes. The old rules were gone. Power was now concentrated in the hands of one man and his family, making that family the epicenter of every conspiracy, rivalry, and plot. The deaths of so many Julio-Claudians are less a mystery of curses and more a testament to the poisonous environment of imperial succession, where paranoia, ambition, and betrayal were the true killers. The curse was quite likely the logical outcome of a system where the prize was absolute power over the known world. Perhaps the most compelling way to understand the so-called curse is not as a magical spell, but as a powerful historical narrative. The idea of a curse provides a neat, dramatic explanation for a complex and messy period. It transforms political failures, personal vendettas, and the random cruelty of fate into a coherent story of divine punishment. This narrative was perhaps even encouraged by Augustus himself. By framing the war against Antony and Cleopatra as a righteous struggle against foreign, decadent influences, a queen who wished to subvert Roman tradition, he could portray the subsequent tragedies that befell his rivals as the deserved consequences of their impiety, while any misfortunes in his own house could be seen as the cost of saving the Republic. The curse of the pharaoh is ultimately a mystery about how we tell history. It asks whether we believe events are driven by the cold calculations of men and the inertia of political systems, or if we sometimes prefer to see the shadow of something older, more mysterious, and far more dramatic guiding the fate of empires. But from the grand narratives of curses and political destinies, we descend into a much more visceral and immediate form of Roman divination, one that was not about reading scrolls, but about reading the very flesh and blood of the natural world. This is the enigmatic art of haruspicy, a practice so central to the Roman state that no major decision, from launching a war to passing a new law, was made without first consulting the entrails of a sacrificed animal. Imagine the scene in the heart of Rome on the steps of the Capitol, a solemn, tense gathering of senators and generals watching as a specially trained priest, known as a haruspex, leads a flawless, healthy animal, often a sheep, bull, or chicken, to the altar. The air is thick with the smell of incense and anticipation. With practiced skill, the animal is sacrificed, and the haruspex immediately begins his work, not with prayers, but with a knife, carefully cutting open the carcass to examine its internal organs, most importantly, the liver. To the modern mind, this seems like pure superstition, a bizarre and gruesome ritual. but for the Romans it was a sophisticated science of communication with the gods. They believed that the gods did not speak in words, but in signs woven into the fabric of the world. A lightning bolt, the flight pattern of birds, and most intimately, the internal state of a living creature were all seen as divine messages. The liver, in particular, was considered the seat of life and emotion. A healthy, well-formed, and unblemished liver from a sacrificed animal was a powerful auspicium ex tripudiis, a sign that the gods approved of the proposed action. It was a green light for the legion to march, for the election to proceed. But a diseased, malformed, or missing liver, or one with unusual spots, discolorations, or cysts, was an ominous portent, a red light from the heavens that could bring the entire machinery of the state to a grinding halt. There are accounts of battles being delayed for days and elections postponed repeatedly because the entrails failed to present a favorable sign. The true mystery of haruspice, however, lies not in the general principle, but in the incredibly complex and now largely lost symbolic language the haruspices used. This was not a simple binary of good liver, bad liver. The Etruscans, from whom the Romans adopted the practice, had developed a meticulous system for mapping the liver. They divided it into specific regions, each one corresponding to a different deity or a different aspect of the world. A zone for Mars, the god of war, another for Jupiter, king of the gods, and so on. A mark or anomaly in a particular region was a message from that specific god. Perhaps a dark spot in the section of Mars meant a coming military defeat, while a cleft in Jupiter's area warned of a failure in leadership. They even used a remarkable teaching tool, a bronze model of a sheep's liver known as the Piacenza liver, which was discovered in Italy in the 19th century. This life-sized model is inscribed with the names of 40 different gods, divided into 16 regions, providing a tangible glimpse into the intricate theological map these priests carried in their minds. Yet, despite having this map, we have lost the key to interpreting the terrain. We know the regions, but we don't fully understand what the specific signs within them meant. The knowledge was an esoteric tradition passed down orally from master to apprentice within Etruscan families for generations. As the Etruscan culture was gradually absorbed by Rome and its language faded from use, the deeper nuances of this symbolic language were lost. What did it mean if a lobe was slightly elongated? How was a small cyst on the gallbladder interpreted differently from one on the portal vein? This was a language of divine warning and guidance, and its grammar has been almost entirely forgotten. The Romans themselves sometimes regarded the Etruscan haruspices with a mixture of respect and suspicion, seeing them as possessors of a dark, ancient knowledge that was essential but not fully their own. The enduring fascination with haruspice is that it represents a complete worldview, one where the divine was immanent and actively involved in human affairs. It was a system that demanded humility, forcing even the most powerful men in Rome to pause and seek permission from a higher power before acting. The loss of its detailed language is a profound historical mystery. It means we can see the framework of this ancient science, but we can no longer hear the specific conversations Romans believed they were having with their gods. It stands as a silent testament to a time when the future was not found in data analysis or political polling, but in the warm, intricate, and mysterious landscape of a sacrificed animal's liver, a world where the will of heaven was written in flesh and blood for those with the skill to read it. Far from the formal rituals of Roman state religion, we now venture into a world of personal desperation and private magic, a world that leads us directly to a modern archaeological controversy that could rewrite our understanding of the empire's most transformative era. Across the Roman world, from the baths of Britannia to the villas of Italy, archaeologists have uncovered thousands of small, thin sheets of lead, often rolled or folded, pierced with a nail. These are depictions or curse tablets. They were the pleas of ordinary people to the gods of the underworld, to Pluto, Proserpina, or Hecate inscribed with messages of rage, jealousy, and vengeance. A merchant cursed a business rival who was stealing his customers. A lover begged the gods to destroy the new relationship of a former partner. An athlete sought to paralyze his competitors before a chariot race. These tablets were then thrown into wells, buried in graves, or nailed to temple walls, all places considered gateways to the chthonic deities who could enforce the curse. It was a shadow religion running parallel to the official cults, addressing the raw human emotions that the state gods often ignored. This ancient practice of inscribing secrets and supplications on metal provides the crucial backdrop for one of the most explosive and divisive archaeological discoveries of the 21st century, the so-called lead books of Jordan. The story begins around 2008 when a Bedouin in northern Jordan, near the village of Saham, allegedly uncovered a collection of bizarre objects in a remote cave. The cache consisted of between 70 and 100 ring-bound books or codices, made entirely of lead and copper, each roughly the size of a modern credit card. Their covers were often decorated with crude images, maps of Jerusalem, menorahs, palm trees, and a central, striking figure that some immediately identified as Jesus Christ. Most astonishing of all were the pages within, filled with text in a peculiar, archaic script that some scholars claimed was a form of Paleo-Hebrew, along with symbols that seemed to reference early Christian imagery. The potential implications were staggering. If authentic, these weren't just another set of cursed tablets. They were literary works potentially dating from the 1st century AD, making them the earliest known Christian documents in existence, predating even the Gospels of the New Testament. They would be a discovery on par with the Dead Sea Scrolls, offering an unprecedented first-hand glimpse into the birth of a religion within the complex cultural melting pot of the Roman Empire. The initial excitement, however, was quickly met with intense skepticism from the academic mainstream. The debate over their authenticity hinges on a series of troubling anomalies. First, the physical condition of the book seemed almost too perfect. Lead is a soft metal that corrodes rapidly when buried, especially in damp conditions. Yet many of the codices showed remarkably little degradation, with pages that could be turned easily, a condition that experts in ancient metallurgy find highly suspicious for objects supposedly buried for 2 millennia. Second, the very form of the book, a codex with bound pages, was an innovation that only became widespread in the Roman world in the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. While a 1st century example is not impossible, it would be extraordinarily rare, especially for a small, persecuted sect like the early Christians. Then there are the inscriptions themselves. Epigraphers, scholars who specialize in ancient writing, have pointed out that the script is a chaotic mix of characters from different time periods and languages, often arranged in a seemingly nonsensical order, more akin to a modern forger's attempt to mimic an ancient look than a genuine text meant to be read. Proponents of the book's authenticity, however, argue that these very peculiarities are what make them so fascinating. They suggest the mix of symbols, Jewish, Christian, and pagan, might reflect a very early syncretic form of belief from a time when the lines between Judaism and the Jesus movement were still blurry. The codex form, they argue, could have been adopted by this specific community to distinguish their sacred texts from Jewish scrolls. The mysterious content, which some have tentatively translated to include references to a messianic figure, could represent a lost Hebrew-speaking branch of Christianity that existed in the Decapolis region, a league of 10 cities on the eastern frontier of the Roman Empire. If true, these books would not just be Christian artifacts, they would be priceless Roman-era documents shedding light on the daily lives, beliefs, and tensions within a province that was a crossroads of empire, where Roman legions, Greek culture, and Semitic traditions constantly interacted. They could tell us how the message of a Galilean preacher was received and interpreted far from the urban centers of Jerusalem and Antioch. filtered through the lens of communities living under direct Roman rule. Ultimately, the mystery of the lead books of Jordan remains unresolved, trapped in a limbo of conflicting claims, legal battles over ownership, and a lack of definitive, peer-reviewed scientific analysis. The story serves as a powerful modern echo of the ancient cursed tablets. Both represent a human desire to etch our deepest hopes and fears into a durable medium, to seek intervention from powers beyond our understanding. Whether the Jordan codices are a genuine treasure trove from the dawn of Christianity or an elaborate modern hoax, they compel us to ask difficult questions about how we verify the past. They are a reminder that the romance of discovery must always be tempered by the rigor of evidence, and that the most tantalizing mysteries are often those that lie precisely on the border between revolutionary truth and audacious fiction. The story of the Ninth Legion is a haunting tale of a military unit fading into the mists of a northern frontier. But our next mystery presents the opposite image, a sudden, catastrophic, and very public disappearance on a sun-baked battlefield in the east, one that gave rise to one of the most persistent legends in Roman history. This is the fate of the legions of Marcus Licinius Crassus at the Battle of Carrhae. To understand the magnitude of this loss, you have to appreciate who Crassus was. He was the wealthiest man in Rome, a key member of the first triumvirate alongside Pompey the Great and Julius Caesar. But his immense fortune, built on property speculation and the ruthless suppression of Spartacus's slave revolt, was not enough for him. Crassus craved the one thing his money couldn't automatically buy, the military glory that his partners possessed in abundance. So, in 55 BC, as governor of Syria, he launched an unprovoked war against the Parthian Empire, Rome's powerful rival in the east. He believed their armies would be an easy target, a quick path to the triumphant parade through Rome that he so desperately desired. He was disastrously wrong. In the scorching desert near the town of Carrhae in 53 BC, Crassus and his army of nearly 40,000 men, including 7 full legions, met a Parthian force a fraction of its size. But what the Parthians lacked in numbers, they made up for in a terrifyingly effective military doctrine built around their noble cavalry, the cataphracts, and most famously their horse archers. The Romans were accustomed to fighting in tight, disciplined formations, but on the open plain they were completely outmaneuvered. The Parthian horse archers surrounded the Roman square, unleashing a continuous, devastating hail of arrows from a distance. The legionaries' large shields, the scuta, offered some protection, but the arrows came from all directions, and the Parthians employed a tactics that seemed like magic to the Romans. The Parthian shot, where a rider would feign retreat only to spin in his saddle and fire backwards with deadly accuracy. When the Romans tried to break out, the heavily armored cataphracts would charge, their lances shattering the beleaguered lines. It was less a battle and more a systematic slaughter. Crassus's son, Publius, was killed leading a desperate cavalry charge. The Grand Army was decimated. The immediate aftermath of the battle was a humiliating negotiation that ended in betrayal. Crassus, persuaded to meet the Parthian general Shauna for peace talks, was killed, and the story goes that the Parthians, in a final act of contempt, poured molten gold down his throat as a symbolic punishment for his infamous greed. But the fate of the general is just the beginning of the mystery. Of the original 40,000 Romans, historians estimate that nearly 20,000 were killed on the field. Another 10,000 managed to retreat to the relative safety of the city of Carrhae, but the remaining 10,000 soldiers were captured alive by the Parthians. And this is where the historical record, already sparse, falls almost completely silent. What happened to these 10,000 men? They were professional soldiers, the backbone of the Roman Republic, and they simply vanished into the vastness of Asia. This is where history bleeds into legend. The most tantalizing theory suggests that these legionaries were not executed, but were instead marched eastward into captivity, far beyond the Parthian heartland, to the remote eastern frontier of the empire near modern-day Turkmenistan. There, it is said they were used as border guards for the Parthians, a common practice where defeated soldiers were pressed into service for their conquerors. But the legend grows grander from there. Some accounts, most notably from the ancient Chinese historical text, the records of the Grand Historian by Ban Gu, mention a strange event in 36 BC. A Chinese general named Gan Yong, fighting against a Xiongnu chieftain named Zhizhai, encountered a unique fortification outside the town of Zhizhai. The description is what catches the eye. The defending soldiers, the text says, used a double palisade of wooden stakes, a formation that sounds remarkably like the Roman testudo or tortoise formation, where interlocking shields create a protective wall. It states that these unusual defenders fought in a fish-scale formation, a phrase some scholars believe could be a description of the overlapping segments of Roman legionary armor, the lorica segmentata. Could these have been the lost survivors of Carrhae 17 years after their capture? Could a band of Roman prisoners have been traded or escaped further east, eventually becoming mercenaries for a Xiongnu warlord on the very edge of the known world? The town where this possible encounter took place, Zhizhai, is near modern-day Dzungaria in China's Xinjiang region. In the 1990s, intriguing archaeological discoveries added fuel to the fire. In the village of Zhelezhai, not far from the suspected site, some unusual physical traits were noted among the local residents: green eyes, blonde hair, and a propensity for bullfighting, a practice alien to the region. Even more strikingly, the layout of the village itself was said to resemble a Roman military camp. While genetic studies have thus far been inconclusive, the possibility is irresistibly romantic. Yet, for all its allure, the Lost Legion in China theory is viewed with deep skepticism by most mainstream historians. The evidence is circumstantial and open to alternative interpretations. The fish-scale formation could describe many types of armor not uniquely Roman. The wooden palisade was a common defensive structure across many cultures. The primary challenge is the sheer, unimaginable distance. The journey from Carrhae to Western China is thousands of miles across some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth: deserts, mountains, and steppes. The logistics of moving 10,000 prisoners that far and having a substantial number survive seems staggering. A more probable, if less dramatic, fate is that the Roman prisoners were dispersed across the Parthian Empire, assimilated into local populations through slavery or military service, their identities gradually fading away within a generation or two. The enduring power of the Carrhae mystery lies in this tension between the sober assessment of probability and the thrilling possibility of the extraordinary. It speaks to the vast, interconnected nature of the ancient world, where the consequences of a Roman politician's vanity could theoretically ripple all the way to the borders of Han China. Whether the legend is true or not, the disappearance of Crassus's legions stands as a stark monument to the limits of Roman power and the countless individual lives swallowed by the immense, silent geography of history. It is a story of an ending that may not have been an ending at all, but the beginning of a diaspora whose final chapter we may never truly read. While the fate of Crassus's legions remains a question of geopolitics and lost armies, our next mystery takes us into the heart of the Roman military itself, but into a space far more intimate and secretive than any barracks or training ground. Deep beneath the bustling streets of Roman cities, often hidden in cellar-like chambers, were the spiritual homes of one of the empire's most enigmatic cults, the Mithrians. These were the meeting places for the followers of the god Mithras, a mystery religion that became wildly popular, particularly among soldiers, merchants, and imperial bureaucrats from the late 1st to the 4th century AD. To step into a Mithrium was to leave the familiar Roman world behind. The air would be thick and cool, the only light coming from flickering oil lamps that cast long shadows across benches built into the side walls where initiates would recline for ritual meals. At the far end of the narrow, cave-like chamber, always facing the entrance, was the cult's central and most mysterious image, the Tauroctony, a dramatic scene carved in stone relief depicting the god Mithras in the act of slaying a bull. This image is the master key to the entire cult, and also the source of its greatest enduring secret. The scene is strikingly consistent across the entire empire, from the damp frontiers of northern Britain to the deserts of Syria. Mithras, always shown as a youthful, Phrygian-capped figure, kneels on the back of a powerful bull, pulling its head back with one hand and plunging a dagger into its shoulder with the other. But the scene is far from a simple hunt. It is surrounded by a strange menagerie of animals, a dog and a snake leaping to drink the bull's blood, a scorpion attacking its genitals, and often a raven and a cup present. The entire scene is framed by two torch-bearing figures, Quartz and Quaterpates, one holding his torch up and the other down, symbolizing the rising and setting sun, life and death. For the initiates, this was not merely a picture. It was a complex cosmic code, a sacred narrative whose true meaning was revealed only through levels of initiation. Yet, because Mithraism was a secret religion that committed nothing to writing, we are left to decipher this code without an instruction manual, making the Tauroctony one of history's most tantalizing visual puzzles. The debate over what this central scene actually represents has divided scholars for centuries. The most long-standing interpretation, championed by the great historian Franz Cumont, was that it was a direct import from Mithras's Persian origins, representing the triumph of light over darkness. However, a more modern and compelling theory, proposed by scholars like David Ulansey, suggests the imagery is not a literal story but a sophisticated star map. In this astrological reading, Mithras himself represents the constellation Perseus, the bull is Taurus, and the other animals correspond to other celestial figures like Canis Minor, Hydra, and Scorpius. The killing of the bull, then, symbolizes a profound astronomical event, the precession of the equinoxes, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis that causes the position of the constellations to shift over vast periods of time. In this view, Mithras is not just a solar hero but a cosmic liberator, a god with the power to move the very heavens themselves, who freed humanity from the aging cosmic order dominated by Taurus and ushered in a new age. This would have been esoteric, powerful knowledge, giving initiates a sense of cosmic importance and a personal connection to the mechanics of the universe. But what was it like to be part of this secret society? The Mithraic cult was strictly hierarchical, with 7 grades of initiation, each under the protection of a different planet: the raven, the bride, the soldier, the lion, the Persian, the sun runner, and finally the father. Progressing through these ranks involved arduous trials and rituals designed to test the initiate's courage and faith. While the exact nature of these rites is lost, archaeological evidence provides clues. Some Mithraeums have narrow, cramped pits that suggest initiates may have been confined in symbolic graves, representing a death and rebirth. Others have artifacts hinting at simulated trials by heat or fear. The shared ritual meal, often depicted in art showing Mithras and the sun god Sol banqueting on the slain bull, was a central communal activity, creating powerful bonds of brotherhood among members that were crucial for soldiers stationed far from home. This combination of exclusive knowledge, rigorous testing, and tight-knit community made Mithraism a formidable rival to other emerging religions, including Christianity, which shared some surprising similarities, like a focus on salvation, a ritual meal, and a celebration around the 25th of December. Ultimately, the mystery of Mithraism is not just about interpreting a singular image, but about understanding its powerful appeal and its sudden disappearance. Why did a religion that offered such a compelling package of fraternity, cosmic significance, and personal challenge vanish almost completely after the Emperor Constantine's conversion to Christianity? Unlike the state-sponsored cults, Mithraism's very strength, its exclusivity and reliance on a small, initiated male membership may have been its weakness, making it difficult to spread as widely as the more inclusive Christian message. With no sacred texts to preserve its doctrines, its secrets died with its last initiates. The silent Mithrians, with their evocative carvings, are like a beautiful book in a language we can only partially understand. They stand as a monument to the deep human yearning for belonging and a personal understanding of the cosmos, a yearning that flourished in the hidden spaces of the Roman world, only to be reclaimed by the silence of history. From the silent, underground temples of Mithras, we emerge into the storm of open rebellion, to a story not of secret rituals but of fire, vengeance, and a lost queen. The tale of Boudica, warrior queen of the Iceni tribe, is one of the most electrifying chapters in the history of Roman Britain. We know the beginning of her story with grim clarity. After the death of her husband, King Prasutagus, who had left his kingdom jointly to his daughters and the Roman emperor in a bid for peace, the Romans instead moved to annex the territory outright. The accounts by the Roman historians Tacitus and Cassius Dio describe unspeakable atrocities. Boudica was publicly flogged, her daughters were assaulted, and the Iceni nobility was stripped of their ancestral land. This wasn't just a political annexation, it was a profound, personal humiliation designed to break the spirit of a people, but it had the opposite effect. It forged a leader, Boudica, a woman of towering stature and fierce charisma, united not just the Iceni but other disaffected tribes like the Trinovantes into a seething army of rebellion in 60 AD. Their vengeance was swift and terrifying. The rebel horde swept south, first targeting the symbol of Roman oppression, the Colonia at Camulogenum, modern-day Colchester. This was a town for retired Roman legionaries, built on land taken from the Trinovantes, and it housed a hated temple to the deified Emperor Claudius. The city was razed to the ground, its inhabitants slaughtered. The Roman 9th Legion, marching to the rescue, was ambushed and nearly annihilated, its infantry crushed. Emboldened, Boudica's forces then turned on the great commercial hub of Londinium. The Roman governor, Suetonius Paulinus, made a calculated, cold-hearted decision. Realizing his forces were too scattered to defend the undefended trading town, he abandoned it to its fate. Londinium was burned and its population put to the sword. The same fate befell Verulamium, modern St. Albans. According to Tacitus, as many as 70,000 Romans and their British allies were killed in these three cities. The province was on the brink of being lost, the Roman presence in Britain seemingly moments from being extinguished. But this is where the clear historical narrative fractures and dissolves into mystery. We know that Suetonius Paulinus, a tough and experienced campaigner, managed to consolidate his remaining forces, likely the 14th and 20th legions, along with some auxiliaries. He chose a battlefield to his advantage. Tacitus provides the only detailed account, describing a location with a narrow defile, open ground in front, and a dense wood behind, which protected the Roman rear and flanks while funneling the massive British army into a killing zone. The Romans, disciplined and heavily armed, formed their classic lines, while the British forces, vast in number but less organized, were accompanied by their families who had come in wagons to watch the anticipated victory. The battle was a massacre, but a reverse of the earlier ones. The tightly packed Britons, unable to maneuver, were cut down by Roman javelins and short swords. The very wagons that carried their families blocked their retreat. Tacitus claims the Romans killed 80,000 Britons for the loss of only 400 of their own men. The monumental mystery is this: where did this decisive battle, this turning point in British history, actually take place? Tacitus's description is too generic to pinpoint a location. For centuries, antiquarians and archaeologists have proposed a dizzying array of sites. One theory places it at Manchester in Warwickshire, near the Roman road known as Watling Street. Another suggests Churchstowe in Northamptonshire, where the topography somewhat fits the description. Some have argued for locations much closer to London, like King's Cross in London itself, based on the discovery of ancient bones, though this is widely disputed. The problem is a profound lack of archaeological evidence. A battle of such immense scale, with casualties described in the tens of thousands, should leave a massive archaeological footprint, mass graves, scattered weaponry, and evidence of a large camp. Despite numerous investigations, no site has yielded conclusive proof. The soil of England has kept the secret of Boudica's last stand utterly silent, leaving us with a historical event of colossal importance that is, geographically, a ghost. This leads to an even more compelling enigma. What became of Boudica herself? Tacitus offers a simple, tragic end. After the catastrophic defeat, he writes, she poisoned herself to avoid capture. Cassius Dio gives a more elaborate version, stating she fell sick and died, and was given a lavish burial by her people, but neither account mentions a grave. And this absence has fueled one of Britain's most enduring legends, the lost tomb of the warrior queen. The fate of her body is inextricably linked to the legend of her treasure. It is said that to fund her campaign, Boudica amassed a great hoard of plunder from the sacked Roman cities, a vast treasure of gold, silver, and sacred artifacts from the destroyed temple of Claudius. After the battle, this treasure, along with the queen's body, had to be hidden from the victorious Romans. Folklore has placed her burial mound all over the landscape. One persistent legend claims she lies beneath a platform at King's Cross Station in London. Another suggests a site under the Parliament building itself, a symbolic irony that appeals to the modern imagination. More plausible theories point to ancient barrows in her native East Anglia, perhaps somewhere in the Norfolk countryside. The search for Boudica's grave is more than a quest for bones and gold. It is a search for the soul of a resistance movement. Finding her final resting place would be the ultimate archaeological discovery, providing tangible, physical connection to a figure who has transcended history to become a national icon. It would allow us to move beyond the biased accounts of Roman historians and perhaps learn the true story from artifacts buried with her. Yet, the likelihood of discovery grows slimmer with each passing year. The treasure, if it ever existed as a single hoard, was probably divided and hidden in numerous locations or dispersed by the Romans after the rebellion was crushed. The queen's body may have been given a secret, unmarked burial to prevent the Romans from desecrating it, a funeral rite known only to a trusted few whose knowledge died with them. The enduring power of Boudica's story lies in this dual mystery. We are left with the image of a formidable leader who shook the foundations of an empire, only to vanish without a trace, her final victory and her final resting place swallowed by the very land she fought so fiercely to defend. Her grave remains one of history's great unmarked spaces, a silent testament to a rebellion that was crushed on the battlefield but whose echo has never truly faded. From the fog-shrouded battlefields of Britain, we voyage now into the deep blue of the Mediterranean, where a chance discovery at the dawn of the 20th century unveiled an object so anachronistic, so bewilderingly complex, that it would force us to completely reconsider the technological sophistication of the ancient world. This is the story of the Antikythera Mechanism, a corroded lump of bronze and wood hauled from the depths in 1900 and won by sponge divers exploring a Roman shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera. At first glance, it was unimpressive, just another artifact among a treasure trove of statues and amphorae. But as the centuries of incrustation were carefully chipped away, researchers realized they were looking at something unprecedented. An intricate clockwork device comprising at least 30 precise, interlocking bronze gears, housed in a wooden case roughly the size of a large shoebox. It was, in essence, an ancient analog computer, a device of a complexity that would not be seen again for over 1,000 years. The true genius of the mechanism lies in its purpose, which has been painstakingly reconstructed through decades of research using advanced imaging techniques like X-ray tomography. This was not a toy or a simple calendar, it was a sophisticated astronomical calculator. By turning a hand crank on the side, the user could set a date, and the gears would simultaneously drive a series of dials on the front and back to display a wealth of celestial information. It could predict the positions of the sun and the moon, track the phases of the moon, and even forecast lunar and solar eclipses. It modeled the irregular orbit of the moon, a complex motion known as the first lunar anomaly, using a clever pin and slot mechanism that accounted for the moon's varying speed. Beyond this, it seems to have tracked the cycles of known planets and possibly even the dates of major athletic games like the ancient Olympics. In short, it was a portable orrery, a planetarium, and an eclipse predictor all in one, a device that encapsulated the Greeks' mathematical understanding of the cosmos in a beautiful mechanical form. This revelation immediately presents us with a profound historical mystery. The shipwreck itself dates to around 70 BC, a time when the Roman Republic was aggressively expanding its influence across the Hellenistic world. The vessel was a massive freighter carrying a cargo of spectacular Greek art, bronze and marble statues, glassware, and jewelry likely looted from the Greek coasts to be shipped to Italy, destined for the villa of a wealthy Roman aristocrat. The mechanism was almost certainly part of this plunder, a prized possession for a Roman patron fascinated by Greek science and culture. But here lies the first layer of the puzzle. How did the Romans themselves view this astonishing device? Did they see it as a profound scientific instrument or merely as a breathtaking curiosity, a conversation piece to demonstrate their owner's sophistication and wealth? There are hints in the writings of Cicero that such objects existed. He mentions a device built by the philosopher Posidonius that replicated the motions of the sun, moon, and planets. But the Antikythera Mechanism is the only physical evidence we have, suggesting that such knowledge was the preserve of a tiny, elite minority, perhaps seen as a philosophical marvel rather than a technology with practical applications for navigation or timekeeping. This leads to the second and even more baffling part of the mystery. Why was this knowledge lost? The technological leap represented by the Antikythera Mechanism is staggering. Its gear trains display an understanding of precision engineering and mathematical ratios that seems to belong to the workshops of 14th century Europe, not the 1st century before Christ. So what happened? Why did this spark of high mechanical technology flicker and die out for over a millennium? The most likely explanation is a tragic confluence of factors. Firstly, the device was a product of a specific, highly advanced Hellenistic scientific tradition, centered in places like Rhodes and Alexandria, where mathematicians, astronomers, and craftsmen collaborated. As Rome solidified its control over the Mediterranean, the political and economic structures that supported these centers of pure learning gradually eroded. The Romans were brilliant pragmatists, masters of civil engineering, road building, and aqueduct construction, but they showed less interest in the theoretical Greek sciences that underpinned a device like the Antikythera Mechanism. The knowledge required to build and understand it was esoteric, confined to a small group of scholars and artisans. When those traditions died out, the technology died with them. Furthermore, the device itself was incredibly difficult and expensive to produce. Each gear had to be handmade by a master craftsman. It was not something that could be mass-produced or had an obvious, widespread utility for the Roman state or military. Its value was intellectual, and in an era of increasing political instability and eventual economic collapse, such luxuries of knowledge were often the first to be sacrificed. The single known mechanism was lost in a shipwreck, and with it, perhaps the last best example of its kind. The surviving texts from the ancient world are filled with descriptions of grand buildings and political intrigues, but they are virtually silent on complex machinery. This silence speaks volumes about what was considered worthy of record and what was not. The Antikythera Mechanism stands as a stunning exception, a ghost from a road not taken. It forces us to wonder about a parallel history of technology, one where the ancient world might have industrialized, where the scientific revolution could have begun not in the 16th century but in the first. It is a humbling reminder that progress is not inevitable, and that great leaps of human ingenuity can be swallowed by the sea, both literally and figuratively, leaving behind only a corroded fragment to hint at what might have been. But from the precise mechanical genius of the Antikythera Mechanism, we turn now to a deliberate and fascinating embrace of the bizarre, the distorted, and the fantastical. Wandering through the ruins of a wealthy Roman's villa in Pompeii or the underground remains of Nero's Domus Aurea, you will encounter a strange gallery of faces staring back from the walls. These are the grotesques. The name itself comes from the Italian grottesca, a term coined during the Renaissance when artists like Raphael descended into the buried grottos of ancient Roman ruins and were astonished by the playful, unnatural paintings they found. These are not the serene portraits of ancestors or the noble images of gods. These are hybrid creatures, part human and part plant, with limbs transforming into tendrils and leaves. They are comical, exaggerated masks, sometimes laughing, sometimes grimacing, and often accompanied by delicate, intricate patterns of candelabra and vines that frame entire rooms. At first glance, they seem like pure whimsy, the product of an artist's unfettered imagination. But their persistent presence in the most sacred and important spaces of a Roman home suggests they were far more than simple decoration. What was the purpose of these unsettling, beautiful, and utterly strange figures? One of the most compelling theories is that these grotesque figures served an apotropaic function. That is, they were believed to have the power to ward off evil. The ancient Roman world was filled with a belief in the evil eye and malevolent spirits, and the home was a place that needed constant spiritual protection. We see this in the phallic symbols carved onto thresholds and the wind chimes meant to scare away harmful entities. The grotesque mask, with its distorted, exaggerated features, could have acted in a similar way. By placing an image of something monstrous and powerful at the entrance to a room or a garden, the homeowner might have been invoking its power to confuse and frighten away any evil forces that dared to cross. A grinning, leering face peering from an architectural frame could be a guardian, its very strangeness forming a magical barrier. This idea connects to a broader human tradition of using ugliness and distortion as a form of protection, turning fear itself into a defensive weapon. Yet, to see them only as protective charms is to ignore their clear connection to the world of theater and performance. The masks depicted in these frescoes are strikingly similar to the masks worn by actors in the popular Roman comedies and tragedies, particularly those of the playwright Plautus. The theater was a central part of Roman social life, and its characters, the cunning slave, the boastful soldier, the greedy old man, were instantly recognizable cultural archetypes. By painting these theatrical masks on their walls, the Romans might have been engaging in a form of social commentary or philosophical reflection. The masks could symbolize the idea of life as a play where everyone adopts a role. In the lavish reception rooms where guests were entertained, these images could serve as a subtle reminder of the performative nature of social interaction itself, a witty nod to the masks people wear in public life. The grotesque, in this sense, becomes a commentary on identity, hypocrisy, and the thin line between reality and performance. Perhaps the most profound interpretation, however, lies in the realm of symbolism and the Roman view of the natural world. The vegetative men and the floral creatures, where human forms seamlessly blend with acanthus leaves and grapevines, may represent a deep-seated belief in the interconnectedness of all life. In a culture where every stream, tree, and field had its own spirit or numen, these images could be a visual representation of a world alive with divine energy, where the boundaries between the human, the plant, and the divine were fluid and permeable. They are a celebration of fertility, growth, and the creative, sometimes chaotic, power of nature. This is particularly evident in the underground rooms of the Domus Aurea, Nero's Golden House. Here, in windowless chambers meant for intimate gatherings, the walls were covered in these light, airy, and fantastical designs, creating an artificial garden paradise underground. The grotesques transformed a dark, enclosed space into a realm of imaginative freedom, a symbolic escape from the rigid order of the city above into a world governed by the creative forces of nature and art. The true mystery of the grotesques is that they likely served all these purposes simultaneously. They were decorative, yes, but their decoration was deeply meaningful. They could ward off evil while also provoking thought and delighting the eye with their inventiveness. They reflect a culture comfortable with complexity, able to hold multiple ideas in a single image. Unlike the formal, public art of triumphal arches and state propaganda, the grotesques were a private art, speaking to the personal fears, humor, and philosophical musings of the individual Roman citizen. They remind us that the Roman mind was not solely occupied with law and conquest. It was also a world rich with imagination, superstition, and a playful, almost surreal, aesthetic sense that continues to captivate and puzzle us to this day. Leaving behind the imaginative world of Roman wall paintings, our journey takes us to a very real and tangible shoreline, where the sea itself seems to have swallowed a city whole. On the western coast of the Black Sea, in what is now modern Romania, lies a landscape of shifting sands and silent waters that holds the secret to one of the Roman Empire's great maritime disappearances, the fate of the city of Istros. Founded as a Greek colony around the middle of the 7th century BC by settlers from the Ionian city of Miletus, Istros had an incredibly long and prosperous life. For over 1,000 years, it thrived as a vital hub of commerce, connecting the grain-rich hinterlands of Thrace with the trade routes of the Mediterranean. When Rome absorbed the region into the province of Moesia Inferior, Istros became an even more critical Roman port, a naval station and a key node in the empire's supply chain. And then, after centuries of recorded history, it simply faded away. The question is not just why a city dies, but how a port, the very source of its life, can become its grave. The traditional and most geographically obvious suspect in this mystery is the relentless process of siltation. The city was built at the mouth of the Danube River's southernmost arm, and rivers are notoriously generous with the sediment they carry. Over centuries, the Danube would have deposited immense quantities of silt and sand at its delta, gradually pushing the coastline further and further east. What was once a deep-water harbor suitable for large sea-going vessels could have slowly transformed into a shallow, stagnant lagoon, inaccessible to the merchant ships that were the city's economic lifeblood. This is a slow, creeping death for a port city, a battle against nature that even Roman engineering might have struggled to win. Imagine the frustration of the city's inhabitants watching their proud harbor, once filled with the masts of ships from across the empire, slowly choke on the very earth brought by the river that had sustained them. This theory paints a picture of a long, inevitable decline, where trade routes slowly shifted to neighboring ports with better access, like Tomis or Kalotis, leaving Istros economically isolated long before any invading army arrived. But geography alone may not tell the whole story. The historical timeline of Istros' decline coincides with one of the most turbulent periods in Roman history, the crisis of the 3rd century. This was an era of imperial collapse marked by civil war, economic chaos, and relentless pressure on the frontiers from barbarian tribes. The Black Sea coast was particularly vulnerable to seaborne raids by Gothic tribes who built fleets and terrorized the provincial cities. Historical records are fragmentary, but they speak of cities being sacked and populations carried off into slavery. It is entirely plausible that Istros, its wealth and defenses perhaps already weakened by the silting of its harbor, suffered a catastrophic raid from which it never recovered. A single violent event could have shattered the city's social and economic fabric, accelerating a decline that physical geography had only begun. In this scenario, the siltation created a vulnerability that human aggression exploited, a one-two punch that doomed the city. Modern archaeology has been diligently working to untangle these threads, and the findings point to a more complex, layered fate. Excavations at the site, known today as Histria, have revealed a city that did not simply vanish but underwent a dramatic transformation. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of a massive defensive wall built in the late 3rd century, cutting directly across the old urban center. This is a powerful clue. It suggests that the population had shrunk so significantly that they could no longer defend the original, sprawling Greek and Roman city. They retreated behind a much smaller, more easily defensible fortification, essentially turning a cosmopolitan port into a cramped garrison town. The grand public buildings, the agora, the temples, all were abandoned outside these new walls, left to the encroaching silt. Life continued within this small enclave for several more centuries through the Byzantine era, but the city's identity had irrevocably changed from an international trade hub to an isolated survivor. The most compelling evidence, however, may lie not in the city itself, but in the surrounding landscape. Core samples taken from the nearby delta have allowed geologists to map the ancient coastline with remarkable precision. These studies confirm that the harbor did indeed silt up, but they also suggest the process was more complex than a simple, steady advance of the land. They indicate periods of rapid sedimentation, possibly linked to deforestation upstream or changes in the river's flow, interspersed with periods of stability. This means the city's struggle with its environment was not a slow, graceful decline but a series of crises. The final blow may have been a combination of factors: a major barbarian raid that destroyed confidence and trade, coinciding with a particularly severe episode of siltation that made rebuilding the maritime economy practically impossible. The loss of Istros, therefore, stands as a powerful example of how the fall of a city is rarely due to a single cause. It is more often a tragic symphony of environmental change, economic shift, and historical circumstance, where a once great port can be defeated not by a dramatic siege, but by the silent, patient work of a river and the desperate choices of its inhabitants. Yet from the imaginative world of grotesques and the submerged fate of cities, we are drawn to a discovery that is starkly physical and deeply unsettling, pulling us from grand narratives of empire to the intimate, final moments of ordinary individuals. Across various late Roman sites, particularly in Britain and Gaul dating from the 3rd to the 5th centuries AD, archaeologists have made a grim and puzzling find. In otherwise normal burial grounds, they occasionally uncover skeletons that are different. These are not the carefully laid out bodies typical of Roman inhumation. Instead, the bones are found encased and sometimes almost fused within a solid, white, chalky substance. Analysis reveals this to be quicklime, also known as calcium oxide. This was not a natural occurrence, it was a deliberate act. The bodies had been placed in their graves and then covered with a layer of this highly reactive chemical. The very presence of these lime burials signals that something was terribly wrong, that the normal, respectful rites for the dead had been suspended. The question that haunts these graves is a simple, chilling one. Why? What drove the living to treat the deceased in such an aggressive, seemingly undignified manner? One of the most prominent and logical theories points to a grim necessity: disease control. The late Roman period was not a time of stability. It was an era racked by crises, including devastating pandemics. The most famous of these was the plague of Cyprian, which swept through the empire from around 249 AD onwards, described by contemporary witnesses as causing widespread death and social collapse. Quicklime is caustic. When it comes into contact with moisture like a human body, it undergoes a violent chemical reaction, generating intense heat and creating a highly alkaline environment. This process would have been incredibly effective at accelerating decomposition and, crucially, at killing the bacteria and viruses that cause disease. In a time before any understanding of germ theory, people would have empirically observed that this practice seemed to neutralize the miasma or foul air believed to spread sickness. A mass grave near the fort of Catterick in Britain, for instance, containing several lime-buried individuals, is often cited as potential evidence of a hasty, emergency response to an outbreak among soldiers or a local population. This theory frames the practice as a desperate public health measure, a brutal but perhaps well-intentioned attempt to save the living by rapidly and safely disposing of the dead during a time of panic. However, the theory of pure sanitation doesn't always fit the archaeological evidence perfectly. In some cases, these burials are not found in mass graves but are single, isolated interments within a regular cemetery. This suggests a more targeted, selective practice. If the goal was simply to stop the spread of disease, why would only 1 or 2 bodies in a community be treated this way? This anomaly opens the door to a more sinister and fascinating possibility, that the lime was intended not just to destroy flesh but to contain a soul. The ancient world was steeped in superstition regarding the dead, particularly those who died in unusual, violent, or untimely ways. There was a pervasive fear of restless spirits, of the lemures or larvae who could return to haunt the living. The violent, transformative power of quicklime, its ability to literally consume the body, might have been seen as a magical way to ensure the dead could not physically return. By destroying the corpse so completely and rapidly, it was perhaps believed you were also annihilating the vessel that a malevolent spirit might need to walk the earth again. A person who committed suicide, was executed, or died a sudden, traumatic death might be considered a prime candidate for such a precautionary ritual, a way to protect the community from a ghostly vengeance. A third perspective seeks a middle ground, suggesting the practice was a standard, if not common, Roman procedure for specific situations outlined in their own laws. The 12 Tables, Rome's early legal code, actually prohibited the burial of bodies within the city walls for sanitary reasons. While quicklime isn't explicitly mentioned, the legal principle of maintaining public health was established. Furthermore, Roman military manuals, such as those by Vegetius, advise on the importance of quickly disposing of the dead after a battle to prevent disease within an army camp. The use of lime would have been a highly effective way to comply with these regulations, especially during a prolonged siege or a military campaign when large numbers of dead needed to be managed swiftly. In this view, the lime burial is not necessarily a sign of panic or fear of the supernatural, but a practiced, logical protocol for dealing with death under extraordinary circumstances. It was a tool in the Roman administrative toolkit for managing crisis, a coldly efficient solution to a logistical and biological problem. What makes these burials so profoundly mysterious is that each of these explanations is compelling, and they may all be true at different times and in different places. A lime burial in a military fort likely had a different motivation than one in a rural village. The same action, spreading quicklime on a body, could have been performed by a pragmatic army officer following standing orders, by a terrified community seeking to ward off a plague, and by a family hoping to bind the spirit of a loved one who had died a bad death. These silent, white-crusted skeletons are a stark reminder that the end of the Roman world was not a single event, but a slow, painful process of collapse, where old certainties faded and people resorted to a mixture of practical knowledge and deep-seated fear to navigate an increasingly dangerous and unpredictable world. They represent the collision of Roman rationality with primal human anxiety, a final, ambiguous ritual that leaves us to wonder whether we are looking at an act of medicine, an act of magic, or simply the last, desperate effort to impose order on the chaos of death. The dramatic collapse of the Western Roman Empire in 476 AD is often presented as a clean, singular event in our history books, marked by the deposition of the boy emperor Romulus Augustulus by the Germanic general Odoacer. But history is rarely so neat. The true nature of this profound transition is perhaps best understood not by focusing on the fate of the last emperor, who was famously pensioned off to a comfortable retirement, but by asking a far more symbolic question: what became of the physical objects that represented 8 centuries of unbroken imperial power? The imperial regalia, the solid gold crown, the jeweled scepter, and most importantly, the deep Tyrian purple robes that were the exclusive right of the Roman emperor, were more than just ornaments. They were the visual embodiment of the state itself, a sacred trust passed from one ruler to the next. And after Romulus Augustulus was forced to relinquish his throne, these potent symbols simply vanished from the historical record. Their disappearance is a silent, powerful mystery that marks the precise moment the light of the Western Empire flickered and went out. One of the most logical and widely held theories is that Odoacer, a shrewd political operator, understood the importance of diplomatic gestures. He did not declare himself emperor of a new Western Roman line. Instead, he sent the imperial regalia to the Emperor Zeno in Constantinople. This was a masterstroke of political theater. By returning the symbols of Western authority to the Eastern Roman Emperor, Odoacer was effectively making a statement. He was acknowledging Zeno as the sole remaining Roman emperor and presenting himself not as a usurper, but as the emperor's loyal governor in Italy, a king ruling in his name. This act would have legitimized his own position while formally signaling that the separate Western imperial office was now extinct. The regalia's journey to the east would symbolize the reunification of imperial authority, at least in theory, under the Constantinopolitan throne. It's a tidy and politically satisfying explanation, suggesting a conscious and orderly transfer of power rather than a chaotic collapse. However, this theory is not without its problems. The primary historical source for this period is the 6th century historian Malchus, who wrote that Zeno advised the Roman Senate that they did not need a new Western emperor and that they should accept Odoacer. While this implies a recognition of Odoacer's authority, no source explicitly and unequivocally states that the physical regalia were packed up and shipped to Constantinople. This omission is significant. If such a momentous transfer had occurred, it would have been a major propaganda victory for Zeno and would likely have been celebrated in Eastern chronicles. The silence leaves room for other, more chaotic possibilities. Perhaps in the confusion following the abdication, the regalia were simply looted. The palace in Ravenna, where the young emperor resided, would have been filled with treasures, and the symbols of a defunct office might have been seen as mere plunder by soldiers or servants, melted down for their gold and gems within days, their historical significance completely lost on those who took them. A third, more nuanced possibility exists, one that reflects the slow, grinding nature of the empire's decline. It's conceivable that the regalia were not stolen or sent away, but were quietly stored away in Italy, perhaps in the treasury of the church in Ravenna or even in Rome itself. As decades turned into centuries and the Ostrogothic kingdom established by Theodoric replaced Odoacer's rule, the memory of their specific location may have faded. These objects were not just valuable, they were politically radioactive. For any new Germanic king to possess them would be a direct challenge to the authority of Constantinople, which still claimed sovereignty over the West. Holding them could be more of a liability than an asset. They might have been deliberately hidden or even dismantled to prevent them from becoming a rallying point for those who dreamed of restoring the Western Empire, their components dispersed and repurposed, their original form forgotten. This theory paints a picture not of a single decisive act, but of a gradual fading where the symbols of power lost their meaning in a world that had fundamentally changed until they were simply gone. The fate of the Western imperial regalia is so compelling because it transcends a simple archaeological mystery. These objects were the ultimate MacGuffin of late antiquity. What happened to them tells us how the people living through the fall of Rome itself understood the event. Were they carefully returned, signaling a formal end? Were they destroyed in an act of symbolic annihilation? Or did they simply become irrelevant, their power draining away as the reality of a new political landscape took hold? The fact that we do not know that these most sacred items of Roman authority have left no trace is perhaps the most fitting epitaph for the Western Roman Empire. Their absence echoes the empire's own fate, not a dramatic explosion but a slow fade into history, leaving behind a void that would shape the medieval world for 1,000 years. But from the silent absence of imperial power, we now travel to the roaring heart of the empire, to a structure that remains the ultimate symbol of Roman spectacle. Everyone knows the iconic image of the Colosseum, its broken outer wall framing the sky. But the true engineering marvel, the dark, beating heart of the entire operation, lay hidden beneath the sand-covered wooden floor. This was the Hypogeum, a vast, two-level subterranean labyrinth of tunnels, chambers, and cages that was nothing short of a backstage masterpiece for the ancient world's most brutal theater. While the crowd above cheered in the sunlight, below their feet was a frantic, controlled chaos. Yet, recent investigations have revealed that this underworld was not just functional. It was acoustically engineered to be a part of the show itself, designed to manipulate sound in ways that heighten the drama and terror of the games. To understand the genius of the Hypogeum's design, you have to picture the sheer scale of the operation. It was a multi-level warehouse of suffering and preparation. Down here, gladiators would await their fate. Exotic animals from across the empire, lions, tigers, bears, even crocodiles, were kept in dark, cramped cages, and stagehands operated a sophisticated system of ramps, pulleys, and counterweighted elevators. These elevators were the special effects of their day. Through a series of ropes, capstans, and manpower, cages containing beasts or even elaborate scenic pieces could be hoisted directly up through trapdoors in the arena floor, making them appear as if by magic before the stunned eyes of 60,000 spectators. The creaking of these wooden platforms, the groaning of ropes under immense strain, and the frantic shouts of the crew were the constant soundtrack of the Hypogeum. But the Romans, masters of crowd psychology, didn't see these sounds as backstage noise to be hidden. They saw them as a tool to be harnessed. This is where the mystery of its acoustics comes into play. Modern researchers using sophisticated audio equipment have mapped the Hypogeum's sonic properties and made a startling discovery. The complex was not an acoustic disaster, a jumble of echoes as one might expect from a stone labyrinth. Instead, it appears to have been deliberately shaped to amplify and direct specific sounds upward into the arena. The barrel-vaulted corridors and arched chambers act like natural amplifiers, channeling low-frequency noises with particular efficiency. Imagine the scene: the games have begun and the crowd's roar is deafening. Then, a deep, resonant growl seems to emanate from the very ground beneath them, a sound that vibrates through the stone benches. It's the sound of a hungry lion, its roar amplified by the tunnel leading to its cage, creating an aura of imminent, unseen danger. The rhythmic pounding of a drum from a hidden musician's chamber could be directed to sound like the approach of an army, building tension before a mock naval battle or a gladiatorial procession. The precision of this effect is what baffles experts. How did Roman engineers, without the tools of modern acoustic science, achieve this? They likely worked from empirical observation, understanding through trial and error how sound behaved in different architectural spaces. The materials themselves played a key role. The Romans used a specific type of mortar and brick that absorbed some higher-pitched, chaotic noises while allowing the powerful, dramatic low frequencies to carry. The strategic placement of openings and the angles of the walls seemed designed to prevent sound from becoming a muddled echo and instead focus it, creating a clear, ominous broadcast from below. It was a form of ancient surround sound where the source of the noise was invisible, making it all the more terrifying and impressive. The hypogeum became an instrument, and the game's producers were its musicians, orchestrating an audio landscape of creaking machinery, blaring trumpets, and animal cries to manipulate the emotions of the crowd, to build suspense before a reveal, and to accentuate the raw power of the beasts and warriors. This acoustic design forces us to reconsider the Colosseum experience as a fully immersive theatrical production, not just a series of bloody contests. The manipulation of sound from the hypogeum was as crucial to the spectacle as the sight of blood on the sand. It was a psychological weapon used to keep the audience on edge, to make the unknown feel present and threatening. The true mastery of the hypogeum lies in this duality. It was a brutally practical industrial space, a factory for death and display, but it was also a sophisticated sound studio, proving that Roman engineering genius extended far beyond aqueducts and roads into the very art of sensory manipulation, creating an atmosphere where every groan from the darkness below was a carefully calculated part of the performance. But the psychological warfare of the Colosseum's hidden soundscape pales in comparison to the sheer, tangible shock of a military catastrophe, so profound it echoed through the corridors of power in Rome for centuries. This brings us to the dark, rain-drenched forests of Germania, and a mystery rooted not in sound, but in silence, the grim aftermath of the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest. In the autumn of 9 AD, Publius Quinctilius Varus, a trusted official of Emperor Augustus, was marching 3 Roman legions, the 17th, 18th, and 19th, through what he believed was pacified territory. He was confident, perhaps arrogantly so, leading a train of thousands of soldiers, auxiliaries, and camp followers. What he did not know was that his guide, a Germanic chieftain named Arminius who had been raised in Rome and served in its auxiliary forces, was leading him into a meticulously planned trap. The resulting ambush was not merely a battle, it was a systematic 3-day slaughter in the treacherous, unfamiliar terrain. Every last man, woman, and child in the Roman column was killed, captured, or enslaved. 3 entire legions, representing over 10% of Rome's entire military strength, were wiped from the map. The Emperor Augustus was said to have wandered his palace screaming, "Quinctilius Varus, give me back my legions." For centuries, the precise location of this world-altering event was lost, known only from the descriptions by Roman historians like Cassius Dio, who wrote of a fearful wood and impassable marshes. The search for the battlefield became a great historical detective story, with the first major breakthrough arriving in the late 19th century. A German historian and amateur archaeologist, Theodor Mommsen, proposed the Kalkris region in northern Germany, a narrow pass between a hill and a great bog that perfectly matched the ancient descriptions of a killing ground. For decades, this remained just an intelligent theory. Then, in the 1980s, a British Army officer and amateur historian, Major Tony Clun, using a metal detector with permission from local archaeologists, made a discovery that electrified the scholarly world. He didn't find just 1 or 2 Roman coins, he found a staggering trail of them, along with lead sling bullets and, most chillingly, fragments of Roman military equipment. Systematic excavations began, and Kalkris yielded horrifyingly conclusive evidence. A low turf wall built by the Germanic tribes from which they could attack the trapped Roman column, and the bones of mules still wearing their silver-plated bridles caught in the mud where they fell. Most poignant of all were the human remains, a field of scattered bones, many with terrible wounds, and even a pit containing the skulls of Roman soldiers, seemingly collected as grisly trophies after the battle. The evidence was so compelling that Kalkris is now widely accepted by many as the primary site of the Varus disaster. However, the story is not so simple, and the mystery is far from solved. A compelling competing theory argues that the sheer scale of the disaster, described as a running battle over several days, means it could not have been confined to a single location like Kalkris. This school of thought, championed by some German archaeologists, suggests that Kalkris was merely the site of the final, definitive massacre, the last act in a tragic drama that played out across a much wider area. They point to the geography described by the Roman historian Velleius Paterculus, a contemporary of the event, who mentioned a Saltus Teutoburgensis or Teutoburg Pass, a term that implies a larger forested region rather than one specific narrow defile. Proponents of this view have searched for evidence of earlier skirmishes and ambushes along a potential route of retreat, suggesting that the Roman force was harried and broken piecemeal over a distance of many miles before being finished off at Chalcis. This theory transforms the battle from a single ambush into a multi-day campaign of attrition, a notion that, while harder to prove archaeologically, may better fit the chaotic narrative of the ancient sources. The debate between these two interpretations is more than an academic exercise. It speaks to the very nature of the event itself. If the battle was concentrated at Chalcis, it highlights the brilliant, ruthless efficiency of Arminius's trap, a masterstroke of guerrilla tactics that annihilated a superior force in hours. If it was a dispersed battle across a wider region, it underscores the terrifying vulnerability of a Roman army on the march in hostile, unfamiliar territory, being bled dry over a longer, more agonizing period. The ongoing archaeological work is crucial, with teams using advanced technologies like ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR to scan the surrounding landscape for clues of smaller engagements or temporary camps that might have been overlooked. Each new find, whether a coin hoard or a newly discovered spearhead, has the potential to tip the scales of the debate. The search for the true location of the Teutoburg forest disaster is a powerful reminder that even the most catastrophic events can be swallowed by the land itself, and that piecing together the past requires not just reading history books but patiently listening to the whispers of the earth. Yet from the organized chaos of the Colosseum's hypogeum and the well-documented battlefields of Germania, we descend into a much more intimate and psychologically complex realm of Roman belief, one where the line between reverence and trophy-taking becomes disturbingly blurred. Across the northwestern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly in Gaul and Britain, archaeologists have unearthed a practice that chills the modern bone and confounds easy explanation: the cult of the head. In numerous burial sites dating from the late Iron Age into the Roman period, we find skeletons that are complete in every way except for one crucial detail: the skull is missing. In its place, sometimes carefully positioned between the legs or at the feet, lies the skull of another individual entirely. In other graves, a single skull is buried alone, placed with great care in a small niche carved into the wall of the tomb, or even cradled in a container and surrounded by valuable grave goods like pottery, jewelry, or coins. This was not a haphazard act of desecration. The deliberate, ritualistic nature of these burials points to a deep-seated, mysterious tradition of skull veneration that forces us to confront a side of the Roman world far removed from the marble forums and legal codes. To understand this practice, we must first look to its likely origins in the pre-Roman Celtic world. The ancient Greeks and Romans wrote with a mixture of fascination and horror about the Celts' preoccupation with the human head. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus reported that Celts would embalm the heads of their most esteemed enemies in cedar oil and display them proudly, believing that the head was the seat of the soul, the very essence of a person's power, wisdom, and life force. By taking and curating the head of a valiant foe, a warrior might capture and harness that power for himself. This was more than simple barbarism. It was a spiritual act, a form of acquiring mana or spiritual energy from a worthy opponent. When the Romans conquered these regions, they did not simply erase such deep-rooted beliefs. Instead, there often occurred a complex fusion, a syncretism where local traditions persisted, adapting to and sometimes influencing Roman practices. The discovery of these head burials within a clearly Roman archaeological context suggests that this Celtic fascination with the skull was not stamped out but transformed, continuing for centuries under imperial rule. This leaves us with several competing interpretations, each revealing a different facet of the provincial Roman mind. The first and perhaps most poignant theory is that this was an intense form of ancestor worship. In this view, the skull of a respected family elder, perhaps a founding chieftain or a revered matriarch, was carefully preserved after death. It might have been kept in the family home for generations, consulted in times of trouble, or used in rituals to connect with the wisdom of the ancestors. When the time finally came for a formal burial, the skull of this powerful ancestor would be interred with a descendant, not as a trophy but as a sacred relic, a direct link to the past intended to guide and protect the deceased in the afterlife. The grave goods buried with these skulls would then be offerings to honor both individuals, a way of ensuring the continued favor of the ancestral spirit. This interpretation paints a picture of deep familial piety, where the physical remains of the dead maintained an active, benevolent role in the world of the living. A second, far darker explanation points to the practice as a continuation of ritual headhunting. The skull in the grave could be that of a powerful enemy, a testament to the martial prowess of the deceased. By being buried with the head of a foe he had vanquished, a warrior carried a symbol of his greatest victory into the next world, a credential that would earn him status among the shades of other heroes. This theory is supported by finds where the skull shows clear signs of violent trauma, such as sword cuts on the vertebrae indicating decapitation. However, the careful treatment of these skulls, placed in niches or accompanied by valuables, complicates a purely militaristic reading. A mere trophy would not necessarily warrant such reverence. This suggests a hybrid belief. The head was a trophy, yes, but it was also a captured reservoir of spiritual power that the deceased could continue to wield after death. The enemy's strength became the victor's eternal possession. A third, more philosophical possibility emerges from the fusion of Celtic and Roman thought. The Romans had their own concepts of the soul, with the genius or Juno representing the individual's vital spirit. It is conceivable that in these borderland provinces, a unique belief developed that the soul, or at least a crucial part of it, resided permanently within the skull after death. By separating the skull and giving it a special burial, the living were not just honoring the dead, they were actively managing the soul's journey or securing its power in a specific location. A skull buried in the foundation of a house might be intended to protect the dwelling. A skull placed in a boundary wall could mark and sanctify a tribe's territory. The meaning of each burial was likely deeply personal, shaped by local customs and the specific circumstances of the individuals involved. The true mystery of the cult of the head is that no single explanation seems to fit all the evidence. A skull found in a wealthy Roman British villa's courtyard might signify ancestor worship, while a skull with a spear tip lodged in it found in a frontier fort cemetery points to a trophy. This very ambiguity is what makes the practice so fascinating. It shows us a world where the imperial Roman culture of law and order coexisted with much older, more visceral spiritual traditions. These silent, bone-white artifacts are a powerful reminder that the Roman Empire was not a monolithic block of uniform belief. In its distant provinces beneath the veneer of Roman civilization, pulsed the enduring, mysterious heart of an older world, where the human head was not just a biological object but a vessel of immense and terrifying power, its final resting place a carefully chosen anchor between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. From the complex spiritual world of the cult of the head, we shift our focus to a single, perplexing object recovered from the silent depths of the Mediterranean. An artifact that proves even the smallest find can open a window onto the vast and intricate world of Roman commerce and craftsmanship. Off the coast of Sicily, amidst the scattered remains of a Roman merchant vessel that sank nearly 2,000 years ago, archaeologists made a discovery that was not a glittering gold coin or an elegant statue, but something far more puzzling, a metal spike. At first glance, it might seem unremarkable, just another piece of nautical debris. but upon closer inspection, this particular spike revealed itself to be an anomaly. Its composition was unusual, a specific alloy not commonly used for standard ship's fastenings, and its shape was distinctive, thicker, more heavily forged, and with a unique configuration that didn't align with the typical copper or iron nails that held the ship's hull together. This wasn't just a piece of the ship, it was something the ship was carrying, a small, dense mystery waiting to be solved. The immediate question, of course, is what purpose this robust object served. One compelling line of inquiry suggests it was a specialized tool, perhaps for an industry we have only partial knowledge of. Roman ships were the lifelines of the empire, floating warehouses carrying goods from every corner of the known world. Could this spike have been part of a larger apparatus used for processing raw materials on board? Imagine a device for crushing ore samples from mines in Spain or for breaking up large blocks of raw mineral cargo. Its unique shape and strength might have been designed to withstand immense repetitive impact, fitting into a socket on a crushing mechanism. Alternatively, it could have been a stake or a pin for a specific type of loom or a leather working tool used in the production of sails or military equipment, a vital piece of technology for a specialized trade that was being transported to a workshop in a major port like Syracuse or Carthage. A second and more dramatic theory posits that the spike was a component of a unique weapon. While the Roman military was standardized in many ways, there was always room for local innovation and specialized equipment, particularly for Marines who fought aboard ships. This object could have been part of a naval weapon system, such as a heavy-duty grappling hook designed to latch onto an enemy vessel's hull during boarding actions. Its unusual alloy might have been chosen to resist the corrosive effects of seawater better than standard iron, making it a valuable piece of kit for a fleet. Or it could have been the piercing tip of a deck-mounted ballista bolt, a specialized projectile intended to punch through an enemy ship's planking with maximum force. The spike's design could have been optimized for aerodynamics and penetration, a small but critical piece of Roman military ingenuity now lost to us. Then there is the possibility that the artifact was not a tool or a weapon at all, but a piece of high-value cargo in its own right. The Romans were master metallurgists, and different regions of the empire were known for producing distinct metal alloys with specific properties. This spike could have been a sample of a new type of hardened bronze or a proprietary brass blend, being sent by a metalsmith or a mining corporation to a potential buyer as a demonstration of its quality. Its very existence in the cargo hold, separate from the ship's structure, suggests it was an item of trade. Perhaps it was intended to be used as a die for minting coins, or as a master pattern for a blacksmith to mass produce a new kind of fastener for construction projects. In this light, the spike transforms from a simple object into a symbol of the empire's industrial and commercial network, a tiny piece of intellectual property circulating the Mediterranean. The true intrigue of this Sicilian shipwreck spike lies in the fact that all these theories are plausible, and each one connects to a different strand of the Roman world. Is it evidence of a lost naval technology, a snapshot of a specific manufacturing process, or a sample of a metallurgical breakthrough? Without a duplicate find or a clear depiction in a fresco or manuscript, its purpose remains an open case. It serves as a powerful reminder that history is not only written in grand monuments and imperial decrees, but is also encoded in the silent, enigmatic form of a single piece of metal, lying on the seafloor for 2 millennia, waiting for us to ask the right questions. Leaving behind the silent cargo of a sunken ship, we now travel to a place where the water itself was believed to hold divine power, and where ordinary Romans went not to trade goods but to trade pleas with a goddess. This is the sacred spring at Aquae, the Roman spa town we know today as Bath in England. Here, nestled beside the steaming, mineral-rich waters, was a temple dedicated to a unique hybrid deity, Sulis Minerva, a fusion of the local Celtic goddess Sulis, associated with the spring's healing and prophetic powers, and the Roman goddess Minerva, the patroness of wisdom and strategy. For centuries, people journeyed to this site seeking cures for their ailments and guidance for their futures. But the most fascinating discoveries from this sacred spring aren't the grand statues or the temple foundations. They are the small, crumpled, and deeply personal messages left behind by those who felt they had nowhere else to turn. These are the Bath Curse tablets, over 130 sheets of lead, pierced with nails, and inscribed with some of the most raw and honest words to survive from Roman Britain. Unrolling one of these depictions is like listening in on a private, angry whisper from 2,000 years ago. The crimes that provoke them are almost always petty, the stuff of daily frustration that resonates across the millennia. A man named Docilinus writes a curse against the person who stole his hooded cloak, appealing directly to the goddess Sulis to deny the thief sleep and health until the garment is returned to her temple. Another tablet curses the thief who made off with a handful of coins. A woman named Vitalinus curses whoever stole his bronze vessel, while someone else seeks vengeance for a stolen pair of gloves. What makes these pleas so compelling is their specificity and their sheer emotional force. This wasn't an abstract prayer to a distant god. It was a direct, urgent appeal to a deity believed to be present and powerful, a divine detective and executioner rolled into one. The language used is often a rough, colloquial Latin, full of spelling errors and local dialect, a far cry from the polished prose of senators and poets. It's the voice of the common person, the soldier, the merchant, the visitor to the baths, driven to desperation by a personal injustice they felt the mortal courts could not or would not solve. The process of creating and deploying these curses was a ritual in itself, a blend of Roman legal formalism and ancient magic. The individual would inscribe their grievance onto a thin, pliable sheet of lead using a stylus. The message typically followed a set pattern, much like a legal document. It would invoke the deity, name the offender, if known, describe the crime, and then prescribe the punishment. The desired vengeance could be brutally specific. One tablet asks that the thief should lose his blood and his mind, while another wishes for the culprit to be unable to urinate or defecate. Once the curse was written, the tablet was often rolled or folded tightly, sometimes pierced with a nail, symbolically binding the accused or piercing them with the curse's power. It was then thrown into the sacred spring, a direct pipeline to the goddess of the waters. The act of throwing it into the murky, hot water was the final step, a physical relinquishing of the problem to a higher and far more fearsome authority. The spring became a vast, underwater postbox for grievances, a place where anger was deposited with the hope of divine retribution. But the true mystery of the Bath tablets lies not just in what they say, but in what they leave unsaid, and in the tantalizing questions they raise about belief and justice. For instance, many of the tablets do not name the thief. They use phrases like, whether man or woman, whether slave or free. This suggests that the victim often had no idea who had wronged them. The curse then becomes a kind of supernatural trap, set to ensnare the guilty party, whoever they might be. This raises a profound question about Roman society. Did people genuinely believe the goddess would seek out the culprit on her own? Or was the public act of inscribing and depositing the curse itself a form of social pressure? If a valuable item was stolen in a small community, word would quickly spread that a curse had been laid at the temple of Sulis Minerva. The very threat of divine punishment might have been enough to compel the thief to return the item anonymously or to live in fear of being discovered. The curse tablet could have functioned as both a spiritual weapon and a powerful psychological tool within the community. Furthermore, the sheer volume of tablets related to theft at a healing spring is a mystery in itself. Why was a goddess associated with health and wisdom also the preferred arbitrator for petty crime? The answer likely lies in the nature of the site. Sulis was a bustling tourist town, filled with visitors who were often sick, vulnerable, and carrying whatever wealth they had for their treatment. It was a perfect environment for thieves to operate. The temple authorities may have even encouraged the practice of curse tablets as a way to maintain order and offer a sense of recourse to victims, thereby enhancing the site's reputation as a place of justice as well as healing. The goddess Sulis Minerva, in her hybrid form, became the perfect patron for this, a wise judge who could see the truth and a powerful, curative force who could also inflict suffering on the guilty. The lead tablets of Bath are more than just ancient complaints. They are a unique window into the hopes, fears, and gritty reality of daily life at the edge of the Roman Empire, where the line between prayer and magic and between justice and vengeance was as hot and murky as the water of the sacred spring itself. But from the intricate personal pleas cast into the sacred springs of Bath, we now turn to a mystery of empire-shifting scale, a moment on a dusty Mesopotamian battlefield where the fate of the Roman world hinged on the path of a single anonymous spear. The year is 363 AD, and the Roman Empire is under the command of one of its most fascinating and controversial figures, Emperor Julian, known to history as Julian the Apostate. A nephew of Constantine the Great, Julian had rejected the Christianity that had become the state religion and embarked on a passionate, almost romantic quest to restore the old pagan gods and the classical virtues of Rome. After securing his throne, he turned his ambitious gaze east toward the powerful Sasanian Persian Empire, Rome's ancient rival. Assembling a massive army, perhaps the largest since the days of Trajan, Julian launched a bold invasion deep into Persian territory, aiming to capture the capital, Ctesiphon, and secure a lasting victory. The campaign began with brilliant successes, but as his forces advanced further into the heart of enemy land, the situation grew increasingly precarious. Then, on June 26, during a chaotic skirmish near the city of Samarra, the unthinkable happened. The emperor was struck down. The immediate aftermath was a political and military catastrophe. The Roman army, stranded deep in hostile territory without its leader, was forced into a humiliating retreat. The subsequent peace treaty, signed by Julian's successor Jovian, ceded key strategic territories and Roman strongholds to the Persians, a shocking reversal of centuries of Roman policy. But the true mystery that has echoed through the ages is not the result of the battle, but the nature of the wound itself. How did Julian die? The ancient sources, written by men with fiercely partisan loyalties, provide a tangled web of conflicting accounts that point to three starkly different possibilities, each implying a profoundly different story about the end of his reign. The official and most straightforward account presented to the public and recorded by some historians like Ammianus Marcellinus, who was actually on the campaign, is that Julian fell heroically in combat. Rushing into the fray without his full armor, a characteristic display of personal courage or reckless bravado, he was struck in the side by a Persian cavalryman's lance. This version paints his death as a tragic but honorable fate for a soldier emperor, a casualty of the fog of war. It's a clean, militarily respectable explanation that avoids uncomfortable questions. However, even Ammianus, who generally admired Julian, notes a strange detail. No one could identify the Persian horseman who delivered the fatal blow, and the spear was said to have ricocheted in a way that some found suspicious. This small seed of doubt opens the door to far more conspiratorial theories. A second, and much darker, narrative began to circulate almost immediately, that Julian was the victim of an assassin's blade, wielded not by a Persian, but by a Christian soldier within his own ranks. This theory is fueled by the intense religious polarization of the era. Julian's campaign to marginalize Christianity and restore paganism had earned him bitter enemies, not just among the clergy but within the army itself, which by this time contained many devout Christians. Proponents of this view argue that a lone fanatic, seeing an opportunity to strike down the apostate and end his persecution, took matters into his own hands during the confusion of battle. Some later Christian writers, far from condemning the act, even celebrated it as divine providence, the hand of God removing a tyrant. While there is no direct evidence to prove this plot, the sheer level of animosity makes it a hauntingly plausible scenario, transforming Julian's death from a military accident into a religious martyrdom or a political murder, depending on one's perspective. A third possibility, less dramatic but perhaps more human, is that the fatal spear was simply a stray projectile. In the heat of a disorganized skirmish, with missiles flying from all directions, a javelin or an arrow launched by an anonymous soldier, Roman or Persian, could have found its mark entirely by chance. This theory of a freak accident underscores the brutal randomness of ancient warfare, where the grand designs of emperors could be undone in an instant by a piece of flying metal with no intended target. It removes the grand narratives of heroism or conspiracy and replaces them with plain, dumb luck, or rather, a profound lack of it. The enduring fascination with Julian's death lies in what each version says about the era. If he was killed by a Persian, his death is the price of imperial ambition. If he was assassinated by a Christian, it is a stark symbol of the irreversible cultural shift he was fighting against, proof that the old Rome he longed for was already gone. And if it was a stray spear, his fate becomes a poignant lesson on the fragility of power and the indifference of fortune. His demise did not just end a campaign, it extinguished the last serious attempt to turn back the tide of Christianity, setting the stage for the firmly Christian Roman Empire that would survive in the East for another 1,000 years. The mystery of who threw that spear is therefore a question about the very soul of the late ancient world, a single point of impact that changed the trajectory of history. Far from the battlefields and sacred springs, we find ourselves on the stunning coastline of the Bay of Naples in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius. This was the playground of Rome's elite, a place of luxurious villas and therapeutic hot springs known as baei. It was here in the 1960s that a local resident digging a well broke through into something utterly unexpected, not a simple cavern but a man-made marvel. He had discovered the entrance to a vast, mysterious subterranean network, a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers carved directly into the volcanic tufa rock. This complex, now often referred to as the Crypta Romana or the Grotto of Sibyl, stretches for hundreds of meters on multiple levels, a hidden world beneath one of the ancient world's most famous resorts. The sheer scale and refined craftsmanship of these tunnels immediately ruled out any mundane purpose like a quarry or a warehouse. This was a space designed for something far more significant, and its true function has become one of Roman archaeology's most elegant puzzles. One of the most prominent theories connects the tunnels directly to Bai's primary attraction, its natural thermal springs. The area was famous for its vaporous, sulfurous waters, believed to have powerful healing properties. The complex network could have been an elaborate system for channeling and controlling these springs, perhaps part of a massive, private thermal spa complex belonging to an unimaginably wealthy individual, possibly even the emperor himself. The tunnels might have served as access routes for maintenance, conduits for steam, or even as a way to create a controlled environment for specific therapies. Visitors could have undergone a carefully orchestrated journey through different temperature and humidity zones, a form of ancient hydrotherapy. This idea is supported by the presence of niches in the walls that could have held lamps or small statues of healing deities, turning a functional system into a spiritually immersive experience. The tunnels would then be the hidden engine room of a luxurious health resort, a place where the raw power of the earth was harnessed for the comfort and rejuvenation of the Roman elite. Yet, the design and atmosphere of the complex suggest a purpose that goes beyond mere physical wellness. The layout, with its long, vaulted corridors and its alignment with certain celestial events, has led some scholars to propose that the Crypta Romana was a sanctuary dedicated to the practice of mystery cults. The most compelling candidate is the cult of Mithras, which we encountered earlier, whose rites were performed in underground chambers meant to represent the cosmos. While no definitive Mithraic iconography has been found, the subterranean, cave-like nature of the space is highly suggestive. Alternatively, it could have been a nymphaeum, not just a simple fountain house but an immense underground grotto dedicated to the nymphs and other chthonic deities. Imagine a space adorned with fountains, shimmering pools, and elegant statuary, illuminated by flickering oil lamps. The sound of trickling water would have echoed through the halls, creating an atmosphere of otherworldly tranquility. This would have been a place for philosophical contemplation, for initiation rituals, or for seeking oracles, a private spiritual retreat hidden away from the hedonistic excesses of the resort town above. Then there is the theory that it was all of these things at once, the ultimate expression of Roman luxury and power, a colossal subterranean villa. The tunnels might not have been mere passageways but the structural foundation for a grand, multi-level residence built into the hillside, a precursor to the concept of an underground palace. The various chambers could have served as triclinia for dining, libraries, baths, and private apartments, all naturally cooled in the summer and warmed by geothermal activity in the winter. The identity of the owner is a mystery in itself. Could it have been the notorious Emperor Nero who built his vast Domus Aurea in Rome and would have been drawn to such an ambitious project? Or perhaps the sophisticated Emperor Hadrian, known for his architectural innovations at his villa in Tivoli. The sheer cost and ambition required point to imperial ownership, a secret escape within an escape, where the most powerful man in the world could withdraw from even his own courtiers. The most enchanting aspect of the Baiae tunnels, however, may be their connection to the legendary Cumaean Sibyl, the very prophetess who supposedly sold the Sibylline Books to King Tarquin. The ancient writer Virgil placed the entrance to her cave near Lake Avernus, just a short distance from Baiae, describing it as a 100-mouthed gateway to the underworld. It is tantalizing to consider that the Crypta Romana could be a real-world reflection of this myth, a man-made attempt to recreate the Sibyl's sacred grotto. Wealthy Romans, fascinated by the afterlife and the idea of communing with the divine, might have visited this complex to undergo a simulated katabasis, a ritual descent into the underworld. They would walk the dark, winding paths, perhaps culminating in a chamber where a priestess would deliver oracles, the sulfurous vapors from the springs adding an air of authentic, supernatural power. The tunnels of Baiae, therefore, stand at the crossroads of geology, luxury, and profound belief. They are a monument to the Roman desire to not only harness the natural world but to shape it into a stage for their deepest aspirations, whether for health, power, or a glimpse into the world beyond. Expanding on the ritualistic theories surrounding the dodecahedron opens up a fascinating dimension of this puzzle, one that moves beyond pure mechanics and into the realm of Roman spirituality and cosmology. The argument that these objects were central to religious ceremonies gains traction when we consider their inconsistent design. If they were standardized tools for a common trade, we would expect far more uniformity in their size and the diameters of their holes. The variations instead suggest they could have been custom-made for specific rituals or for use by different religious groups, much like ritual objects in many cultures are tailored to their unique symbolic needs. A particularly compelling ritual theory posits that the dodecahedron was a device for determining the all-important dates for the agricultural calendar. The Roman economy was fundamentally agrarian, and the timing of sowing winter grain was a matter of survival. A miscalculation could lead to famine. The theory suggests that by holding the dodecahedron up to the sun, the different-sized holes could be used to measure the sun's altitude on the horizon at sunrise or sunset. As the seasons changed, the sun's path would shift, and by aligning it with a specific hole on a specific date, a farmer or priest could pinpoint the optimal time for planting. This would make it a sophisticated handheld almanac connecting the rhythms of the earth to the movements of the heavens. The knobs on each vertex could have been used for grip or perhaps even for marking specific days or lunar cycles. This idea elegantly ties the object to the most crucial aspect of Roman life, food production, governed by a blend of practical observation and religious observance, as the success of the harvest was ultimately in the hands of the gods. However, the agricultural theory faces significant hurdles. The varying hole sizes across different dodecahedrons would mean that each device would be calibrated differently, requiring a unique set of knowledge for each one. This seems inefficient for a practice that would need to be widely understood by farming communities. Furthermore, simpler and more reliable methods for determining sowing dates, such as observing the heliacal rising of certain stars like Sirius or the position of the sun relative to known landmarks, were already well established and required no special equipment. Why create such a complex bronze object when a notch carved into a stone wall or a simple gnomon would suffice? This leads us to an even more esoteric possibility, that the dodecahedron was an object of power within a mystery cult. Its geometric perfection, based on the 12-sided dodecahedron, was deeply significant in Greek and Roman philosophy. Plato himself associated this specific shape with the cosmos, with its 12 faces representing the 12 signs of the zodiac or the celestial sphere that encompassed the universe. In this context, a Roman dodecahedron could have been a sacred teaching tool, a physical representation of the harmony of the heavens used to instruct initiates in the secrets of the cult. It might have been used in initiation rites, perhaps as a device for divination. A small ball or die could be rolled through the holes, with the path it took determining the will of the gods or the initiate's fate. The very act of holding and contemplating such a complex, symmetrical object could have been a meditative practice, a way to connect with the divine order of the cosmos. Yet, the most persistent and perplexing argument against all these theories, ritual or practical, is the object's complete absence from the vast visual record of the Roman world. This is a silence that speaks volumes. The Romans depicted everything in their art, from the most mundane activities like baking bread to the most sacred ceremonies of sacrifice. We have frescoes of blacksmiths at their forges, carvings of surveyors at work, and mosaics of gladiators in combat. If the dodecahedron was a common ritual object or an important agricultural tool, why is it never shown in the hands of a priest, lying on an altar, or being used by a farmer? This conspicuous absence suggests that either its use was so secret that it was never to be depicted, which lends weight to the mystery cult theory, or that it was so rare and specialized that it simply never entered the common artistic consciousness. Perhaps it was considered a piece of specialized knowledge, like a master craftsman's unique gauge, not worthy of public commemoration. The dodecahedron's ghostly presence in the archaeological record, set against its total invisibility in Roman art, ensures that its true purpose remains locked within the silent rituals and lost knowledge of its creators. Moving from the shadowy tunnels of Baiae, we encounter a small object that has sparked an outrageously large debate, a single Roman coin that has become a battleground between traditional archaeology and modern fringe theories. From the reign of Emperor Probus, who ruled from 276 to 282 AD, comes a bronze Antoninianus that looks at first glance quite typical. On one side, we see the bust of the emperor, radiate and armored, projecting the standard image of imperial authority. But it is the reverse of the coin that has launched 1,000 speculative articles. It depicts a captive, bound Sarmatian prisoner, a common motif celebrating one of Probus's many military victories. Above this prisoner, however, is a strange, intricate symbol, a spoked, wheel-like object with a central globe or knob, from which 4 distinct rays emanate, all enclosed within a circle. To the untrained eye, especially a modern one steeped in science fiction, it bears a startling resemblance to a classic flying saucer, a UFO. This has led some to proclaim it as undeniable evidence of ancient extraterrestrial contact, a snapshot of an otherworldly craft observed by Romans and memorialized on their currency. A sober examination, however, requires us to step back from this sensational claim and place the coin firmly within the well-established context of Roman numismatic or coinage tradition. Roman coins were not casual art, they were mass-produced instruments of state propaganda. Every element on them was deliberately chosen to communicate a specific message to the empire's diverse and largely illiterate population. Celestial symbols were an incredibly common feature. Stars, suns, and crescent moons appeared frequently, often signifying the divine favor bestowed upon the emperor, suggesting his rule was blessed by the heavens. More specifically, the appearance of a comet or Sidus Crinitum Heri star was a powerful omen. The most famous example is the comet that appeared after the death of Julius Caesar, which was interpreted as proof of his ascension to godhood and was subsequently featured on coins minted by his heir Augustus. The symbol on Probus's coin fits this pattern perfectly. It is far more likely a representation of a star, perhaps a particularly bright celestial event observed during his campaigns, intended to signal that his victory over the Sarmatians had divine approval. The spokes could represent stylized rays of light, and the central knob a common way of depicting a star's nucleus in Roman art. The specific design of this symbol also has clear precedence. It closely resembles a stellatum, a type of star symbol used in Roman iconography, and even more tellingly, it echoes the design of certain military standards, particularly the ceremonial shields and banners carried by legions. Probus was a military emperor who spent his entire reign on campaign, restoring stability to an empire that had been tearing itself apart during the crisis of the 3rd century. Associating his hard-won victories with the favor of the gods, made visible through a celestial sign, was a standard political maneuver. To interpret this as a literal spacecraft is to ignore 1,000 other coins that use nearly identical symbols for entirely mundane, symbolic reasons. It would be like someone 2,000 years from now finding a coin with a star on it and claiming it was a photograph of the sun. This leads us to the broader, more fascinating mystery that this coin represents, not a mystery of ancient astronauts, but a mystery of modern perception. The alien coin is a perfect case study in how contemporary culture actively shapes our interpretation of the past. We see the past through a lens polished by our own experiences, fears, and popular media. In an era where UFOs and aerial phenomena are a persistent part of our cultural conversation, it is almost inevitable that a strange, circular, rayed object on an ancient artifact would be filtered through that framework. This is a psychological process known as pareidolia, the human tendency to perceive familiar patterns like faces or, in this case, machines, in random or ambiguous stimuli. Our brains are wired to make connections, and when faced with an unfamiliar symbol from a distant culture, we instinctively map it onto something we recognize from our own world. The danger, of course, is that this process can create a compelling but entirely false narrative. It strips the artifact of its authentic historical context and replaces it with an anachronistic one. The mystery of the coin is not what it depicts, but why we are so eager to project our own science fiction mythology onto it. This phenomenon reveals a deep-seated human desire for mystery, for a history that is more exciting and wondrous than the slow, complex grind of human events. The truth that the coin is a piece of political propaganda celebrating a military victory and invoking divine support is historically significant, but to some, it feels mundane compared to the thrilling possibility of ancient aliens. The real lesson of the alien coin is a cautionary one for all historians and enthusiasts. It reminds us to approach the past on its own terms, to first seek understanding within the rich and well-documented framework of the culture that produced an artifact before leaping to extraordinary conclusions that tell us more about our own time than they do about ancient Rome. But the destruction of a single emperor's ambitions in Persia pales in comparison to the calculated annihilation of an entire civilization, an act of such thoroughness that it erased a rival's memory from the earth and created one of history's most tantalizing literary ghosts. The year is 146 BC, and the Third Punic War has reached its brutal, foregone conclusion. For 3 years, Roman legions have laid siege to the great city of Carthage. Now the walls are breached and the final, bloody street-by-street fighting has begun. For 6 days, the carnage continues until the last desperate defenders are cornered in the citadel of Boudica. The city is put to the torch, and the Romans, under the command of Scipio Aemilianus, systematically begin the work of demolition. According to the terms decreed by the Roman Senate, Carthage is to be erased, its very soil sown with salt to ensure nothing ever grows there again. In this orgy of destruction, a library of legendary proportions, a repository of Carthaginian and Phoenician knowledge accumulated over centuries, is said to have vanished. But did it simply burn, or was its fate far more complex and mysterious? The common assumption, reinforced by the dramatic narrative of total destruction, is that the great library of Carthage was consumed by the same flames that devoured the city's temples and palaces. It is a heart-wrenching image, countless scrolls containing the unique historical, scientific, and literary traditions of the Phoenician diaspora turning to ash. This loss would be immeasurable. While we have Roman and Greek perspectives on Carthage, we have almost nothing written by the Carthaginians themselves. Their own history, their explorations beyond the Pillars of Hercules, their sophisticated agricultural manuals that transformed North African farming, their treaties and laws, all of it would have been stored in such a library. Its destruction would represent one of the greatest cultural tragedies of the ancient world, a deliberate act of intellectual genocide that left us with a profoundly skewed and hostile view of Rome's greatest rival, filtered entirely through the prejudiced lens of its conquerors. However, a fascinating and often overlooked account from the Roman historian Seneca the Elder offers a startling alternative. He records that after the fall of the city, the Roman Senate debated what to do with Carthage's vast libraries. Rather than ordering their immediate destruction, the Senate reportedly decreed that the collections be given to the minor kings of Africa, likely the Berber chieftains and local rulers who were Roman allies. This single sentence opens up a world of possibility. If true, it suggests a calculated political move rather than mindless vandalism. By gifting these libraries to friendly local rulers, Rome would be distributing a potent symbol of Carthaginian authority, effectively dismantling it and demonstrating that cultural patronage now flowed from Rome. It would be a way of co-opting the intellectual legacy of their defeated foe, binding local elites to Rome through the gift of prestige. This possibility transforms the mystery from a question of simple loss to a haunting quest for a dispersed treasure. If the library was not burned but distributed, where did it go? The African kings would have taken these scrolls back to their own capitals, places like Cirta in Numidia or Volubilis in Mauritania. There, the collections might have been integrated into local archives or stored in royal treasuries. For a generation or two, these texts may have survived, perhaps even been studied. But the subsequent centuries were not kind to North Africa. The region was racked by further wars, from the Jugothine War to the civil wars of the late Republic. These petty kingdoms were themselves absorbed into the Roman provincial system. Without a centralized, state-supported institution like the Library of Alexandria to preserve them, the scattered collections would have been incredibly vulnerable. They could have been lost to neglect, consumed in local conflicts, or simply discarded as the Latin language and Roman culture superseded Punic traditions. The library may have died not in a single inferno, but through a slow, silent disintegration across 100 different towns. The contents of this lost library remain the ultimate historical what-if. What secrets did it hold? It almost certainly contained detailed logs of Carthaginian voyages of exploration. the Carthaginian admiral Hanno supposedly sailed down the west coast of Africa, perhaps even reaching the Gulf of Guinea. His periplus or coastal guide survives only in a much later Greek summary. The original, more detailed account would have been in the Carthaginian archives. Similarly, the works of Mago the Carthaginian, a 28-volume encyclopedia on agriculture that was considered so valuable the Roman Senate later commissioned a translation into Latin, would have been housed there. We have only fragments of that translation. The library would have held the complete histories of Carthage written by its own citizens, offering a perspective on the Punic Wars utterly different from the Roman version we know today. It might have contained epic poems, philosophical treatises, and maps of the ancient world that would have radically altered our understanding of geography. The mystery of the lost library of Carthage is therefore a dual tragedy. If it was burned, it was an act of profound cultural short-sightedness. If it was scattered, its loss was a slow-motion disaster of neglect. In either case, the result is the same: a colossal gap in our understanding of the ancient Western Mediterranean. The silence left by its absence is a permanent reminder that history is written by the victors, and that the vanquished often have their voices erased not just from the present, but from the memory of the future. The fate of this great library is a ghost story told not with specters, but with the empty spaces on our bookshelves, a silent testament to a civilization whose own story was almost completely lost. While the leaden pleas from the sacred spring at Bath offer an intimate look into the anxieties of Roman Britain, they are merely a single, poignant chapter in a much darker and more expansive story. The practice of creating depictions or curse tablets was a pandemic of private magic that infected the entire Roman world, from the sun-baked villas of North Africa to the damp frontier forts along the Rhine. These tablets reveal a shadow empire, a parallel realm of belief where individuals, feeling failed by the slow and often corrupt official justice system, took matters into their own hands by appealing to far more potent and far less forgiving authorities. The mystery we confront now is not just about the specific grievances, but about the profound, widespread psychology that drove millions of ordinary people, from enslaved individuals to wealthy merchants, to participate in this clandestine ritual for centuries. The common thread tying these curses together is their striking formulaic nature, a testament to what must have been a thriving, professionalized industry of magical practitioners. While the specifics of the complaint were unique, the structure was remarkably consistent, mirroring the legal documents of the Roman court system. A typical defixio would begin with a powerful invocation, calling upon chthonic deities, gods of the underworld like Pluto, the stern ruler of the dead, and his queen Proserpina, or the fearsome three-faced goddess of magic Hecate. This was not a polite request, it was a forceful summons, often binding the deity to act. The tablet would then precisely name the target, using a common legal phrase that echoes even in the Bath tablets: whether man or woman, whether slave or free, ensuring no loophole for the guilty party. The crime would be laid out with the clarity of an indictment, followed by the desired punishment, which could be shockingly specific and brutal. The final act was the binding, achieved by piercing the lead sheet with a nail, rolling or folding it tightly, and then depositing it in a place believed to be a gateway to the underworld, a deep well, a fresh grave, or a sacred spring. This leads us to the dark heart of the mystery, the nature of the punishment sought. These were not vague wishes for misfortune. They were precise, surgical strikes aimed at every aspect of a person's life. A charioteer named Hyperantus, from a tablet found in Roman Carthage, curses his rival's horses by name Victory, Moria, and others, begging the gods to ensure they do not run well, that they not win, that they be bound, that they be broken. In Rome, a man named Porcello curses a woman named Vesonia, asking that she be unable to speak or sleep, that she burn with fever, and that her body waste away until she is nothing but liquid mud. The violence of these curses is visceral, reflecting a deep-seated rage and a desire for total domination over the offender. The mystery lies in understanding how a society so renowned for its law and order simultaneously nurtured such a vibrant, violent culture of magical vengeance. It suggests that for many, the official system was inaccessible, untrustworthy, or simply too slow, and that the immediacy and finality of a curse offered a more satisfying form of justice, one delivered by the gods themselves. What is perhaps most fascinating is the sheer diversity of people who resorted to this practice. The evidence from the tablets themselves shows that this was not the domain of an uneducated underclass. The quality of the Latin or Greek varies wildly, from the crude scratches of someone barely literate to the elegant, practiced hand of a professional scribe. This indicates that individuals from all social strata utilized cursed tablets. A wealthy landowner might hire a specialist to compose an elaborate curse against a neighbor encroaching on his property, while an enslaved person might painstakingly etch a plea for vengeance against a cruel master onto a piece of scavenged lead. The discovery of cursed tablets in military contexts is particularly telling. Soldiers living in a rigidly hierarchical and dangerous world used them to curse bullying centurions, rivals for promotion, or even the enemy warriors they were about to face in battle. This universality points to a deep, fundamental human need for agency in a world full of powerlessness. When all else failed, when the courts were bought or the social hierarchy was immutable, the cursed tablet offered a way to fight back, to exert control from the shadows. The ultimate enigma of the depictions, however, is whether anyone truly believed they worked. Was it a sincere act of faith or a desperate, symbolic gesture born of frustration? The sheer volume of tablets, thousands have been recovered, strongly suggests a genuine and widespread belief in their efficacy. People would not have repeatedly invested time, money, and emotional energy into a practice they thought was futile. Furthermore, the care taken with the ritual, the precise invocation of powerful deities, and the legalistic language all imply a conviction that these actions had real-world consequences. For the user, the act of writing the curse, of nailing it shut, and of consigning it to the depths was in itself a powerful psychological release, a way of externalizing hatred and transferring the burden of vengeance to a divine power. In a world perceived as swarming with invisible forces, the cursed tablet was a tangible tool for navigating misfortune, a dark mirror to the official prayers offered in the bright sunlight of the state temples. It reveals a Roman mind that was pragmatic, vengeful, and profoundly superstitious, a mind that saw no contradiction between building aqueducts and begging the gods to melt a rival's bowels. The silent, crumpled lead tablets are therefore more than historical curiosities. They are the fossilized remains of ancient desperation, a haunting testament to the universal and timeless desire for justice, or at the very least for revenge. But from the wide-ranging world of cursed tablets and their dark appeals for justice, we descend into the very bedrock of Western history, to a single, unassuming wall that stands at the center of one of the greatest theological and archaeological mysteries of all time. This is not a grand monument on the Roman skyline, but a humble structure hidden deep beneath the opulent floors of St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican. Here, in what was once an open-air necropolis on the Vatican Hill, lies a patch of ancient brickwork famously known as the Red Wall. To the untrained eye, it is a fragment of crumbling red plaster, scarred by centuries of later construction. Yet, this simple wall is the focal point of a question that has echoed for millennia. Does it mark the final resting place of the Apostle Peter, the fisherman whom Jesus called the rock upon which he would build his church? The story of the Red Wall begins not in the age of the Apostles, but in the middle of the 20th century. In the 1940s, Pope Pius XII authorized a secret archaeological excavation beneath the basilica, seeking to locate the tomb of St. Peter, which tradition had always placed there. What the archaeologists, led by Monsignor Ludwig Kahrs and the Jesuit archaeologist Antonio Ferrua, uncovered was a stunning time capsule, a sprawling Roman necropolis, a literal city of the dead preserved directly under the church. This Vatican necropolis was lined with ornate family tombs or mausolea dating from the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD, filled with frescoes, sculptures, and inscriptions of wealthy Romans. And at the very heart of this pagan and Christian burial ground, they found a simple, open-air plot of earth, marked by a modest, graffiti-covered wall that had been painted red. What makes this particular patch of wall so significant are the tantalizing clues left upon it by ancient pilgrims. The plaster surface is covered in early Christian graffiti, much of it fragmentary and difficult to decipher. But among these scratched prayers and names, one inscription stands out. In Greek letters, a 2nd or 3rd century believer had written the words Peter Osne, which can be interpreted as Peter is within. This is not a formal, official declaration, but a heartfelt, personal affirmation of faith, etched by someone who believed they were standing at the very spot where the apostle was buried. Furthermore, directly adjacent to the Red Wall, archaeologists discovered a small, niched monument that had been constructed in the mid-2nd century. This structure, known as the Edicula or Little Shrine, was built precisely to honor whatever was located in the ground at that specific point. Its placement strongly suggests that by the middle of the 2nd century, just a few generations after Peter's martyrdom under Emperor Nero around 64 AD, this spot was already venerated as his tomb. However, the mystery deepens because the archaeological evidence is frustratingly incomplete and open to interpretation. The most critical question is this: what, if anything, was actually found in the earth directly beneath the Red Wall and the Edicula? The excavations in the 1940s revealed that the area had been heavily disturbed by later building projects, including the construction of the first St. Peter's Basilica by Emperor Constantine in the 4th century. The soil was a jumble of different periods. Within this disturbed earth near the base of the wall, excavators discovered human bones. The initial analysis was chaotic. The bones were from several individuals, including animals, and were initially set aside without a full study. It was only years later that a more thorough examination was conducted, leading to a stunning announcement. The bones of an elderly, robust male missing his feet had been identified. The missing feet were seen as significant, as tradition holds that Peter was crucified upside down, and removing his body from the cross might have involved cutting off the feet. In 1968, Pope Paul VI declared that the relics of St. Peter had been identified, in a way which we believe convincing. Yet, many archaeologists and historians remain cautious, if not deeply skeptical. The bones were found in the disturbed fill near the wall, not in an intact, sealed burial. There is no 1st century tomb that can be definitively linked to Peter. The inscription, "Peter is within," is powerful, but it is not proof. It is an expression of belief. The 2nd century Edicula proves that the site was venerated early on, but it does not conclusively prove that the veneration was based on a genuine, known burial location rather than a developing tradition. Critics of the tomb theory argue that the area was a public cemetery close to the site of Nero's circus, where Peter was martyred. It is entirely possible that early Christians simply believed he was buried in a nearby common grave and began to venerate that spot, with the tradition solidifying over time into accepted fact. The lack of any clear 1st century evidence leaves a gap that faith has filled for 2,000 years. The debate over the Red Wall, therefore, is about more than just bones and bricks. It is a profound collision of faith, history, and science. For the Catholic Church, the Red Wall is the physical anchor of its entire existence, the tangible proof of its foundation upon the Apostle Peter. For rigorous archaeologists, it is an enigmatic site that offers compelling circumstantial evidence but falls short of scientific certainty. The wall stands as a silent, powerful testament to the birth of a world religion, a humble structure that has supported the weight of immense faith for centuries. Whether it truly marks the grave of a fisherman from Galilee or simply the powerful beginning of a tradition that shaped the world, the Red Wall remains one of history's most resonant and unresolved mysteries, a patch of red plaster that continues to hold the attention of believers and skeptics alike. The story of Cleopatra and Mark Antony does not end with their dramatic suicides and the fall of Egypt. It continues with their 3 young children who became living spoils of a war they did not understand. In the aftermath of Actium and the capture of Alexandria, the world of 10-year-old twins Alexander Helios and Cleopatra Selene and their little brother, 6-year-old Ptolemy Philadelphus, shattered. They were suddenly orphans, their royal status replaced by the grim label of prisoners of war. Their fate rested entirely in the hands of their parents' conqueror, Octavian, the man who would soon become the Emperor Augustus. The most detailed historical account we have comes from Cassius Dio, who records that Octavian, perhaps in a calculated display of what he called clementia or mercy, spared the children's lives. But this was not an act of kindness, it was a political calculation. To have executed them would have created martyrs and risked backlash. Instead, he had a far more potent and humiliating fate in mind for them. That fate was the Roman triumph. In 29 BC, Octavian celebrated a magnificent triple triumph in Rome to mark his victories in Illyricum, at Actium, and in Egypt. The streets were packed with citizens eager to witness the spectacle of their new master's power. As part of the Egyptian procession, the 3 children of Antony and Cleopatra were forced to walk, a living, breathing tableau of their parents' defeat. They were paraded alongside an effigy of their dead mother, the great Cleopatra, depicted with an asp coiled around her arm. The psychological cruelty of this moment is almost unimaginable. The children were made to embody the conquered East, their very presence designed to demonstrate that Octavian had not only defeated his rivals, but had extinguished their line and absorbed their legacy. For the Roman crowd, they were exotic curiosities. For Octavian, they were powerful symbols of his absolute authority. Yet, after this very public humiliation, the historical spotlight dims, and the 3 young royals begin to fade into the shadows of history, their paths diverging in ways that remain deeply mysterious. The fate of Cleopatra Selene is the most well-documented, and it offers a remarkable story of resilience and adaptation. Octavian, ever the pragmatist, recognized that she could still be a useful political asset. When she came of age around 20 BC, he arranged a strategic marriage for her. Her husband was Juba II, the king of the client kingdom of Mauritania in North Africa. Juba was an ideal choice. He himself had been brought to Rome as an infant after his father, the king of Numidia, was defeated by Julius Caesar. Raised and educated in the heart of the Roman elite, Juba was a scholar and a loyal friend to Augustus. Marrying Cleopatra Selene to him was a masterstroke. It placed a descendant of both the Ptolemaic and Antonian lines on a throne far from Egypt under firm Roman supervision. Together, Juba and Cleopatra Selene transformed their capital, Caesarea, into a magnificent Hellenistic-style city, a little Alexandria on the African coast. Coins minted during their reign show Cleopatra Selene depicted as a full queen, often with the cornucopia symbolizing prosperity, a clear indication that she wielded significant power and influence. She had navigated the impossible, transitioning from a prisoner in a triumph to a respected client queen, preserving a fragment of her mother's legacy in a new land. But the story of her brothers, Alexander Helios and Ptolemy Philadelphus, is where the historical record falls into an abyss of silence. After the triumph, they simply disappear. Cassius Dio offers the only and deeply unsettling clue. He states matter-of-factly that they were given into the care of Octavian's sister, Octavia, the very woman who had been Mark Antony's former wife. This was another layer of psychological complexity, as Octavia had raised Antony's other children from his marriage to her. For a time, it seemed the boys might be raised within the imperial household, a fate that offered at least physical safety. But then, Dio adds a chilling postscript that they died of disease not long after while in her care. This terse explanation is where the mystery truly begins. In the treacherous world of Roman succession politics, the phrase, "died of disease," is often a polite euphemism for assassination. The boys, with their potent combination of Ptolemaic and Antonian blood, were walking threats to Augustus's new regime. As long as they lived, they could become focal points for rebellion or be used as pawns by rivals. Their elimination, while tragic, would have been a coldly logical step to secure the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Yet the possibility that they genuinely succumbed to illness cannot be entirely dismissed. The mortality rate for children in the ancient world was brutally high, and even those living in the imperial palace were not immune to epidemics. The fact that they were both said to have died around the same time could support the theory of a contagious outbreak. However, the complete lack of any further mention of them, no monuments, no references in later histories, not even a whisper, is deafening. If they had died natural deaths, one might expect some minor commemoration given their famous parentage. Their absolute erasure from the record is more consistent with a deliberate act of political silencing. A third, more speculative theory suggests that they might not have been killed but were instead hidden away, perhaps sent into obscurity under different names to live out their lives in anonymity, a practice not unknown in history. But without a single shred of evidence, this remains a romantic hope rather than a historical probability. The contrasting fates of Cleopatra Selene and her brothers highlight the brutal pragmatism of Augustan Rome. A daughter could be married off to a loyal client king, her royal blood used to legitimize Roman rule in a frontier region. She could be controlled, but sons, especially sons named Alexander Helios the Sun and Ptolemy Philadelphus, names dripping with connotations of world conquest and Hellenistic kingship, were an existential threat. Their very existence was a challenge to the new world order Augustus was building. The silence surrounding their end is one of the most poignant in ancient history. It represents the final extinguishing of the dream of a Greco-Roman East that Antony and Cleopatra had championed, and a stark reminder that in the game of imperial power, children were never just children. They were symbols, liabilities, and ultimately casualties. The story of Alexander Helios and Ptolemy Philadelphus is a ghost story told in the empty space where their histories should be, a silent testament to the price of losing the greatest political struggle of the ancient world. Shifting from the silent fate of royal children to a cataclysm that illuminated the dark corners of imperial Rome with a terrifying orange glow, we confront a disaster that has become synonymous with tyranny itself. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 AD was a historical inflection point, a week-long inferno that devoured the very heart of the empire and forged a narrative of a mad emperor that has persisted for 2 millennia. The popular image is seared into our collective memory, the Emperor Nero, decadent and deranged, fiddling while his city burned, so inspired by the spectacle that he later cleared the land to build his vast, self-indulgent pleasure palace, the Domus Aurea, or Golden House. He is the archetypal villain, and the Christians he brutally persecuted became history's quintessential scapegoats. But when we sift through the ashes of the ancient sources, a far more complex and ambiguous picture emerges, one where the certainty of Nero's guilt gives way to a troubling and enduring historical mystery. The fire itself was a monster of unprecedented scale. It began on the night of July 19th in the shops encircling the Circus Maximus, a district packed with flammable goods like oil and timber. Fanned by a strong wind, the flames raced through the narrow, winding alleys of the city's ancient neighborhoods. The fire raged for 6 days and 7 nights, only to reignite and burn for another 3. Of Rome's 14 districts, only 4 remained completely untouched. 3 were leveled to the ground, reduced to smoldering charcoal, while the other 7 suffered catastrophic damage. Countless temples, public buildings, and homes were lost. The human cost was incalculable, with many of the city's poor, trapped in their insulae or cramped apartment blocks, perishing in the flames. The Roman historian Tacitus, our most reliable source, vividly describes a city in chaos, with panicked citizens fleeing and the sound of collapsing buildings filling the air. It was, by any measure, a catastrophe that threatened to break the spirit of the world's greatest city. The case against Nero rests heavily on the accounts of historians who wrote decades after his death, men like Tacitus and Suetonius, whose sources were often hostile senators whose families had suffered under his rule. Their narratives paint a damning portrait. They report that Nero, who was at his villa in Antium over 30 miles away when the fire started, rushed back to Rome and watched the conflagration from the safety of the Tower of Mechanism, where he was supposedly so moved by the sight that he sang of the fall of Troy, comparing the disaster to an ancient epic. This is the origin of the fiddling legend, though the instrument was more likely a lyre. More sinisterly, Suetonius claims that Nero secretly sent out men with torches to act as accelerants, ensuring the fire would spread. The motive ascribed is one of pure, monstrous vanity. To clear a vast swath of the city center to build his dream palace, the Domus Aurea, a sprawling complex of buildings, gardens, and a giant lake that would occupy land once filled with the homes of ordinary Romans. Yet, a closer examination of Nero's actual response to the fire reveals a different side of the emperor. According to Tacitus, once the scale of the disaster became clear, Nero threw himself into the relief effort. He opened his own gardens to the homeless, arranged for food supplies to be brought in from the surrounding countryside, and temporarily suspended the price of grain to prevent profiteering. He also introduced new, crucial building regulations designed to prevent a future calamity, mandating the use of more fire-resistant materials like stone for party walls and creating wider streets to act as fire breaks. He personally financed much of the initial cleanup. These are not the actions of a man who had single-handedly engineered the destruction. They are the pragmatic, if desperate, measures of a leader trying to manage an unimaginable crisis and maintain his grip on power in its aftermath. This disconnect between the villainous legend and the recorded administrative response leads historians to explore alternative theories for the fire's origin. The most straightforward explanation is also the most likely: accident. Rome in the 1st century was a tinderbox. The densely packed, poorly built insulae were constructed mostly of wood, and open flames for cooking, heating, and lighting were ubiquitous. A simple cooking fire or an overturned oil lamp in the shops around the Circus Maximus could have easily sparked a blaze that quickly grew beyond anyone's ability to control, especially given the hot, dry summer conditions and the city's inadequate firefighting capabilities. The very urban density that made Rome a marvel also made it profoundly vulnerable. A more politically charged theory suggests that Nero himself may have been the victim of a conspiracy. The emperor had made powerful enemies among the old senatorial aristocracy, who resented his autocratic style and his populist tendencies, which included performing on stage, an act considered deeply shameful for a Roman aristocrat. Is it possible that a faction opposed to Nero deliberately set the fire to destabilize his regime, hoping the public outrage would force him from power? The fire started in a commercial district not near the imperial palaces, and its timing while Nero was away could point to a calculated act of sabotage. If this was the case, the plan backfired spectacularly, as Nero used the crisis to consolidate his authority and infamously redirect public anger. This brings us to the pivotal moment that sealed Nero's historical reputation: the scapegoating of the Christians. With rumors swirling that the emperor had started the fire, he needed a culprit. Tacitus tells us that Nero found his victims in a class of men, loathed for their vices, whom the crowd styled Christians. He describes how a vast multitude were arrested, convicted not so much for arson but for hatred of the human race. Their deaths were crafted into a spectacle of horrifying cruelty. Some were sewn into the skins of wild beasts and torn apart by dogs. Others were crucified. Still others were burned alive, used as human torches to illuminate Nero's gardens during evening parties. This brutal persecution was a masterstroke of political misdirection, tapping into the public's suspicion of the secretive Christian sect. But it also raises a question: if Nero was so clearly guilty, would such a brutal diversion have been necessary, or would it have been seen as a transparent ploy? The fact that he felt the need to pin the blame on a vulnerable minority suggests that the truth of the fire's origin was far from settled in the public mind even then. The Domus Aurea itself stands as the most ambiguous piece of evidence. Its construction on land cleared by the fire is the primary exhibit for Nero's motive. Yet the palace was not just a private villa, it was a monumental public statement of imperial power, with grand porticos and parks that were, at least in part, open to the public. While its extravagance was shocking to traditional Romans, its construction also provided employment and spurred economic activity during the reconstruction. The mystery, therefore, is not simply whether Nero started the fire, but to what extent he exploited a tragedy for his own grand designs. Did he see a catastrophic accident as a convenient opportunity, or did he actively plan the destruction? The evidence is too contradictory for a definitive verdict. The Great Fire of Rome remains a Rorschach test for historians. It forces us to confront the reliability of our sources, all of whom had agendas shaped by the eventual collapse of Nero's dynasty. The image of the insane pyromaniac emperor is a compelling story, one that has been told and retold for centuries. But the truth is likely mired in the same chaos and ambiguity that defined the fire itself. A perfect storm of urban vulnerability, political intrigue, and an emperor whose response was a complex mix of genuine crisis management and ruthless opportunism. The flames consumed more than just buildings. They consumed the historical truth, leaving us with a mystery that continues to smolder after nearly 2,000 years. But from the grand, fiery narrative of imperial Rome, we travel now to a quieter, more introspective mystery tucked away in the wooded hills of Gloucestershire, England. Here, overlooking the wide Severn estuary, lies a site that whispers of a different kind of Roman power, not the power of legions, but the power of dreams. This is the temple complex of Nodens at Lydney Park. Unlike the monumental state-sponsored temples to Jupiter or Mars, this was a place of personal pilgrimage, a sanctuary dedicated to a unique fusion of deities that reveals the complex spiritual landscape of Roman Britain. The site itself is enigmatic, but one structure in particular, a long, narrow building known as an abaton, holds the key to a profound mystery, suggesting that the Romans did not merely conquer the land, but sometimes sought to harness its ancient, sleeping magic. The god at the center of this mystery, Nodens, is a fascinating figure. He is a pre-Roman Celtic deity, associated in later Welsh mythology with Nuada Ergitlom, a king of the Tuatha De Danann who lost an arm in battle and had it replaced with one of silver. This connection hints at Nodens's potential domains: kingship, healing, and perhaps craftsmanship. When the Romans arrived, they did what they often did with local gods. They identified him with one of their own. At Lydney, inscriptions link Nodens to the Roman god Mars, but also, intriguingly, to the god Silvanus, a spirit of the wild woods. This creates a complex divine profile. Nodens becomes Mars Nodens, a healer and a warrior, and also a lord of the untamed natural world. This wasn't a simple renaming. It was a theological merger, creating a new, hybrid deity who could address the specific hopes and fears of the people living in this borderland. The heart of the mystery, however, is not the temple itself, but the long, narrow building constructed alongside it, the abaton. This term, borrowed from Greek healing sanctuaries like the famous one dedicated to Asclepius at Epidaurus, refers to a portico or hall where pilgrims would go to sleep. The concept was known as incubatio. A sufferer would come to the sanctuary, make sacrifices, and undergo purification rites. Then, as night fell, they would lie down to sleep within the sacred confines of the abaton. The belief was that during this ritual sleep, the god would appear to them in a dream. The visitation might involve the god touching the afflicted part of the body, or it might be a symbolic dream containing a riddle that, when interpreted by the temple priests the next morning, would reveal the cure. It was a form of direct divine diagnosis. The discovery of the abaton at Lydney Park is what makes the site so extraordinary and so puzzling. It is the only known example of such a structure from Roman Britain. Why here? The answer may lie in the very essence of the location. The temple was built within the ramparts of an old Iron Age hill fort, a place already steeped in ancient power and significance. Below the site are natural springs, and the land overlooks a vast, dramatic estuary. The Celts revered such liminal places, where earth meets water, where high ground meets the sky, as gateways to the otherworld. The Romans, pragmatic as ever, may have recognized this innate spiritual energy and decided to build their dream sanctuary upon it, effectively co-opting the genius of the place for their new hybrid god. The abaton was their tool for channeling that power, but how did this ritual of dream healing actually work? The archaeological finds from Lydney offer tantalizing clues. Excavations have uncovered numerous artifacts, but some of the most telling are the small, votive offerings left by pilgrims. These include bronze dog figurines. In the Greco-Roman world, dogs were sacred to Asclepius and were believed to lick the wounds of sleeping supplicants, healing them. The presence of these figurines strongly suggests that the rituals at Lydney were directly inspired by the Mediterranean tradition of Asclepius. Yet, there are also artifacts that are distinctly local, such as pieces of engraved metalwork with Celtic designs. It seems the temple priests managed a sophisticated spiritual operation, blending classical healing rituals with native British beliefs to create a uniquely potent service. The great unanswered question about the Lydney abaton is one of experience. What was it truly like for a Roman British farmer, a retired legionary, or a local chieftain to spend a night within its walls? Imagine the scene. The hall would have been dark, filled with the sounds of other sleepers, the scent of incense, and the nearby damp earth. There would have been an intense atmosphere of anticipation, mixed with fear and hope. The priests may have administered herbal remedies or potions to induce a trance-like state. The dreams that came would have been shaped by the suggestible mind of the pilgrim, their faith in Mars Nodens, and the powerful, ancient atmosphere of the hill fort itself. A cure, when it occurred, would have been a powerful reinforcement of the god's power and the authority of the temple. The abaton was more than a building. It was a theater for the subconscious, a place where the Romans, for all their engineering and law, acknowledged that some of the deepest truths about health, fate, and the divine could only be accessed in the silent, vulnerable state of sleep. The temple at Lydney stands as a quiet monument to this profound understanding, a place where conquest gave way to contemplation, and where the empire sought answers not in the waking world but in the mysterious realm of dreams. Picture a thread of gold, not spun from metal, but formed over millions of years from the fossilized resin of ancient forests, stretching over 1,000 miles from the misty shores of the Baltic Sea to the sun-drenched forums of Rome. This was the Amber Road, one of antiquity's most extraordinary trade arteries, a precursor to the Silk Road that connected the barbarian world of the north with the heart of Mediterranean civilization. We know it existed because of the undeniable evidence, exquisite amber artifacts found in Egyptian tombs from the time of Tutankhamun and buried with Mycenaean kings, long before Rome was even a village on the Palatine Hill. By the imperial era, the demand for this northern gold had become insatiable. Roman nobles prized it for its warm, translucent beauty, its alleged magical and medicinal properties, and its captivating ability to hold static electricity, a phenomenon that seemed like captured lightning. Yet for a route so vital, so tangible in the artifacts it left behind, the Amber Road itself is a ghost on the landscape. While we can trace its general path starting in the Baltic regions of modern Poland and Russia, snaking south through the Moravian Gate, skirting the Eastern Alps, and crossing the Danube to reach the Adriatic Sea at Aquileia, the precise footpaths, the locations of the trading posts, the identities of the countless middlemen, and the exact logistics of this immense journey have faded in Earth, leaving behind a mystery as opaque as a piece of rough amber itself. The mechanics of this long-distance trade are a puzzle built on a series of handoffs across a cultural chasm. A Roman merchant in Aquileia, the great emporium at the head of the Adriatic, would never have ventured into the dark, trackless forests of Germania or beyond. The trade was conducted through a complex chain of intermediaries, a relay race of commerce where goods and trust were passed from one group to the next. At the source, along the Baltic coast, local tribes like the Isti would collect the raw amber, either harvesting it from the sea after storms or mining it from primary deposits. They would then trade it inland to Germanic tribes, perhaps the Lugii or the Vandals, who controlled the river systems and forest paths leading south. These groups would, in turn, barter with Celtic tribes closer to the Roman frontier. Only at the Danube would Roman traders, often based in fortified towns like Carnuntum, finally take possession of the precious cargo. What was exchanged in return? The northern tribes craved Roman goods above all else: fine bronze vessels, glassware, intricate jewelry, and most critically, silver coinage. But the ultimate prize, the item that could make a chieftain's power absolute, was Roman weaponry, swords, spearheads, and chainmail. This trade was a double-edged sword for Rome. It enriched the empire with luxury goods, but also armed the very peoples who would, in time, become some of its most formidable enemies. What truly vanished with the decline of the Amber Road was not just a path, but an entire ecosystem of connectivity. This route was more than a simple track for moving goods. It was a conduit for ideas, technologies, and people. A Roman glassmaker's techniques might influence a Celtic artisan living hundreds of miles north of the frontier. A Germanic tribesman's understanding of the world would be reshaped by the stories and objects filtering up from the Mediterranean. The road required a staggering degree of cooperation and stable relations between dozens of disparate, often rival tribes. For the trade to flow, a fragile peace had to be maintained along its entire length. This intricate system depended entirely on the economic gravity of Rome. The empire acted as a powerful engine of demand, its wealthy elite creating a pull so strong that it organized the economies of peoples far beyond its direct control. The Amber Road, therefore, was a visible manifestation of Rome's economic power, a tendril of influence that reached deep into barbarian Europe, transforming the societies it touched by drawing them into a vast, interconnected economic sphere. The road's decline in the 3rd and 4th centuries AD is a barometer for the failing health of the Roman Empire itself. As the crisis of the 3rd century plunged the empire into internal chaos, civil war, and economic collapse, the demand for luxury goods like amber plummeted. The silver coins that had fueled the trade became debased, losing their value and their appeal to northern chieftains. Simultaneously, the frontiers became increasingly unstable. The delicate network of client kingdoms and friendly tribes that had policed the trade routes fractured under the pressure of new migratory groups like the Goths moving westward. The path of the Amber Road became a corridor of conflict rather than commerce. Aquileia itself, the southern terminus, was sacked by Attila the Hun in 452, a symbolic death blow to this ancient network. Without the stable, wealthy terminus of Rome to drive it, the entire intricate system collapsed. The tribes along the route no longer had a compelling reason to maintain the peace or the pathways. Knowledge of the route's specific branches and the specialized skills needed to navigate it were lost within a generation or two, reclaimed by the forests and the silence of a decentralized, impoverished post-Roman world. The disappearance of the Amber Road is a profound lesson in the fragility of globalization. It shows us that complex, long-distance networks are not permanent features of the landscape. They are delicate creations that require political stability, economic prosperity, and mutual interest to survive. When the central power that sustains them weakens, the light of commerce can be extinguished, and the roads that once bustled with life can fade back into the wilderness, leaving behind only beautiful, silent objects to hint at the world that once was. Now, journey with me from the grand continental trade routes to a small, sun-scorched archipelago in the heart of the Mediterranean, where the very bedrock beneath your feet is etched with one of the most visually striking and perplexing puzzles of the ancient world. On the islands of Malta and Gozo, far from the legions and the forums, you will find a landscape scarred by a network of deep, parallel grooves cut directly into the limestone. These are the infamous cart ruts, and they present a mystery so enduring that it seems to defy every logical explanation we can muster. Unlike the straight, purposeful lines of a Roman road, these ruts weave and cross, merge and diverge in a chaotic, tangled web that resembles a sprawling labyrinth frozen in stone. They are attributed to the Roman or Punic period, but their true purpose remains shrouded in a silence as deep as the rock from which they were carved. The first challenge in unraveling this enigma is simply grasping the scale and complexity of the phenomenon. These are not just a few isolated tracks. They are everywhere, crisscrossing the islands in their thousands, with some individual pairs running for hundreds of meters. The ruts themselves are remarkably consistent, two parallel channels, typically between 13 and 14 centimeters deep and about 140 centimeters apart from center to center. They were clearly created by the repeated passage of something with a fixed axle width, but the sheer depth of the grooves suggests this was not a casual activity. This was an industrial-level undertaking repeated over centuries that has left a permanent imprint on the island's geology. What makes them so baffling is their apparent lack of a coherent destination or origin. They run up and down steep inclines, they plunge directly off cliffs into the sea, and they intersect in complex junctions that look more like a modern railway switching yard than a simple path for carts. This is not the behavior of a system designed for efficient transport. It suggests a process far more intricate and perhaps governed by a logic we have yet to decipher. One of the most persistent and practical theories is that the ruts are the remnants of a massive ancient quarrying operation. Malta's soft Globigerina limestone was a prized building material, and the islands were a key source of stone for centuries. The theory posits that the ruts were created by sledges, not wheeled carts. These sledges, heavily laden with massive stone blocks, would have been dragged along the same paths time and again. The constant friction of the sledge runners, perhaps aided by abrasive sand, would have gradually worn these deep grooves into the bedrock. This explains the depth and the parallel nature of the ruts. The chaotic network could then be interpreted as the evolving paths of quarrymen heading to different extraction sites or to various coastal points for shipping. The ruts that disappear into the sea might mark locations where the coastline has eroded over the past 2 millennia, places where ships once waited to load their valuable cargo. This is a compelling, functional explanation that aligns with the known economic activity of the islands. However, the quarry theory immediately runs into significant obstacles. If the purpose was to move immensely heavy stone blocks, why do the ruts often traverse such impractical, steep gradients? A sledge carrying a multi-ton block of limestone would be nearly impossible to control on a sharp decline and would require an unimaginable amount of manpower to haul up a slope. Furthermore, at many of the complex junctions where multiple sets of ruts converge, there is no evidence of a central quarry or a logical staging area. The patterns seem almost random. Perhaps the most damning evidence against a purely utilitarian purpose is the existence of what locals call cart ruts in the sky. pairs of ruts that run directly off a high cliff edge with no feasible exit below. While coastal erosion can account for some, it cannot explain all. This has led to the suggestion of a more sophisticated system involving a form of ancient railway, with carts that were guided by the grooves, perhaps pulled by animals or slaves, moving goods from inland farms to coastal ports. Yet, even this modified theory struggles with the irrational, maze-like layout that shows little evidence of a centralized, organized plan. This failure of purely practical explanations inevitably leads us into the realm of the ceremonial and the spiritual. Could these labyrinthine tracks have had a ritual significance? The islands of Malta and Gozo are already world famous for their awe-inspiring megalithic temples, such as Haga Kim and Mnajdra, which predate the pyramids of Giza. These structures testify to a deep and ancient religious tradition on the islands. It is not difficult to imagine that the cart ruts are part of this same sacred landscape. Perhaps they formed a processional way for religious ceremonies, a path that pilgrims were meant to walk as a form of pilgrimage or penance. The confusing, winding nature of the network could be intentional, designed to disorient the traveler and symbolize a spiritual journey or a passage into the underworld. The grooves themselves might have been deepened not by practical use, but by generations of participants dragging ritual objects or sacred stones along a prescribed route. In this interpretation, the cart ruts are not a transportation system at all, but a vast outdoor temple complex, its meaning and rituals now completely lost to time. A more recent and fascinatingly pragmatic theory draws inspiration from the island's unique geography and climate. Malta is a dry place, and water management would have been a constant concern for any inhabitants. Some researchers have proposed that the ruts are part of an elaborate, ancient water distribution system. The idea is that the channels were deliberately cut to divert and control seasonal rainwater runoff. The complex network could have been designed to channel water from higher ground to specific collection points, such as cisterns or agricultural fields. The consistent depth and width would have been necessary to ensure a controlled flow. The junctions might have acted as primitive valves or dividers, directing water to different areas as needed. This theory elegantly explains why the ruts often ignore the most direct topographical route, because their primary purpose was not to facilitate travel, but to manage a precious resource. The ruts leading into the sea could then be seen as overflow channels. While this idea is compelling, it still doesn't fully account for the sheer ubiquity of the tracks or the incredible effort required to create them solely for water management, when simpler trenching methods would have sufficed. Ultimately, the mystery of the Maltese cart ruts endures because each theory illuminates a part of the puzzle, but none completely solves it. They were likely multifunctional, serving different purposes in different eras. A path created for dragging temple stones in the Bronze Age might have been repurposed by Phoenician traders for moving goods to their ships, and later still by Roman settlers for agricultural transport. The grooves we see today are the cumulative result of this layered history, a palimpsest of ancient activity etched so deeply that it has become a permanent feature of the land. They stand as a powerful reminder that some of the greatest mysteries are not hidden in tombs or lost cities, but are lying plain in the open air, challenging our assumptions about ancient ingenuity and organization. The ruts ask us to look beyond our modern categories of road or quarry, and to consider a world where the landscape itself was a tool, a temple, and a text, written in a language of stone that we are still struggling to read. But while the Roman fascination with amber created a tangible road we can trace through archaeology, our next mystery takes us off the map entirely, into a realm of fire, strange creatures, and a voyage so ambitious its true extent remains one of history's great debates. This is the story of Hanno the Navigator, a Carthaginian admiral whose incredible journey down the west coast of Africa was preserved not by his own people, but by his greatest enemies, the Romans. Sometime around the 5th century BC, when Rome was still a minor republic on the Italian peninsula, the mighty maritime empire of Carthage dispatched Hanno on a monumental mission. He was to lead a fleet of 60 ships, each powered by 50 oars, carrying 30,000 colonists, men, women, and children, to found new settlements beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the strait we know as Gibraltar. This was not merely an exploration, it was a state-sponsored expansion, an attempt to secure Carthaginian trade routes and establish a network of colonies along the uncharted African coast. The only record we have of this epic voyage is a short, tantalizing Greek text known as the Periplus of Hanno, which claims to be a translation of a tablet Hanno himself dedicated in the temple of Baal Hammon in Carthage. The account is a masterpiece of understatement, a dry, logistical log that occasionally bursts into descriptions of scenes so bizarre they have fueled speculation for millennia. After founding several colonies, including the successful settlement of Cerne, which scholars believe may have been on the island of Herne off the coast of modern Morocco, Hanno and his fleet pressed on into the unknown. The world they entered was unlike anything in the Mediterranean. They encountered lakes filled with crocodiles and hippopotamuses which they mistook for river mouths. They saw mountains burning with fire, a description that perfectly matches the active volcanoes of Cameroon. They sailed by night past landscapes illuminated by tremendous, silent blazes, which they called the Chariot of the Gods, likely a spectacular grass fire sweeping across the savannah, a phenomenon utterly alien to sailors from a sea of olive groves and vineyards. Then came the most perplexing encounter of all. After sailing for many more days, Hanno's party landed on an island and came across a tribe they called the Gorillae. The account describes them as wild men and women, their bodies covered in hair. When the Carthaginians tried to capture them, the males escaped by climbing cliffs and hurling stones, but the Carthaginians managed to catch 3 of the females. These creatures were so violent and uncooperative that Hanno's men killed them and flayed them, bringing their skins back to Carthage. This chilling detail, preserved for centuries, would later inspire the modern name for the gorilla, but who or what did Hanno actually encounter? Were they a tribe of particularly hirsute humans, perhaps a group of what we might call Neanderthals clinging to existence? Or was this the first documented European encounter with great apes, their human-like appearance and ferocity misinterpreted by the terrified sailors? The central mystery, the one that has captivated geographers and historians for centuries, is just how far south Hanno managed to sail. The description of the burning mountain is the most crucial clue. The only active volcano on that stretch of the African coast is Mount Cameroon, which rises dramatically from the shore just north of the equator. If Hanno reached this point, his voyage was a staggering success, covering over 4,000 miles from Carthage, deep into the Gulf of Guinea. This would mean he had sailed farther south than any European would again for nearly 2,000 years, not until the Portuguese explorers of the 15th century. But some scholars push the interpretation even further. The account mentions a large bay he called the Horn of the South, beyond which was an island with a lake, and on that lake another island inhabited by the Gorillae. This complex geography has led some daring theorists to suggest Hanno may have sailed around the great western bulge of Africa and reached as far as Gabon or even the Congo River. Yet, skepticism is warranted. The text we have is short, likely a summary of a much longer original, and it was copied and translated by Greek and Roman authors who had their own agendas and may have introduced errors or embellishments. Could the burning mountain have been a much closer, smaller volcanic event in the Canary Islands? Could the Gorillae have been a tribe of baboons or chimpanzees whose behavior would have been terrifyingly unfamiliar? The fact that the Carthaginians successfully established a colony at Cerne suggests they maintained some contact, but the lands beyond were likely portrayed as even more mysterious and dangerous than they were to discourage Greek rivals from attempting the same journey. The voyage of Hanno the Navigator stands as a shimmering mirage on the horizon of ancient history. It is a testament to the incredible seafaring prowess of the Carthaginians, a people whose own records were almost entirely lost when Rome destroyed their city. We are left with a ghost of a story, a brief, breathtaking glimpse of a world of wonders, its true limits forever obscured by the mists of time and the silent waters of an ocean that would not give up its secrets again for 2,000 years. But in the quiet of a museum display case, far from the roaring crowds of the Colosseum, we find a small bronze figure that captures a much more intimate and enigmatic side of Roman life. This is the so-called puppeteer statuette, a masterpiece of miniature art that has baffled scholars for generations. Dating to the 2nd or 3rd century AD, it depicts a man seated on a simple, high-backed chair. He is lean, focused, and dressed in a tunic, his face etched with an expression of intense concentration. In his hands, he holds 2 thin rods, and at the end of these rods dangle 4 tiny, articulated figures. They are not much larger than insects, yet they are crafted with astonishing detail. With the slightest turn of his wrists, this seated man could have set the little figures dancing, jigging, or even acting out a scene. At first glance, the interpretation seems straightforward. We are looking at a Roman puppeteer, a street performer who entertained crowds with a miniature theater. It would be a rare and precious window into the world of popular entertainment, a snapshot of the simple, everyday magic that captivated Romans outside the grand spectacles. Yet, as with so many artifacts from the ancient world, the initial clarity quickly dissolves into a cloud of questions. The most immediate problem is one of practicality. The statuette itself is only about 15 centimeters tall. The puppeteer and his stage are one solid piece of cast bronze. This was not a functional toy. It is a static representation, a sculpture. There are no other surviving examples of such a figurine, and no descriptions in Roman literature mention puppeteers using rods to manipulate small figures in this specific way. While the Romans certainly had puppets and marionettes referred to as puppy or neurospasta, the evidence points more toward simple hand puppets or dolls used in street performances, not a complex system of rods like this. The uniqueness of the object forces us to consider that its meaning might be symbolic rather than literal. This leads us to a compelling alternative interpretation, that the puppeteer is not an entertainer at all, but an allegorical figure representing the philosophical concept of fate or fortune. In this reading, the seated man becomes a powerful, godlike entity. He is not a humble performer, but a depiction of the fatum or tich, the force that controls human destiny. The 4 small figures dangling from his rods are not puppets, but mortal men and women, their lives and fortunes literally suspended by the whims of a higher power. This idea would have resonated deeply in the Roman world, where the capriciousness of Fortuna, the goddess of chance, was a common theme in literature and art. The intense, almost grim concentration on the puppeteer's face would then reflect the impersonal, unyielding nature of fate itself, a force that manipulates humanity without malice or mercy. This transforms the statuette from a charming genre scene into a profound and even unsettling philosophical statement. A third, more specific possibility connects the figure to the cult of Dionysus, the god of wine, ecstasy, and theater. Within the Dionysian mysteries, there was a concept known as the Lysios, the Lucina, a divine figure who could pull the strings of human emotion, releasing followers from their everyday constraints through ritual ecstasy. The seated figure holding his strings could be a symbolic representation of this divine control. The small, dangling figures might represent initiates into the cult, whose souls are being manipulated by the god to achieve a state of spiritual liberation. This interpretation is supported by the fact that small, articulated ivory figures have been found in Greco-Roman contexts, sometimes associated with religious rites. The statuette would then be a sacred object, a focus for meditation or a votive offering meant to honor the god's power over the human spirit. The true mystery of this bronze figure lies in its perfect ambiguity. Each interpretation is plausible, and each reveals a different facet of the Roman world. Is it a celebration of a humble craftsman's art, a somber reminder of the fragility of human life in the face of cosmic forces, or a key to a secret religious rite? Without a known archaeological context, without knowing if it was found in a home, a tomb, or a temple, we are left to read the clues in the object itself. The puppeteer's focused gaze seems to hold a secret, a meaning that was instantly clear to the Roman who commissioned it 2,000 years ago, but which now remains just beyond our grasp, a silent performance for an audience of one forever frozen in time. Transitioning from the vanished trade routes of the north, we find ourselves in a world where the old Roman order is crumbling, replaced by the fragile courts of barbarian kings. It is here, in the tension-filled twilight of the Western Empire, that we encounter a death shrouded in political intrigue and sacred office, the strange and tragic end of Pope John I in the year 526. His story is not one of legions or emperors, but of a spiritual leader caught in the devastating crossfire between a paranoid Germanic king and the resurgent power of the Eastern Roman Emperor. To understand the mystery of his death, we must first step into the volatile world of Ravenna, the capital of the Ostrogothic Kingdom of Italy. The Ostrogoth ruler Theodoric the Great was a fascinating and complex figure. Raised as a hostage in Constantinople, he was intimately familiar with Roman culture and administration. Upon conquering Italy, he did not seek to destroy the Roman way of life, but to preserve it, ruling as a patrician in the name of the Eastern Emperor. For over 3 decades, his reign was a remarkable experiment in coexistence. Romans held high administrative offices and the Senate still met, but this delicate balance was underpinned by a critical religious divide. Theodoric and his Ostrogoths were Arians, Christians who believed that Jesus Christ was a created being, subordinate to God the Father. The Roman population, including the Pope, were Chalcedonian Catholics, affirming the Trinity and viewing Arianism as a heresy. For most of his reign, Theodoric practiced a policy of religious tolerance, famously stating, "We cannot command religion, for no one can be forced to believe against his will." This pragmatism kept the peace, but it was a peace built on a powder keg. The fuse was lit in the east. The Eastern Roman Emperor, Justin I, and his brilliant nephew, Justinian, who would soon succeed him, were fervent Orthodox Catholics. Eager to stamp out heresy within their domains, they began a campaign of persecution against Arians in the empire, closing their churches and forcing conversions. This sent shockwaves through the Arian kingdoms of the West, including Theodoric's. The Ostrogoth king felt threatened and insulted. The Eastern Emperor was not only attacking his co-religionists, but also undermining the very principle of tolerance that allowed Theodoric, a heretic in the eyes of Rome, to rule a Catholic population. In a bold and perilous move, Theodoric decided to send a delegation to Constantinople to persuade Justin to halt the persecutions. But he did not send a Gothic general or a Roman senator. He chose the most prominent Catholic in Italy, Pope John I. For the Pope, this mission was an impossible dilemma. On one hand, he was the spiritual leader of the Catholic Church, which wholly supported Justin's actions against the Arians. To plead for toleration of a heresy his church condemned was a profound theological contradiction. On the other hand, he was a subject of King Theodoric, who held all the temporal power in Italy. Refusing the king's direct command was not an option. Reluctantly, Pope John led the embassy to Constantinople in 525, and what happened there only deepened the mystery of his eventual fate. The Eastern Emperor, Justin, received the Pope with unprecedented honor. He traveled a dozen miles outside the city to meet him, prostrating himself before the Bishop of Rome. For the duration of his stay, Pope John was treated not as a foreign envoy, but as the highest spiritual authority on earth. He even celebrated the Easter liturgy in the great church of Hagia Sophia, presiding from the altar in a ceremony normally reserved for the Patriarch of Constantinople. This magnificent reception was a diplomatic triumph for the Pope, but a catastrophic political failure in the eyes of Theodoric. While the exact terms of the negotiation are lost, it appears Pope John succeeded only in getting Justin to restore some confiscated Arian churches, but failed to secure the key demand: the right for Arians who had been forcibly converted to Catholicism to revert back to their original faith. For Theodoric, this was not enough. Worse still, the reports of the lavish honors showered upon the Pope in Constantinople would have seemed like a blatant betrayal. In Theodoric's mind, the Pope had gone east as his envoy, but had allowed himself to be co-opted by the enemy, reveling in honors from the very emperor who was persecuting Theodoric's people. The stage was set for tragedy. When Pope John returned to Ravenna, he was not met with a welcome, but with the cold fury of the Ostrogoth king. Theodoric, by now an old man, had become increasingly paranoid in his final years, convinced that the Roman aristocracy was conspiring with Constantinople against him. The Pope's mission seemed to confirm his deepest fears. He accused John of conspiring with the Emperor Justin against him. The Pope was immediately arrested and thrown into prison. Within a few days, on May 18, 526, Pope John I was dead. The official account, passed down by later chroniclers, is that he died from the harsh conditions and ill treatment of his imprisonment, a martyr to Theodoric's rage. But the circumstances are so opaque that other possibilities must be considered. The most straightforward explanation is the traditional one, that Theodoric, in a fit of vengeful anger, ordered the elderly pope to be treated brutally, leading to his rapid decline and death. This paints Theodoric as a tyrant in his final days, his earlier tolerance shattered by suspicion. However, we must also consider the Pope's own physical state. He was an old man who had just undertaken an arduous journey of hundreds of miles to Constantinople and back, a trip that would have been exhausting even under the best circumstances. The stress of the failed negotiation and the terror of his arrest could easily have precipitated a fatal illness. It is entirely plausible that he died of natural causes, a stroke, a heart attack, or a sudden fever, exacerbated by the trauma of his imprisonment, but not necessarily as a direct result of deliberate mistreatment. A more sinister theory suggests that Theodoric may have ordered the Pope's execution discreetly to remove a perceived threat without creating an open martyr. The quick death just days after imprisonment is suspiciously convenient, yet Theodoric was a shrewd politician. He would have known that killing a pope, especially one just honored in Constantinople, would ignite a firestorm of opposition among his Catholic subjects and give the Eastern Emperor a perfect pretext for invasion. This makes a direct assassination order seem rash, even for a paranoid king. The truth likely lies in a combination of factors. The Pope died from a combination of age, exhaustion, and the psychological shock of his confinement. Theodoric's imprisonment of the Pope was an act of political vengeance that, whether intentionally or not, became a death sentence. The death of Pope John I sent a tremor through Italy and the wider Christian world. Theodoric himself died just a few months later, reputedly haunted by guilt over the Pope's fate, but the damage was done. The fragile peace between the Arian Ostrogoths and the Catholic Romans was shattered, creating a rift that Justinian would exploit a decade later when he launched his devastating war to reconquer Italy, a conflict that would ultimately destroy the Ostrogothic kingdom and plunge the peninsula into darkness. The mystery of the Pope's death is therefore more than a simple whodunit. It is a pivotal moment that highlights the impossible position of the papacy, caught between the fading power of Germanic kings and the rising sun of a new Roman Empire in the east. It serves as a stark reminder that in the dangerous game of early medieval politics, even the most sacred office was not immune to the deadly consequences of royal displeasure. Now, let us turn our attention from the grand narratives of popes and kings to an object of such delicate beauty and technical sophistication that it seems to defy the very era from which it came. Imagine holding in your hand a drinking cup, but one unlike any other. It is carved not from stone or molded from common clay, but crafted from a mysterious glass that glows with an unearthly light. In your palm rests a thick glass vessel, but surrounding it is a perfect, freestanding lattice of glass, a delicate cage of figures and patterns so finely cut that it seems to float around the inner cup, attached only by a few tiny points. This is a diatratum or cage cup, and the most famous example is the breathtaking Lycurgus cup, a relic that showcases a lost technology so advanced it would not be replicated for over 1,000 years. The immediate, jaw-dropping wonder of the Lycurgus cup is its magical color-changing property. When illuminated from the front in reflected light, the glass appears a serene, opaque sea green. But when a light is placed inside it or it is held up to a source, the entire vessel undergoes a miraculous transformation, glowing a vibrant, translucent ruby red. This is not a trick of the light, it is a stunning feat of ancient nanotechnology. Scientific analysis has revealed that Roman glassmakers, through a process of trial and error that we can only marvel at, impregnated the glass with a precise mixture of minuscule amounts of gold and silver. These metallic particles are so incredibly small, measuring only about 70 nanometers across, that they interact with light in a specific way. The particles scatter the blue and green wavelengths of light, making the cup look green in reflected light, but they allow the red wavelengths to pass through when light shines from behind, creating the spectacular crimson glow. The fact that Roman artisans achieved this without any understanding of particle physics, using only empirical observation and masterful control of their materials, is nothing short of miraculous. But the mystery of the cage cup extends far beyond its otherworldly coloration to the mind-boggling difficulty of its manufacture. Creating the outer cage was an exercise in supreme patience and skill that defies modern comprehension. Artisans started with a thick, solid block of glass, often of a contrasting color to the inner cup. Using a simple lathe and hand-held drills and chisels, they would then begin the painstaking, high-stakes process of cutting away over 90% of the original mass. They had to carve out the negative space, leaving behind the intricate decorative network, mythological scenes, geometric patterns, or hunting motifs, as a freestanding shell connected to the inner vessel by only the smallest of bridges. A single slip of the tool, a hairline fracture at a critical point, and months of work would be instantly destroyed. The level of precision required working on such a fragile medium is almost unimaginable. The question this immediately raises is a profound one. What could possibly justify such an immense investment of time and resources? Was this merely the ultimate luxury item for a bored aristocrat, or did it hold a deeper, more significant purpose? One compelling theory is that these were indeed the pinnacle of luxury tableware, commissioned by the ultra-wealthy as the ultimate status symbol. In the highly competitive world of the Roman elite, where dinner parties were stages for social positioning, owning a cup like the Lycurgus cup would have been a declaration of almost unimaginable power and refinement. The cup's magical color change could have been a dramatic centerpiece during a banquet, perhaps used to serve a rare wine that matched its ruby hue, dazzling guests and solidifying the host's reputation as a man of unparalleled taste and connections. The intricate carving, depicting the myth of King Lycurgus being ensnared by the vine god Dionysus for his impiety, would have provided a sophisticated topic of conversation, a demonstration of the owner's education and cultural capital. In this view, the cage cup is the ancient equivalent of a superyacht or a private jet, an object whose primary function is to signal immense wealth and exclusivity. However, the subject matter of the Lycurgus cup's carving suggests a purpose that goes beyond simple opulence. The scene is a powerful allegory of the triumph of Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy, over a tyrannical king who opposed his cult. This is not a neutral decorative motif. It is a story with deep religious and philosophical resonance. This has led many scholars to propose that cage cups were not mere drinking vessels but sacred objects used in ritual contexts, possibly within the mystery cults of Dionysus or other popular religions like Mithraism. The transformative quality of the glass, shifting from an earthly green to a divine, blood red when filled with wine, could have symbolized a spiritual transformation or the presence of the god himself during a ceremony. The cup would have been a powerful liturgical tool, its creation a pious act funded by a devout initiate seeking favor from the gods. The immense cost and skill involved would then be understood not as extravagance but as a worthy offering, a tangible expression of faith. A third, more speculative idea considers the possibility that these objects were understood to possess special properties beyond the spiritual. The unique colloidal gold mixture, which we now know has scientific applications, might have been believed by the Romans to have protective or even medicinal qualities. Could a cup like this have been thought to detect poison, its color change serving as an early warning system for a paranoid emperor? Or was it believed that drinking from such a vessel could transfer the perceived vitality of the gold and silver into the user? While there is no direct evidence for this, it fits a pattern of ancient belief where rare and beautiful materials were often attributed with magical powers. The true purpose of the Roman cage cups likely sits at the intersection of all these ideas. They were simultaneously dazzling status symbols, profound religious artifacts, and marvels of technology, their meaning shifting depending on the owner and the context. Their creation represents a fleeting peak of artistic and technical ambition, a secret known only to a handful of master glassmakers whose knowledge vanished with the decline of the empire, leaving behind these exquisite, enigmatic objects to glow in the darkness of museums, silently challenging our assumptions about the technological capabilities of the ancient world. Yet for all the ingenuity of Roman glassmakers, the empire's true might was built upon the steady flow of goods across the Mediterranean, a network of trade so vital that the loss of a single port could cripple an entire region. This brings us to a discovery that seemed more like a scene from myth than archaeology, the rediscovery of the legendary city of Thonis Heracleon. For over 1,000 years, this place was little more than a name in ancient texts, a fabulously wealthy Egyptian port city that served as the mandatory gateway for all trade, including Rome's, heading into the Nile Delta. Greek historians like Herodotus wrote of its immense temple and of Helen of Troy visiting with her lover Paris. Then, sometime around the 8th century AD, it simply vanished, swallowed by the sea and buried under layers of sand and clay. It became a ghost, a rumor whispered by historians. That is, until the late 1990s, when a team led by the French underwater archaeologist Frank Goddio, working from clues in ancient texts and with sophisticated electronic survey equipment, began to find something incredible on the seafloor in Boudica Bay. What they gradually unearthed from the murky depths was not just a few scattered ruins, but an entire city, frozen in time beneath 10 meters of water, a breathtaking underwater museum that has rewritten our understanding of ancient maritime history. The sheer scale of the finds is almost impossible to overstate. As the silt was carefully cleared, a lost world emerged from the shadows. Divers encountered colossal statues of Egyptian pharaohs and queens, some standing over 5 meters tall, carved from red granite that had glowed in the sun for centuries. They found dozens of ancient ships, their wooden hulls miraculously preserved in the oxygen-poor clay, still resting in the canals that once crisscrossed the city. They uncovered hundreds of anchors, gold coins, delicate jewelry, and countless stone blocks inscribed with hieroglyphics and Greek script. Most dramatically, they found the remains of the city's great temple of Amun-Jereb, the very sanctuary mentioned by Herodotus, its massive stone slabs toppled as if by a giant's hand. For archaeologists, it was like discovering Atlantis. The city was not just a minor trading post, it was a bustling, cosmopolitan hub where Egyptian religion and Greek commerce intertwined, a vital linchpin in the network that fed the Roman Empire with Egyptian grain, papyrus, and exotic goods. Its discovery provided physical, tangible proof of a city that had been central to the ancient economy, yet had been completely erased from the physical map for a millennium. But with the wonder of the discovery comes the central mystery. How does an entire city, a cornerstone of Mediterranean trade, simply sink beneath the waves? The answer is not a single cataclysmic event, but a perfect storm of geological vulnerabilities and environmental pressures. The city was built on the unstable clay and silt of the Nile Delta, a foundation that was inherently precarious. The primary suspect in its demise is a process known as soil liquefaction. This occurs when water-saturated soil temporarily loses its strength and behaves like a liquid, often triggered by seismic activity. The region is prone to earthquakes, and a significant tremor could have caused the water pressure in the clay beneath Thonis Heraclean to increase dramatically, turning the firm ground into a soupy, unstable sludge. The heavy stone temples, statues, and buildings which had stood for centuries would have suddenly become too much for the ground to bear, causing them to tilt, fracture, and slide into the water. The discovery of the large ships buried in the canals, seemingly all at the same time, supports the theory of a sudden, catastrophic subsidence rather than a slow, gradual sinking. However, an earthquake may have been only the final, dramatic blow. Many scientists believe the city was already fighting a losing battle against rising sea levels, a problem as relevant today as it was 1,500 years ago. In the centuries following the Roman era, the global sea level was gradually rising, a phenomenon that would have slowly encroached upon the low-lying delta city. Furthermore, the very ground the city was built on was also sinking due to a natural process called subsidence. The weight of the immense sediment deposited by the Nile River over millennia causes the underlying earth to compact and settle over time. This combination of the land sinking and the sea rising would have made Thonis Heraclean increasingly vulnerable to flooding. Major storms or tsunamis would have caused more and more damage, with each event weakening the city's infrastructure and salinating its freshwater sources, making it increasingly difficult to sustain a large population. The most likely scenario is a tragic synergy of these factors. Thonis Heraclean was a city living on borrowed time, constructed on a foundation that was slowly compacting while the Mediterranean Sea was inching higher. It may have endured several smaller earthquakes or floods over the centuries, each one causing more damage than the last. Then, a final, powerful seismic event delivered the coup de grace. The liquefaction of its already waterlogged substrate proved too much, and vast sections of the city simply collapsed into the sea in a relatively short period. The exact sequence of events is still being pieced together by geologists who core samples from the seabed, analyzing the layers of sediment for clues about past earthquakes and flood events. The loss of Thonis Heraclean and its nearby sister city Canopus stands as a stark and sobering lesson from antiquity. It demonstrates with breathtaking clarity the immense power of the natural environment and the fragility of even the greatest human settlements when built on unstable ground. The city's silent statues, now home to fish instead of priests, are a haunting monument to a thriving port that learned this lesson too late. Its spectacular rediscovery serving as a permanent reminder of the sea's power to both sustain and reclaim. But from the grand engineering of Thonis Heraclean, we now turn to a discovery that is profoundly intimate and deeply unsettling, moving from the scale of a drowning city to the silent remains of a single tiny life. Across the vast expanse of the Roman world, from the villas of Britannia to the towns of North Africa, archaeologists have made a grim and recurring find that challenges our understanding of Roman family life and spirituality. These are the so-called baby burials, the interments of infants, often newborns. placed not in formal cemeteries alongside adults, but within the very boundaries of the living world beneath the floors of homes, carefully tucked under the foundations of walls or deposited at the threshold of a doorway. At first glance, these discoveries seem to point to a brutal, pragmatic reality. The widespread practice of infanticide, particularly the exposure of unwanted or sickly infants, which was a tragic but socially accepted fact of life in the ancient world. Yet the precise, deliberate placement of these tiny bodies suggests a story far more complex and ritualistic than simple disposal, pointing toward a dark and poorly understood undercurrent of Roman domestic belief. The immediate human reaction to these finds is one of sorrow, and it is crucial to acknowledge the harsh demographic realities that made infant death a common experience. High rates of infant mortality were a fact of life, and the exposure of newborns, especially those who were illegitimate, deformed, or simply an economic burden on a poor family, was not uncommon. In such cases, one might expect a hasty, unceremonious burial, a quiet act of disposal. However, the archaeological evidence often tells a different tale. These infants were frequently buried with care. They might be wrapped in a cloth, placed in a small, makeshift coffin or an amphora, and their bodies oriented in a specific direction. Most tellingly, they are found in specific, symbolically charged locations. A newborn might be buried under the courtyard of a villa directly in the center of family life. Another might be placed beneath the wall of a newly constructed shop, or right at the entrance to a home, their small body acting as a literal foundation stone. This deliberate, thoughtful placement moves the act beyond mere concealment and into the realm of ritual. This is where we encounter the most haunting interpretation, that these burials were a form of foundation offering known in Latin as a munus. The practice of burying objects or even living creatures under new buildings to ensure their stability and bring good fortune is an ancient tradition found in many cultures. We see evidence of this in Rome itself, with ritual deposits of pottery, coins, or animal sacrifices placed under important public structures. The idea was to give a gift to the chthonic deities, the gods of the earth, in exchange for their protection. In this context, the ultimate offering, the most precious gift a family could give, was a human life. The life of a newborn, barely entered into the world, was considered particularly potent, its spirit untainted and powerful. By embedding an infant within the very fabric of a building, especially at a liminal space like a threshold, which was believed to be vulnerable to evil spirits, the Romans may have thought they were creating a permanent, powerful guardian spirit, a genius loci that would protect the inhabitants for generations to come. This transforms the act from one of simple tragedy into a complex, if chilling, spiritual transaction. A related but distinct possibility is that these burials were intended not just to protect the building, but to protect the family itself, particularly the mother. The burial of an infant who died during childbirth or shortly after might have been governed by specific rituals aimed at appeasing angry spirits or preventing a similar fate from befalling future children. There was a widespread fear of the restless dead, especially those who died prematurely or violently. The spirit of an unbaptized or unmourned child, known in later folklore as a lema or lavi, could be considered dangerous. By giving the infant a formal, albeit secret, burial within the protective sphere of the home, the family may have been attempting to placate its spirit, binding it to the household in a benevolent role rather than allowing it to wander as a malevolent force. This practice would be a direct response to the profound anxiety surrounding death and the supernatural that permeated the Roman worldview, an attempt to manage the unpredictable and often terrifying forces of fate through a desperate, pragmatic magic. Yet, we must be cautious not to project a single explanation onto every discovery. The motivations behind these burials were likely as varied as the families who conducted them. For some, it may have been a heartfelt, if private, form of mourning. A mother who lost a child might have wanted to keep the baby close within the home rather than consigning it to a distant cemetery. In an era without a consistent concept of an afterlife for the unbaptized, this could have been an emotional response, a way to maintain a connection. For others, particularly in rural or culturally mixed provinces, the practice may have reflected the persistence of pre-Roman, indigenous traditions that the Romans absorbed and adapted. The line between a protective ritual, an act of mourning, and the grim reality of infanticide is incredibly blurry. What makes these burials so profoundly enigmatic is that they force us to confront the Roman mind in all its complexity, a mind that could produce soaring laws and majestic architecture, yet also harbor deep-seated primal fears that were addressed through practices that seem, from our modern perspective, both heartbreaking and hauntingly pragmatic. These tiny skeletons, tucked into the foundations of a lost world, are silent witnesses to the hopes, fears, and desperate spiritual calculations that unfolded within the walls of every Roman home. Wandering through the ruins of a Roman temple in Britain, perhaps at a site like Bath or Verulamium, you might come across a stone carving that stops you in your tracks. It's the image of a god, but not the familiar Jupiter with his thunderbolt or Mars with his spear. This is a local deity with a face that seems to belong to the land itself, often depicted as a bearded paternal figure. And in his hand he holds something strange, a long, vertical staff perfectly straight, but instead of a traditional spearhead or ornate finial, it is topped with something much simpler, a distinct, perfectly round ring or sometimes a rounded knob. This is not a weapon of war, it is an object of quiet power, and its meaning has been completely lost to time. This enigmatic ringed staff appears on numerous sculptures from Roman Britain, a recurring symbol in the hands of gods who were worshipped long before the legions arrived, and it represents a profound mystery. How do we understand a god when we have lost the key to its most important symbol? To appreciate the depth of this puzzle, we first have to step back from the Roman context and consider the spiritual world these statues represent. When the Romans conquered Britain, they didn't simply erase the local religions. Their standard practice was a form of divine diplomacy known as interpretatio Romana, where they would identify a local god with one of their own based on shared attributes. So a Celtic god of healing might become Apollo, or a god of war might become Mars. The deity often shown holding the ringed staff is one such fusion, frequently identified by inscriptions as a combination of the Roman god Jupiter, the king of the gods, and a powerful local Celtic sky god, perhaps known as Tyrannes or a similar name. This creates a hybrid figure, a supreme ruler who combines the authority of the Roman pantheon with the ancient, earthy power of the British landscape. The ringed staff, then, is almost certainly a pre-Roman symbol, an attribute of the original Celtic deity that was so important, so fundamental to his identity, that the native sculptors continued to depict it even when carving a statue in a Roman style for a Romanized audience. It is a stubborn piece of the old world preserved in stone. So what could this staff have signified? One of the most compelling theories is that it is an ultimate symbol of authority, but of a very specific kind. Think of it not as a king's scepter, but as a tribal chieftain's staff of office. In many pre-literate societies, a staff was a powerful emblem of leadership and justice. The ring at the top could be a stylized representation of a torque, the magnificent neck ring that was the ultimate status symbol for the Celtic nobility. By holding a staff topped with a torque, the god is proclaiming his role as the divine chieftain, the ultimate arbitrator and ruler. This interpretation connects the deity directly to the social structure of Iron Age Britain, presenting him as the celestial parallel to the earthly chieftains who governed tribes and dispensed justice. He is not a distant Olympian figure, but a god deeply involved in the laws and order of his people, his ringed staff a promise of fair judgment and sovereignty. Yet another fascinating possibility moves from the social realm to the cosmic. The god is a sky father, a controller of weather, particularly thunderstorms. Could the staff be a symbolic lightning bolt? The straight shaft is clear enough, but the ring is the puzzle. Some scholars have proposed that the ring might represent the sun or the moon, and the staff itself a axis mundi, a world pillar connecting the earth to the heavens. In this reading, the god is holding the very structure of the cosmos, uniting celestial and earthly power in one object. The ring could also be seen as a stylized wheel, a symbol closely associated with another Celtic sky god, and thus the staff becomes an emblem of the turning of the seasons, the cycle of the year, and the divine power that governs the natural world. This transforms the object from a simple badge of office into a profound theological statement about the god's role in maintaining the balance of the universe. Then there is a third, more practical and tantalizing idea, that the ringed staff was not a symbol at all, but a representation of a real, physical object used in rituals. Imagine a large ceremonial staff, perhaps made of wood, with a metal ring fixed to the top. During religious ceremonies, this staff could have been used to demarcate sacred space. A priest might walk the circumference of a holy site, dragging the staff behind him, with the ring cutting a furrow in the earth to create a magical boundary between the mundane world and the sacred grove. Alternatively, the ring might have held a bell or a clapper that would sound when the staff was struck on the ground, its chime calling the attention of the gods or driving away evil spirits. This theory suggests that the statues are not just showing us a god, they are showing us a tool of his priesthood, a piece of ritual technology so common that any contemporary worshipper would have instantly recognized its meaning. Its loss is therefore not just the loss of a symbol, but the loss of an entire ritual practice. The enduring power of this mystery lies in its resistance to a single answer. Each theory offers a valid glimpse into a different aspect of the Celtic Roman spiritual world. The staff could have been all these things at once, a sign of chieftainly authority, a cosmic axis, and a ritual tool. Its meaning was likely layered, understood differently by a Roman soldier, a Romanized British noble, and a local farmer who still prayed to the old gods in the old ways. The silence surrounding the ringed staff is a powerful reminder of the limits of archaeology. We can unearth the statues, map the temples, and translate the inscriptions, but without a written record from the people who created these images, the deepest nuances of their faith remain locked away. The god continues to hold his staff, its ring a perfect circle of unanswered questions, a silent testament to a rich spiritual language that was ultimately spoken only between the people of ancient Britain and their gods. But while the fate of royal children and sunken cities captures the imagination, some mysteries are born from a single, seismic event that echoes through history, an event like the unthinkable fall of the Eternal City itself. This brings us to the enigmatic final chapter of the very man who orchestrated that catastrophe, Alaric I, king of the Visigoths. In the year 410, Alaric achieved what no foreign enemy had done in 800 years. He led his army through the gates of Rome and subjected the world's greatest city to a 3-day sack. Though the damage was more symbolic than total, churches were spared and the violence was somewhat restrained by the standards of the time. The psychological impact was apocalyptic. The event sent a shockwave across the Roman world, proving that the empire was mortally vulnerable. Yet, just a few months after this crowning, infamous achievement at the height of his power, Alaric was dead. His end was as sudden as his triumph was shocking, and the secrets surrounding his burial would spawn a legend that has tantalized treasure hunters and historians for 16 centuries. The story of his death, as told by the later Gothic historian Jordanes, is straightforward. After the sack of Rome, Alaric led his people and his plunder-laden army south, aiming to cross the Mediterranean to Africa, the breadbasket of the empire, to secure a permanent homeland. But as they marched through Calabria, the southernmost region of Italy, Alaric was struck by a fever and died suddenly in the town of Consentia, modern-day Cosenza. It was a profoundly inconvenient death. The Visigoths were a people on the move, surrounded by hostile Roman forces and without a secure territory. The death of their charismatic leader in such precarious circumstances could have sparked a succession crisis or led to their annihilation. It was this vulnerability that gave rise to the extraordinary and darkly ingenious funeral rites that would shroud his grave in mystery. According to the legend, Alaric's followers were determined that their king's final resting place and the immense treasure he had amassed from Rome would never be found by his enemies. They conceived a plan of breathtaking audacity and ruthlessness. The Bucento River, which flowed near Consentia, was chosen as the site. The Goths first forced their Roman captives to undertake a massive engineering project. They diverted the entire river from its natural course, carving a temporary channel to drain a section of the original riverbed. In this damp, exposed earth, they dug a grand tomb. There, they laid Alaric to rest alongside a king's ransom in gold, silver, and priceless artifacts looted from Rome, a hoard that supposedly included the treasures seized from the Emperor Augustus's mausoleum, and perhaps even the legendary menorah from the Temple of Jerusalem. Once the burial was complete, the river was returned to its original channel, its waters flowing over the grave, forever concealing it beneath a liquid cloak. But the final, chilling act was yet to come. To ensure the secret died with them, the Goths then murdered all the Roman prisoners who had performed the labor. With a location known only to a trusted few among the Visigoths, who then led their people onward to eventually found a kingdom in Gaul and Spain, the secret of Alaric's tomb was secured. The suspected location, the Bucento River as it winds through the modern city of Cosenza, seems to offer a tantalizingly specific target. Over the centuries, the lure of Alaric's treasure has proven irresistible. In the 1930s, the fascist regime of Benito Mussolini, obsessed with reviving the glory of ancient Rome, launched a highly publicized but ultimately fruitless expedition to find the tomb, diverting sections of the river in a dramatic, state-sponsored echo of the legend itself. They found nothing. More recently, in the 21st century, a team of archaeologists using ground-penetrating radar and other non-invasive technologies surveyed the riverbed, identifying several promising anomalies that could be man-made structures. Yet the challenges are immense. The river's course has likely shifted over 16 centuries of floods and geological changes. The urban development of Cosenza has covered much of the ancient landscape in concrete. And the tomb itself, if it exists, may be buried deep under layers of silt and gravel, far deeper than any casual search could hope to reach. The enduring fascination with Alaric's grave, however, goes far beyond the simple allure of gold. Its symbolic weight is immense. For many, finding the tomb would be like touching the very moment the ancient world ended and the medieval age began. Alaric was not a mere destroyer. He was a complex figure, a former Roman ally who turned against the empire after being betrayed, a Christian who sacked Rome but respected its churches. His burial site, if discovered, would not just be a Visigothic tomb. It would be a time capsule from the fall of the Western Roman Empire. The artifacts within could provide an unparalleled archaeological record of that pivotal era, a collection of Roman treasures from the very height of its power, buried by the hands of the people who finally broke it. It would offer a tangible connection to an event that has lived mostly in the pages of historians like Jerome, who wrote in despair at the time. The city which had taken the whole world was itself taken. Yet, the legend itself may be the greatest obstacle to discovery. Scholars debate whether the elaborate river diversion story is historical fact or a later folkloric embellishment, a dramatic tale crafted to fit the grandeur of a king who shook the world. It is a story that perfectly encapsulates the themes of the era: the overwhelming power of nature, the ruthless pragmatism of survival, and the absolute value of secrecy. The Bucento River, with its murmuring waters, keeps its secret well. It is a mystery that continues to flow, quite literally, through the heart of a modern Italian city, a permanent reminder that some of history's most profound turning points are marked not by grand monuments, but by silence and by the patient, unyielding passage of water over a hidden grave. When we picture the terrifying arsenal of the later Roman Empire, our minds often leap to the legendary Greek fire, the unstoppable liquid flame that saved Constantinople time and again. This weapon is firmly associated with the Byzantine era, a 7th century invention. But what if the seeds of this terrifying technology were sown much earlier, in the desperate final centuries of the Western Empire? A fascinating and deeply controversial mystery surrounds the possibility that the Romans of the 3rd and 4th centuries may have deployed a devastating precursor, a secret weapon whose knowledge was nearly lost in the chaos of collapse, only to be miraculously rediscovered by their Eastern successors. The evidence for this tantalizing possibility comes from a handful of cryptic references in late Roman military texts. The most compelling comes from the historian Ammianus Marcellinus, describing the siege of the city of Mazamalcha by the Emperor Julian's forces in 363 AD. He writes of Roman soldiers using a terrifying substance that clung to whatever it touched and could not be extinguished with water. This description is hauntingly familiar. Then there is the enigmatic Liber Igneum, or Book of Fires, attributed to a certain Marcus Graecus, a text that exists in a tangled web of later manuscripts, but may contain fragments of much earlier Roman chemical knowledge. These sources don't describe a pressurized siphon like the Byzantine version, but they do hint at incendiary mixtures used in grenades, pots, and arrows, particularly in naval engagements where setting an enemy ship ablaze was the ultimate goal. To understand the plausibility of an early Greek fire, we need to look at the ingredients. The Byzantine formula was a state secret so closely guarded that its exact composition died with the empire. However, modern analysis points to a likely mixture of crude petroleum or naphtha, quicklime, and perhaps sulfur or saltpeter. The key was its pyrophoric nature, its ability to ignite on contact with water, making it a nightmare for sailors trying to douse the flames. Now consider the Roman world. They had extensive knowledge of petroleum seeps, especially in the Middle East. They mastered the use of quicklime in concrete, understanding its exothermic reaction with water. They used sulfur for fumigation and purification. All the raw components were within their grasp. The genius would have been in the precise combination and the delivery system. It is entirely conceivable that a brilliant, unsung alchemist or military engineer in a 3rd century Antioch workshop could have stumbled upon a volatile, flammable liquid that gave the Roman navy a temporary, terrifying advantage. The greatest argument against this theory, however, is the delivery mechanism. The Byzantines didn't just have the formula, they had the cherasiphon, the handheld pump or siphon that could project a stream of fire across the water. There is no clear archaeological or literary evidence for such a sophisticated device in the Western Roman arsenal. Their incendiary weapons seem to have been more passive, pots filled with pitch and oil hurled by catapults or fire ships set adrift. This suggests that if the late Romans did possess a powerful incendiary, they may have lacked the technology to deploy it with the same shocking, battle-turning efficacy as the Byzantines. It might have been a dangerous, unpredictable tool, used sparingly and in specific circumstances, which is why it never became a defining feature of their military might. This leads to the core of the mystery, the possibility of lost knowledge. The 3rd and 4th centuries were a time of immense upheaval, with constant civil wars, barbarian invasions, and economic disintegration. The sophisticated military-industrial complex of the early empire was fracturing, a secret known only to a few specialized engineers in a single legionary workshop could have been easily lost if that unit was destroyed in battle or disbanded. The knowledge might have survived in scattered, fragmentary texts in the more stable Eastern Empire, perhaps in the Great Library of Alexandria or in the secret archives of Constantinople. where it lay dormant for centuries until the existential threat of the Arab sieges prompted a frantic search for any technological edge. The invention of Greek fire in the 7th century may not have been an invention at all, but a desperate recovery, a reassembly of a lost Roman weapon that was then perfected and deployed with terrifying success. The debate over Roman-Greek fire is ultimately a debate about the nature of technological progress and loss. It forces us to consider the Western Roman Empire not as a stagnant entity, but as a civilization still capable of innovation even in its twilight years. The silence in the historical record is not necessarily proof of absence. It could be the silence of a secret well kept, or the silence of a library burned, a workshop abandoned. The flickering descriptions in Ammianus Marcellinus are like distant echoes of a terrifying flame that briefly illuminated the darkness of the empire's decline, a flame that would one day be rekindled to protect its eastern heir for another 800 years. From the legendary hoard of Alaric hidden beneath a river's flow, we turn to the fate of an entire military unit that vanished not into the earth, but into the silent gaps of the historical record itself. This is the story of the Legio Quinta Alordi, the 5th Legion of the Larks, a force with a pedigree as illustrious as its demise is obscure. Unlike many legions that faded away through gradual disbandment, the 5th appears to have been wiped out in a singular, catastrophic event. Yet the details of that final battle and the ultimate fate of the men who served in it have been almost completely erased, leaving behind a void filled with tantalizing hints and frustrating contradictions. The legion's very origin story is steeped in the ambition of Julius Caesar. In the midst of his Gallic wars around 52 BC, Caesar needed more troops than the Roman Senate was willing to provide. Demonstrating the sheer force of his personal authority and wealth, he raised an entire legion from scratch, recruiting from the native tribes of Transalpine Gaul. This was a bold, almost revolutionary act, creating a force loyal first and foremost to him, not to the Senate and people of Rome. He named them the Alordi, the Larks, likely after the distinctive crested plume on their helmets that resembled the bird's feather. They proved their worth on countless battlefields, from the final conquest of Gaul to the brutal civil war against Pompey, earning a reputation for fierce loyalty and toughness. After Caesar's assassination, the legion was integrated into the official Roman army by his heir, Augustus, and for over a century, the Larks were a mainstay of the imperial military, stationed first in Spain and later along the volatile Rhine frontier. It was on the Rhine, however, that the legion's proud history was first marred by a deep and lasting humiliation, an event that may have set the stage for its eventual destruction. In the year 69 AD, the Roman world was convulsed by the Year of the Four Emperors, a period of civil war that left the empire's frontiers dangerously exposed. In the Roman province of Germania Inferior, a Canaanite tribesman and former Roman auxiliary named Gaius Julius Civilis saw his chance. He launched a massive rebellion, uniting the Batavians and other Germanic tribes in a daring bid for independence. The 5th Legion, along with the 15th Primigenia, was stationed at the key fortress of Vetera, modern Xanten. The rebels laid siege to the fort, and after a grueling standoff, the Roman legions, desperate and cut off from supplies, were forced to negotiate a surrender. The terms offered by Civilis seemed merciful. The Romans could leave peacefully if they swore an oath to the new Gallic Empire he was proclaiming. But as the weary legions marched out of Vetera, they were ambushed by the Germanic forces. It was a treacherous massacre. The Larks and their comrades were shattered, their standards captured, their survivors scattered. Though the rebellion was eventually crushed, the disgrace of this defeat clung to the 5th Legion like a shadow, a stain on its once proud honor that it would carry for the rest of its existence. Following this disaster, the legion was reconstituted, but its position had clearly changed. It was transferred to the Danube frontier, a common practice for units that had suffered a loss of prestige, where it faced a new and formidable enemy, the Dacians. Under their charismatic king Decebalus, the Dacian kingdom was a powerful, centralized state that posed a serious threat to Roman Mosia. It is in the context of the Dacian Wars that the Lark Legion meets its final, mysterious end. Our primary source is the brief and often cryptic account of the Roman historian Suetonius in his biography of Emperor Domitian. He mentions that around the year 86 AD, during Domitian's Dacian War, the 5th Legion, the Alaudae, was wiped out. The phrasing is stark and final. The problem is that Suetonius provides no further details, no location for the battle, no description of the combat, not even the name of the Dacian commander responsible. This silence is deafening. The loss of an entire legion was a monumental catastrophe, an event that should have resonated through the historical records, yet for the Larks, it is noted only in this single passing sentence. This lack of information has forced historians and archaeologists to become detectives, piecing together clues from other sources. A later historian, Cassius Dio, writing over a century after the event, describes a major Roman defeat in Mosia in the year 86, where the governor of the province, Oppius Sabinus, was killed. It is highly likely that the destruction of the 5th Legion occurred during this same campaign. The Dacians, using their knowledge of the mountainous terrain and their deadly falques, a curved sickle-like weapon that could cleave through Roman armor, were a terrifyingly effective enemy. The legion may have been ambushed in a narrow pass or overwhelmed in a large-scale, set-piece battle. The fact that its eagle standard was never recovered, there is no record of it being returned to Rome or paraded in a later triumph, suggests a defeat of such totality that the legion's most sacred symbol was lost on the field, a final indignity for the unit that Julius Caesar had founded. But the mystery deepens when we look at the archaeological and epigraphic evidence. A handful of inscriptions have been found that mention soldiers of the 5th Alaudae dating from after the year 86. This has led to a fascinating and persistent theory that the legion was not completely annihilated but was so severely mauled that it could no longer function as an independent unit. In the aftermath of the disaster, the surviving fragments of the legion, perhaps a few centuries of men who had been on detached duty, or a contingent left behind to guard a supply depot, may have been absorbed into other legions to bolster their numbers. The legion's name, disgraced by the Batavian revolt and now shattered in Dacia, would have been quietly retired, its remaining personnel dispersed without fanfare. This theory of a death by 1,000 cuts rather than a single, clean obliteration is a compelling one, as it explains both Suetonius's dramatic claim of destruction and the later, anomalous appearances of its soldiers in the record. The fate of the Lark Legion is a poignant example of how history is written by the victors and how inconvenient truths can be allowed to fade away. For Emperor Domitian, who was already facing criticism for his military policies, the complete destruction of a legion was an embarrassing failure. It would have been in his interest to downplay the event, to let the memory of the disgraced 5th Legion simply disappear. There would be no grand monument to their sacrifice, no detailed chronicle of their last stand. Their story was buried not under a river, but under the weight of imperial propaganda and the simple passage of time. The disappearance of the Legio V Alaudae serves as a somber reminder that for every famous victory celebrated in marble, there were countless forgotten defeats, their stories lost along with the soldiers who lived and died in the silent, unrecorded corners of the empire. We've explored grand strategic mysteries and dramatic disappearances, but now let's turn our attention to an art form that adorned the very floors of Roman life, where the hidden messages weren't written in ink but laid down in stone and glass. Walk through the ruins of any affluent Roman villa, and you'll find yourself treading on history, intricate mosaics depicting gods, myths, and scenes of daily life. At first glance, they appear to be purely decorative, a testament to the owner's wealth and taste. But what if we're only seeing the surface? What if, woven into those complex geometric borders and repeating patterns, were deliberate, sophisticated messages intended for a select few? This is the tantalizing possibility that some of these stunning works of art were also a form of silent communication, embedding mathematical principles, philosophical ideas, or even encrypted information within their beauty. Consider the ubiquitous Greek key pattern or meander that frames so many Roman mosaics. To the untrained eye, it's simply an elegant, interlocking line. But this design is far more ancient than Rome itself, and its continuous, unbroken path has long been interpreted as a symbol of infinity and the eternal flow of life. When a Roman homeowner chose this pattern, was it just for fashion, or was it a subtle declaration of a belief in the cyclical nature of the universe, a concept popular among Stoic philosophers? This idea gains weight when we look at more complex geometric mosaics, like those found in the Villa Romana del Casale in Sicily. Here, intricate star polygons, interlocking circles, and tessellating shapes cover entire rooms. These aren't random decorations, they are precise demonstrations of geometric principles known to scholars like Euclid. For a learned Roman, walking across such a floor might have been like perusing a mathematical text, each shape a reference to a theorem about the harmony and order of the cosmos, a way of aligning one's home with the rational structure of the universe itself. This notion of hidden meaning becomes even more compelling when we examine mosaics that seem to defy a straightforward narrative. In a villa in Antioch, archaeologists uncovered a mosaic that appears at first to be a simple, abstract design of squares and lines. However, upon closer study, some researchers have proposed that the arrangement of colors and shapes corresponds to a known Roman board game called Ludus Latrunculorum, or the Game of Mercenaries. Could this floor have been a giant game board, its pattern serving as a constant, interactive feature of the home? Another fascinating theory suggests that some complex geometric patterns, particularly those featuring a central point with radiating lines, could have functioned as schematic maps. The lines might not represent roads, but rather sight lines for surveying, or even symbolic pathways connecting the villa to important local landmarks or sacred sites, turning the floor into a spiritual map of the owner's world. The most intriguing theory, however, ventures into the realm of secrecy. In an era without secure communication, how did one convey a private message? What if a mosaic's pattern served as an early form of encryption? The concept is not as far-fetched as it seems. The Romans used simple substitution ciphers, and a mosaic pattern could act as a key. The number of tiles of a certain color in a specific border, the sequence of shapes in a frieze, or the orientation of a particular figure could all correspond to letters or numbers in a pre-arranged code. Only someone who knew the key, the intended recipient of the message, could read the floor. This might have been used for everything from conducting discreet business to signaling allegiance to a particular political faction or mystery cult without attracting the attention of prying eyes or the authorities. A mosaic's permanence made it an ideal medium for such a lasting yet hidden declaration. Yet the greatest challenge in unlocking these secrets is the silence of the artisans themselves. The master mosaicists, the musavari, were highly skilled craftsmen, but their personal interpretations and intentions are lost to us. Was a specific pattern chosen because it was in the pattern book, or because the patron demanded it for its esoteric meaning? The same geometric design in a Pompeian house might have been purely decorative, while in a philosopher's villa in Greece it might have been deeply symbolic. The true message lies in the context that has vanished. The silent, beautiful floors of the Roman world challenge us to look deeper, to see beyond the image of a god or a hunt, and to consider the possibility that the Romans surrounded themselves with not just art, but with a hidden language of stone, a world of meaning laid at their feet, waiting for someone with the right key to understand. In a quiet corner of modern-day York, England, archaeologists excavating a site for a new shopping center unearthed something far more dramatic than any retail offering. They discovered a Roman cemetery, but this was no ordinary burial ground. The remains unearthed here told a story of violence, ritual, and a mystery that cuts to the heart of how Roman society dealt with its most celebrated and brutalized members. The skeletons were predominantly those of robust males, many showing the telltale signs of a life filled with trauma-healed fractures on the skulls and arms, consistent with deflecting blows, and one individual even had a massive bite mark from a large animal, perhaps a bear or a lion from the arena. But it was the peculiar treatment of their bodies after death that truly set this find apart. A significant number of these men had been decapitated, and their skulls were carefully placed between their legs or resting by their feet, like a final, grim piece of personal effects. The most immediate and compelling theory connects these burials directly to the world of the gladiator. York, known to the Romans as Eboracum, was a major military and administrative capital in the province of Britannia. Where there was a large population of soldiers and officials, there was a demand for entertainment, and a gladiatorial school, or ludus, would have been a feature of the city. The high incidence of combat-related injuries supports this idea, but why the decapitation? This could point to a specific burial custom for these arena fighters. In the Roman mind, a gladiator's life was steeped in ritual, and his death might have been no different. Being beheaded after death, perhaps by a special blow from a hammer-wielding figure dressed as the god Charon, the ferryman of the dead, was believed to be a way to ensure the fighter's spirit did not linger vengefully among the living. Placing the head between the legs could have been a symbolic act of submission even in death. A final confirmation of their service ended, preventing their restless spirit from rising to haunt the arena or their former masters. However, a far darker possibility must be considered, that this was not an honorific rite but a form of posthumous punishment or humiliation. The Romans had very specific beliefs about the integrity of the body for the journey to the afterlife. To be buried without one's head or with it detached could be seen as a way to deny a person a peaceful afterlife, rendering their spirit forever incomplete and powerless. Could these be the remains of executed criminals whose heads were severed as part of their sentence and buried separately as an added indignity? Or were they deserters from the Roman army, captured and dealt a punishment meant to serve as a stark warning to others? The location of the cemetery outside the main city walls is consistent with burials of those who were considered social outcasts or who died dishonorably. The line between a respected, though lowly, gladiator and a despised criminal could be very thin in the Roman world, and the manner of their burial might reflect their ultimate status in the eyes of the community. Yet the careful, almost reverent placement of the skulls argues against a purely punitive act. There is a deliberateness to it that suggests ritual, not carelessness. This leads us into the shadowy realm of apotropaic magic, the use of rituals to ward off evil. The fear of the restless dead, the lemures, was a powerful force in the Roman psyche. A person who died a violent or premature death was considered particularly likely to return and haunt the living. A gladiator, by the very nature of his profession, was a prime candidate for such a posthumous transformation. The act of decapitation and the specific placement of the head could have been a magical act, a way of symbolically trapping the spirit or confusing it, ensuring it could not find its way back to the world of the living. By putting the head at the feet, the body was effectively turned around, disoriented, unable to rise and walk. It's a chilling thought that those who entertain the crowd in life were so feared in death that such extreme measures were taken to keep them in their graves. The mystery of York's headless Romans is a powerful reminder that the archaeological record often provides the physical evidence of a practice but rarely the accompanying manual. Each skeleton is a silent testament to a final, profound moment. Were they gladiators receiving a warrior's send-off? Criminals receiving a final mark of shame? Or were they men so feared that their community took magical steps to ensure their eternal slumber? The bones, with their heads nestled between their knees, hold the answer, but they refuse to speak it, leaving us to ponder the complex interplay of respect, fear, and ritual that defined death at the edges of the Roman world. From the carefully placed skulls in a York cemetery, we travel thousands of miles south to a river that captivated the Roman imagination like no other, the Nile. For the Romans, Egypt was the empire's breadbasket, a land of almost mythical antiquity whose lifeblood was the great river's annual, predictable flood. Yet the source of this Nile, the origin of the waters that sustained a civilization and enriched Rome itself, was a geographical puzzle that gnawed at the empire's intellectual pride. While they mastered its delta and mapped its course for hundreds of miles into Upper Egypt, the river's ultimate beginning remained one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the known world, a blank space on the map that invited both scientific inquiry and wild speculation. This wasn't merely an academic exercise. Understanding the Nile's source was seen as key to potentially controlling its behavior, a tantalizing prospect for an empire built on engineering and order. The most famous Roman attempt to solve this enigma was led by the Emperor Nero himself. Around 61 AD, driven by a combination of genuine curiosity and a desire for the glory that came with monumental discovery, Nero dispatched a specially prepared expedition of Praetorian Guards. This was not a military campaign, but a mission of exploration, likely led by a senior centurion. Their journey took them further south than any Roman force had reliably ventured before, pushing beyond the kingdom of Mero, a Roman ally in modern-day Sudan. The accounts that filtered back to Rome, preserved by later writers like Seneca the Elder and the geographer Ptolemy, describe a landscape that became increasingly alien and hostile. The expedition's progress was eventually halted by a vast, impenetrable swamp known as the Sud, a sprawling mosaic of floating vegetation, labyrinthine channels, and sucking mud that stretched as far as the eye could see. For soldiers accustomed to the disciplined formations of European battlefields, this was an unconquerable enemy. The air was thick with insects, the water hid crocodiles and hippopotamuses, and the very ground was untrustworthy. After pressing as far as they could, the explorers were forced to turn back, their mission a failure in its primary objective, but a stunning success in expanding the boundaries of the Roman world. The reports they brought back, however, only deepened the mystery. They spoke of encountering strange peoples and even stranger animals. Most intriguingly, they described reaching a point where the river divided into two great streams. This was a monumental discovery, confirming the existence of the White Nile and the Blue Nile, though the Romans would not have used those terms. They also brought back tales of massive, snow-capped mountains far to the south, which they called the Mountains of the Moon. The idea of snow on the equator seemed fantastical to many in Rome, but it was a remarkably accurate piece of observation. These mountains, which we now know as the Arwenzori Range, are indeed a key source of the Nile's waters. The Roman explorers had come within a few hundred miles of one of the river's primary sources, but the immense geographical barriers and the sheer logistical nightmare of supplying an expedition in such a remote region made further progress impossible. Faced with this geographical dead end, Roman scholars and writers filled the void with a rich tapestry of legend and theory. Since they could not prove the river's origin with empirical data, they turned to myth and logical deduction. One popular theory, championed by the philosopher Seneca, was that the Nile's source was a great underground ocean whose waters welled up in the distant south. This explained the river's constant flow, even during seasons when other rivers might dry up. Another widespread belief, found in the writings of the historian Tacitus, was that the Nile's flood was caused by seasonal winds blowing from the south, which pushed the ocean's waters inland, causing the river to overflow its banks. This was a clever, if incorrect, attempt to apply observable meteorological principles to an unobservable phenomenon. Perhaps the most captivating legends, however, were woven from the threads of earlier Greek exploration and pure imagination. The story of the Mountains of the Moon took on a life of its own, becoming a place of unimaginable beauty and mystery. Some tales described a sacred lake nestled between these peaks, the true origin of the mighty river. Others, drawing on even older Egyptian myths, speculated that the source was in a land of gods and fantastical creatures, a place no mortal could ever reach. The failure of Nero's expedition did not extinguish the Roman fascination with the Nile source. It simply transferred the quest from the realm of military exploration to the world of story and scholarship. The unknown headwaters of the Nile became a permanent fixture of Roman cosmology, a symbol of the ultimate limits of their power and knowledge. It stood as a humbling reminder that for all their roads, aqueducts, and conquests, there were still places on the earth that defied their understanding, fueling legends that would persist until the great explorers of the 19th century finally stood at the shore of Lake Victoria. Imagine the scene in a quiet field in England, not far from the ancient Roman town of Boudica. It is 2014, and a metal detectorist's device emits a signal that promises more than the usual scattered coins. What emerges from the earth is not a single find, but a collection, a hoard of beautifully preserved bronze statues carefully buried centuries ago. Among them is a figure that immediately captivates archaeologists and historians alike. It is the statue of a man seated in a contemplative pose, his posture relaxed yet dignified, his face bearing an expression of deep thought. He is dressed not in military armor or the regal robes of an emperor, but in the simple, draped garments of a scholar or a teacher. This is the so-called philosopher from the Boudica hoard, and while his discovery was a moment of exhilaration, it instantly presented a profound and tantalizing mystery. In a world where Roman art so often celebrated power, war, and divinity, who was this quiet intellectual, and why was his image considered valuable enough to be hidden away for safekeeping? The immediate challenge in identifying this figure is the very thing that makes him so compelling: the lack of an inscription. Roman sculptors were often meticulous about labeling their subjects, especially if they were portraits of emperors or famous public figures. This statue offers no such clue. We are left to decode his identity purely from his appearance and the context of his burial. He sits on a simple chair, his body slightly turned, one arm likely once resting on his knee, perhaps holding a scroll or a stylus that has since been lost to time. His hair and beard are carefully groomed, but in a style that is generic rather than mimicking the specific, recognizable haircuts of emperors like Marcus Aurelius, who was famously depicted in philosophical guise. This absence of clear imperial iconography is the first major clue that pushes us away from a simple answer. One of the most prominent theories casts this figure not as a Greek thinker, but as a Roman emperor choosing to be portrayed as a philosopher king. The idea of the philosophus imperator, the philosopher ruler, was a powerful ideological tool in the Roman world. Emperors like Marcus Aurelius literally wrote the book on Stoic philosophy while commanding legions on the frontier. By having themselves sculpted in the modest attire of a thinker, they were making a bold statement about their character, that they were wise, just, and ruled through reason rather than tyranny. So, could the Boudica philosopher be a local British version of such a portrait? Perhaps it represented an emperor like Hadrian, who was known for his intellectual curiosity and his extensive travels throughout the empire, including Britain. The statue could have been a centerpiece in the villa of a wealthy, Romanized Briton who wanted to demonstrate his loyalty and his alignment with the emperor's cultivated image. Yet, without the distinct facial features that allow us to pinpoint an emperor, this theory remains in the realm of compelling possibility. This leads us to the second compelling possibility, that the statue represents a specific Greek philosopher from antiquity. The Romans had an immense reverence for Greek culture and learning. It was common for educated Roman households to have busts or statues of great thinkers like Socrates, Plato, or Aristotle, much as a modern university might have statues of Einstein or Darwin. These figures symbolized the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom, and displaying them was a way for a wealthy family to signal their education and sophistication. The seated posture of the Boudica figure is reminiscent of many surviving statues of Greek philosophers. Could this be a likeness of Aristotle, whose works formed the bedrock of Roman education? Or perhaps it is Seneca the Younger, the Stoic philosopher who was also a towering figure in Roman politics. Seneca's fate, he was forced to commit suicide by Emperor Nero, might have made his image particularly potent, a symbol of intellectual integrity in the face of imperial corruption. The statue would then be less a portrait and more an emblem of an entire school of thought, a prized possession reflecting the intellectual aspirations of its owner. But there is a third and perhaps more intriguing interpretation, that the figure is not a portrait of anyone at all. Instead, it could be a generic personification of philosophy itself. In the same way that statues of the goddess Fortuna represented luck or Mars represented war, this bronze could be an embodiment of the abstract concept of learning and wisdom. Roman art was rich with such allegorical figures. A statue like this might have served as an inspiration in a home library or a study, a constant reminder to the homeowner to cultivate a thoughtful and virtuous life. This interpretation is supported by the very nature of the hoard itself. The philosopher was buried alongside other bronze figures, including a distinct bust of the goddess Luna and a finely detailed eagle. This collection suggests a household shrine or lararium, where representations of gods, protective spirits, and symbolic figures were kept for daily veneration. In this context, the philosopher takes on a semi-divine role. He is not just a historical figure to be admired, but a spiritual touchstone, a representation of the guiding principle of wisdom that the family sought to invite into their home. The mystery of his burial is a narrative all its own. Why was this valuable collection carefully hidden in the ground? The most likely answer points to a moment of crisis in Roman Britain, probably during the political and military turmoil of the late 3rd or early 4th century AD. This was an era of Saxon raids, internal rebellions, and economic instability. A wealthy family, fearing pillage, might have gathered their most precious portable possessions, their bronze deities and symbols, and buried them in a secret spot, fully intending to return when the danger had passed. That they never did return is our great fortune, for it preserved these objects for nearly 2 millennia. The act of hiding the philosopher's statue speaks volumes about its perceived value. It wasn't merely decorative, it was considered worth saving, an object of profound personal or spiritual significance. Ultimately, the true identity of the Boudica philosopher may be less important than what his existence tells us about Roman Britain. His presence in a provincial town far from Rome is a powerful testament to the deep penetration of classical culture. Even on the remote edge of the empire, a local landowner aspired to the intellectual ideals of the Mediterranean world. The statue is a physical bridge between the practical world of a British farmstead and the lofty realms of Athenian philosophy. It forces us to abandon the stereotype of Roman Britain as a purely military frontier, revealing a society where education, art, and the love of wisdom were cherished commodities. The figure's silent, thoughtful gaze continues to challenge us, a timeless reminder that the greatest mysteries are not always about lost battles or buried treasure, but about the enduring human quest for knowledge and the symbols we choose to represent it. Shifting our focus from the earthy, protective magic of foundation burials to a creation of almost impossible delicacy and light, we encounter a mystery that represents the absolute pinnacle of Roman luxury artistry. This is the world of cameo glass, a technique so demanding and rare that only a handful of sublime examples have survived the centuries. Imagine holding an object that appears to be carved from a single piece of the deepest, most luminous blue sapphire. But as you turn it in the light, you see that its surface is not just blue. It is covered in a layer of the purest, most opaque white, and from that white layer, figures of gods and heroes have been painstakingly carved, standing in perfect relief against the glowing blue background. The most famous of these, the Portland vase, is not merely a vessel. It is a miracle in glass, a masterpiece that has baffled and inspired artists for 2,000 years. Yet, for all its fame, the origins of this and other cameo glass pieces remain one of the most exquisite puzzles of the ancient world, because the workshops where these impossible objects were born have vanished without a trace. The process of creating cameo glass was an exercise in patience, skill, and risk that borders on the insane. It was the polar opposite of mass production. Artisans began by gathering two separate batches of molten glass. The first was a dark cobalt blue or deep purple glass, which would form the inner body or background of the piece. Before this core had even fully cooled, they would then dip it into or carefully encase it with a second layer of opaque white glass, made white by the addition of tin oxide. This created a two-layered blank, a sandwich of glass that had to cool slowly and evenly over many days to prevent it from shattering due to the different cooling rates and properties of the two layers. The slightest flaw, a tiny air bubble, an impurity, an uneven thickness would render the entire piece worthless before the artist even lifted a tool. This initial phase alone required a glass-making expertise of the highest order, a deep understanding of chemistry and thermal dynamics that we still struggle to fully replicate today. But this was only the beginning. Once the cooled, two-layered blank was ready, the true wizardry began. A master carver, likely a gem cutter or a worker in precious stones, would take on the task. Using nothing but simple, hand-held bronze tools and abrasives like emery powder, they would begin the work of micro-sculpture. Their goal was to carve away the white glass layer, but only in specific areas to reveal the dark blue glass beneath. This was not a process of painting or adding material. It was one of subtraction, of revealing the image hidden within the glass block. To create a figure like the serene seated figure on the Portland vase, the carver would have to remove the white glass from around the figure's outline, leaving the figure itself standing in high relief. But they didn't stop there. They would then go back and carve finer details within the white figure, the folds of a robe, the strands of hair, the delicate features of a face, by carving shallow grooves that, because the white layer was itself semi-translucent, would appear as subtle shadows. This created a breathtaking sense of depth and realism, a scene that seems to float within the glass itself. A single slip of the tool, a fraction of a millimeter too deep, and the carver would cut through the white layer into the blue below, irrevocably ruining the image and weeks, perhaps months, of work. The sheer, almost unimaginable difficulty of this process immediately presents us with the central mystery. Where did this happen? Who were these godlike craftsmen, and what kind of workshop could support such an endeavor? The common assumption is that these objects were produced in Rome or Alexandria, the two great centers of luxury goods in the empire. Rome, as the capital, had a constant demand for the most extravagant items from its super-rich elite. Alexandria, with its long history of glassmaking and its position at the crossroads of trade, had access to both the raw materials and the Hellenistic artistic traditions that clearly influenced the style of the carving. The scenes on the Portland vase, for instance, are interpreted as episodes from Greek mythology, rendered with a sophistication that suggests an artist trained in classical forms. Yet, despite decades of archaeology, no workshop site has ever been uncovered in either city that provides definitive evidence of cameo glass production. There are no heaps of discarded, broken blanks, no caches of specialized carving tools, no telltale slag or waste products from this unique two-stage glassmaking process. This glaring absence has led to other compelling theories. Perhaps these objects were not produced in large, permanent urban workshops at all, but in small, exclusive ateliers that were more like royal courts than factories. An emperor like Augustus or a fabulously wealthy patron like Marcus Agrippa, might have directly commissioned a team of the best glassmakers and gem cutters, bringing them together for a single grand project. Once the commission was fulfilled, the team might have been disbanded, its unique, combined knowledge scattering to the winds. This would explain the extreme rarity of cameo glass. Each piece might represent a unique collaboration that was never repeated in the same way. Another possibility is that the primary work was done in Alexandria, where the glass blanks were created, but the carving was done in Rome by specialized Greek artists who were imported for their skill. The blank could have been shipped as a precious raw material with the value added by the carver at the destination. This would leave a very faint archaeological footprint, as the most distinctive part of the process, the carving, would produce only a small amount of fine white dust, easily lost to time. The mystery is deepened by the fact that the knowledge of how to create cameo glass appears to have been lost as suddenly as it appeared. The technique flourished for a remarkably short period, roughly from the reign of Augustus to the end of the 1st century AD. After that, no new cameo glass pieces were made. The political and economic instability of the 3rd century crisis likely shattered the specialized networks of trade and patronage that made such extravagant luxury items possible. The secrets of creating the perfectly bonded 2-layered glass and the skills of the master carvers vanished, not to be rediscovered until the Renaissance, and even then with great difficulty. The Portland vase itself became an object of obsession in the 18th century, when Josiah Wedgwood spent years trying to reproduce its effect in jasperware, a testament to the enduring challenge of the original Roman technique. The cameo glass masterpieces that survive are therefore like messages in a bottle from a brief, brilliant moment of unparalleled technical confidence and artistic ambition. They are the work of ghosts, anonymous masters whose names are lost but whose legacy shines through the millennia, a permanent question mark etched in glass and light. The sun had long set on the age of the old gods. By the final decade of the 4th century, the Roman Empire, at least officially, was a Christian realm. The Emperor Theodosius I, ruling from Constantinople, had issued edicts systematically dismantling the ancient pagan faiths, banning sacrifices and closing temples. The massive statue of Victory had been removed from the Senate House in Rome, a profound symbolic blow to the traditionalists. It seemed the battle for the empire's soul was over. And then, in 392, in the shadowy corridors of power in the western capital of Milan, a final, desperate gambit was launched. This is the mysterious, short-lived rebellion of Eugenius, a figure so obscure he seems to materialize from the mist, a last pagan emperor raised not by the Senate or the legions, but by the will of a single powerful general. His story is not one of grand battles alone, but of a profound cultural and religious schism that refused to die quietly. The true architect of this revolt was not Eugenius himself, but the man who placed him on the throne, Arbogast. He was a Frank, a barbarian by birth, but a consummate Roman general by career. After the suspicious death of the young Western Emperor Valentinian II, who was found hanged in his palace in Vienne, Arbogast found himself the de facto ruler of the West. As a Frank, however, he was ineligible for the purple himself. Imperial tradition, however frayed, still demanded a Roman-born emperor. So Arbogast needed a puppet, a respectable figurehead who could lend legitimacy to his own power. His choice fell upon Eugenius, a former teacher of rhetoric and a high-ranking civil servant. On the surface, Eugenius was an odd choice, a scholar, not a soldier. But this was precisely the point. Arbogast needed someone pliable, someone who would not challenge his military authority. What Arbogast perhaps underestimated was the powerful forces he would unleash by backing this seemingly mild-mannered academic. For the pagan aristocracy of Rome, still seething from Theodosius's anti-pagan decrees, Eugenius was not a puppet, he was a godsend. Led by the formidable and wealthy senator Virius Nicomachus Flavianus, the old senatorial families saw in Eugenius their last. best hoped to roll back the tide of Christianity and restore the traditional rites that they believed were the true source of Rome's strength. This was the core of the mystery surrounding Eugenius's reign. To what extent was he a willing participant in this pagan revival, and to what extent was he a pawn swept along by forces far greater than himself? The ancient sources, written by triumphant Christian historians, paint him as a mere tool, but his actions suggest something more. Eugenius, likely under immense pressure from Flavianus and his allies, began to actively support the pagan cause. He restored state funds to the pagan priesthoods, and most symbolically, he returned the altar of victory to the Senate House. This was a direct challenge to Theodosius's religious policy and a declaration of cultural war. The conflict that followed was as much about regional power as it was about religion. Theodosius in the east represented the new Christian, Greek-speaking future of the empire. Eugenius and his court in the west, backed by the Italian aristocracy, represented the last stand of the old Latin senatorial tradition. For 2 years, an uneasy Cold War persisted, with both sides preparing for the inevitable clash. Theodosius, a devout and ruthless Christian, could never tolerate a rival emperor, especially one who had become the standard-bearer for paganism. He gathered his forces, including his formidable Gothic allies, and marched west in 394. The two armies met in September of that year at the Frigidus River, a dramatic pass in the Julian Alps. The battle was a cataclysm. Arbogast, a brilliant tactician, had chosen the terrain well, positioning his forces to block the narrow pass. On the first day of fighting, Theodosius's Gothic troops were mauled in a series of frontal assaults, suffering horrific casualties. According to the chroniclers, Theodosius spent the night in prayer, while Arbogast and Flavianus reportedly engaged in pagan divination, confident of victory. Then, on the second day, fate, or as the Christian historians claimed, divine intervention, turned the tide. A powerful wind known as the Bora, a violent northeasterly gale common in the region, roared down the pass. It blew directly into the faces of Eugenius's army, blinding them with dust and deflecting their javelins and arrows. Theodosius's forces, with the wind at their backs, seized the advantage and broke through the lines. The battle became a rout. Eugenius was captured and beheaded by his own soldiers, who then presented his head to Theodosius. Arbogast, seeing all was lost, fled into the mountains and fell on his sword. Flavianus, the intellectual force behind the rebellion, also chose suicide. The defeat was total and decisive. Theodosius had crushed the last pagan uprising, and within a year he would be the sole emperor of a united, firmly Christian Roman Empire. But the mysteries of the Frigidus campaign linger. Was the famous wind a miraculous act of God, as Theodosius's propagandists claimed, or simply a fortuitous and well-understood local weather phenomenon that Theodosius, having campaigned in the region before, might have even anticipated? The sheer scale of the Gothic casualties on the first day suggests that Theodosius was willing to pay an enormous price, sacrificing his allied troops to soften up the enemy, a coldly pragmatic move that belies the purely miraculous narrative. The deeper, more profound mystery, however, is the legacy of Eugenius's revolt. It was the last time a Roman emperor would openly champion the old gods. Its failure sealed the fate of paganism as a public force within the empire, but the rebellion also exposed the deep and lasting cultural divide between the eastern and western halves of the empire, a rift that would only widen in the century to come. The senators who backed Eugenius were not just fighting for their gods, they were fighting for a vision of Rome that was fading into memory. The story of Eugenius is therefore more than a footnote about a failed usurper. It is the story of an empire grappling with its own identity at a pivotal moment, a final, dramatic spasm of the ancient world before the long transition into the medieval age. His headless body, like the old religion he briefly championed, was left on the battlefield, a silent testament to a world that was passing away. The crushing defeat at the Frigidus River was far more than a military loss. It was the final, definitive extinguishing of a political and spiritual dream. For the pagan senators who had pinned their hopes on Eugenius, the sight of his severed head presented a terrifying new reality. The question of their fate in the weeks and months that followed opens a window into one of history's most profound and quiet transformations, a shift not marked by dramatic purges so much as by a slow, inexorable fading. The Emperor Theodosius, despite his reputation for iron-fisted religious orthodoxy, proved to be a surprisingly pragmatic victor. A mass execution of the Roman aristocracy, the very class that administered the Western Empire, would have been a catastrophic act of self-sabotage. Instead of a bloody proscription list, Theodosius offered a path to survival, albeit one that required a humiliating public renunciation. The most poignant symbol of this forced transition is the fate of Virius Nicomachus Flavianus, the rebellion's intellectual architect. Rather than face the emperor's judgment, Flavianus chose suicide, a final, defiant act in the old Roman tradition. His son, however, also named Nicomachus Flavianus, made a different choice. To save his family's status and vast wealth, he publicly converted to Christianity. This pattern repeated across the great households of Rome. The old families, the nobiles, were presented with a stark ultimatum: abandon the gods of their ancestors or lose everything: their positions, their property, and their legacy. For most, the calculation was brutally simple. They attended Mass, they were baptized, and they slowly, reluctantly, folded their identity into the new state religion. This wasn't necessarily a conversion of the heart, but one of political necessity. They continued to hold high office, their names still appear on consular lists, but the content of their beliefs had been officially hollowed out. Yet, to assume that paganism vanished overnight would be a grave misunderstanding. It simply retreated from the public square into the private sphere, into the secluded courtyards of their vast townhouses and country villas. Here, in the world of the Domus, the old ways persisted for generations. Archaeologists have found evidence of small, private shrines in wealthy homes dating well into the 5th century. While the grand temples on the Capitoline Hill fell into disrepair, their statues toppled, the rituals of the household gods. The lares and penates likely continued behind closed doors. The senatorial class became masters of a new kind of dual identity, publicly performing the rites of the Christian Church while privately maintaining a connection to the philosophical and cultural world of their forebears. This cultural schizophrenia is perfectly captured in the works of men like Macrobius, who, in the early 5th century, wrote the Saturnalia, a sprawling dialogue that nostalgically celebrates the pagan learning and antiquities of Rome without a single mention of Christ. It was a literary refuge, a way of preserving a world that was legally extinct but emotionally very much alive. This quiet assimilation had a curious and lasting impact on Christianity itself. The educated, aristocratic class that joined the church brought their intellectual traditions with them. They applied their skills in rhetoric, law, and Greek philosophy to the development of Christian doctrine. The very intellectual framework of Western Christianity, its love of logical disputation and its hierarchical organization, was profoundly shaped by the influx of these Roman aristocrats. In a strange twist of fate, the very men who had supported Eugenius's last stand for paganism saw their grandchildren and great-grandchildren become bishops, theologians, and popes. The old Roman virtues of duty, order, and authority were seamlessly transferred from the service of the Senate and the emperor to the service of the Church. The Battle of the Frigidus River, therefore, did not result in the destruction of the Roman aristocracy, but in its metamorphosis. The senatorial class shed its pagan skin, but its bones, its social structure, its wealth, and its enduring influence became the internal skeleton of the new Christian Europe that was slowly emerging from the ruins of the empire. The victory of Theodosius was so complete that it didn't just defeat the old religion. it ultimately co-opted the very people who had been its last great champions. And there you have it, 50 incredible enigmas from the very heart of the ancient world. We have journeyed together from the misty highlands of northern Britain, searching for the ghost of the Ninth Legion, to the sun-drenched, treacherous shores of the Nile Delta, where the legendary city of Thonis Heraclean slumbers beneath the waves. We have held impossibly complex objects in our minds, like the Antikythera Mechanism, a celestial computer millennia ahead of its time, and pondered the silent messages encoded in the geometric patterns of a Roman floor mosaic. We have stood in the shadow of emperors, both revered and reviled, and walked in the footsteps of ordinary citizens who sought justice through curses inscribed on tiny sheets of lead. This voyage has taken us to the edge of what we know and what remains wonderfully, tantalizingly unknown. What makes these mysteries so endlessly compelling is not just the thrill of the unsolved puzzle, but what they reveal about the Roman world itself. Each gap in our knowledge, each silent artifact, forces us to question our assumptions. The Roman dodecahedron challenges our definitions of technology and ritual. The fate of Romulus asks us to consider how empires build their founding myths. The lost library of Carthage is a stark reminder of the fragility of knowledge. These are not mere footnotes, they are the very threads that, when pulled, begin to unravel the neat tapestry of history we think we understand. They show us a Rome that was far more complex, more superstitious, more ingenious, and more mysterious than any textbook could ever capture. This was a civilization where an emperor might consult a sheep's liver before a battle, while his engineers were building harbors that would last 2,000 years. History, as we have seen, is never a closed book. It is a living, breathing dialogue between the past and the present. Every archaeological dig, every new technological advancement in analysis, and every fresh perspective from a curious mind has the potential to crack open a case that has been cold for centuries. The discovery of the Teutoburg battlefield at Chalcis in the 1980s proved that legends can have a physical address. The ongoing debate over the tomb of St. Peter shows how faith and science continue to intersect. The next great revelation about ancient Rome might be sitting in a museum storage room, waiting for the right researcher to ask a new question, or it might be buried beneath a modern Italian city, its secret kept by the patient earth. The story is still being written. This brings us to the most important part of our journey. The conversation does not end here. We want to know which of these 50 mysteries captured your imagination most powerfully. Was it the haunting disappearance of the children of Cleopatra and Mark Antony, their stories swallowed by the politics of a new regime, or perhaps the chilling practicality of the lime burials, which force us to confront how the Romans managed death and disease? Maybe you are drawn to the sheer ingenuity of the Lycurgus cup, a masterpiece of ancient nanotechnology that glows with a hidden fire. Let us know in the comments below. Share your thoughts, your own theories, and the mysteries you would love to see us explore next. If this expedition into the shadows of the past has sparked your curiosity, there is so much more to discover. Be sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel, and hit that notification bell so you never miss our next deep dive into history's greatest puzzles. We have countless more stories to uncover, from the forgotten cities of the Sahara to the secret codes of the medieval world. Thank you for joining us on this incredible countdown. Until next time, keep asking questions, keep challenging the stories you're told, and never stop exploring the endless